Azam onto the front foot and defends, and there is no run. You'll hear from Doc a little bit later on. Also, you'll be hearing from a very good friend, Sean Grant. If you're a football supporter and you're a Hammers supporter, West Ham, they're leading Newcastle by 4-2. Manchester City and Tottenham to play 10:30 a.m. Jamaica time, which is 11:30 in the Eastern Caribbean.
I'm sure everybody will be tuning into the cricket instead.
I'm pretty sure. Here is Holder to bowl to Babar Azam. Cuts this one, but straight to the man at backward point. On the bounce, there is no run. Had that gone maybe a meter to the left or right of Paul at backward point, that would have crashed into the boundary for 4.
No doubt about that. He hit that sweetly, Babar Azam. Probably went for more power than placement and missed out on a scoring opportunity presented by Jason Holder. Very wide delivery. Didn't have a lot of pace on it either. Was asking to be hit. He did hit it, but didn't get the placement correct. The Pakistani captain.
Holder once more. 2 slips, a gully as he comes in, bowls this one. Babar Azam again defends from his stance into the backward point region, and there is no run. A maiden over from Jason Holder, Pakistan. 168 for the loss of 5 wickets. Now, interestingly, read the Manchester City and Tottenham game a little bit later on, is that one Harry Kane playing for the team that he wants to leave against the team that he wants to go to. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if he's actually he's not in the lineup. Checking to see if he's even on the bench at the moment. Nope, he's out. So he's not suiting up against the team that he wants to be at for his current team.
For the team that he wants to leave.
Yeah.
Which is maybe sensible for Harry Kane.
Watching Kemar Roach into his 3rd over this morning. 17 overs, 2 for 20.
Here's Roach to bowl to Asher. Gets the outside edge. It's taken brilliantly by the Silver. Finally, Kemar Roach gets the edge of Fahim Ashraf, and the 6th wicket goes down. And everyone surrounds Joshua Da Silva because that was a brilliant take. Diving away to his left. It was dying in front of first to slip. First to slip, but wouldn't have gotten it. Diving across one-handed, and the ball stuck in his left palm, and Ashraf has to go for 20.
Wonderful catch by Joshua Da Silva, but you could almost say that this was inevitable. Fahim Ashraf was struggling to cope with Kemar Roach angle created from around the wicket. Just hung his bat outside the off stump. It was neither a defensive nor an attacking shot. He just poked at the delivery outside the off stump. The ball took the edge, flew to the left of Joshua Da Silva, who flung himself to his left and gathered with one hand outstretched in front of the man at first slip, who is Kyle Mears, who had at no point seemed as if he was interested in taking the catch. So good effort from Joshua Da Silva, a great grab, and the West Indies now have reduced Pakistan to 168 for 6, and with a long tail in front of them, they will be looking to mop it up as quickly as possible. But Yasir Shah, who is coming out to bat, is no mug with the bat. He can hang around, so the West Indies will have to be as astute as they have been so far in this second innings and try to reduce Pakistan to as less a target as possible.
What Yashir Shah will do is that he will give you opportunities. We do understand and we know that he's no muck with the bat. He can bat, he can score runs, but he does give you 1 or 2 opportunities, and the West Indies, they must take whatever opportunity come. With Hassan Ali, Mohamed Abbas, and Shaheen Shah Afridi to come, the West Indies, they have a feeling, should they get another wicket here, that really and truly they will be on top in this contest.
Indeed. And you expect that though, but I think probably in this situation, Coach Misbah-ul Haq would definitely want Yasir Shah to play the situation rather than play a natural game, because you're batting with an established batsman, a world-rated batsman. Your captain is at the other end. There's no need for you to be flirting or playing hairy shots just to show that you can bat. I think the world knows that you can bat. Probably just need to be a little bit more applicable with your shot selection.
Changing the field for the new batsman as Kemar Roach runs in onto the front foot. This time was Yashir Shah. Bat and pad very close together as he defends it into the offside. So 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg.
Yeah, and Roach basically demanded that third catcher behind the wicket, because Craig Brathwaite was insisting that there's no need to have another sit, but Roach said, Well, I have 3 for 20 from 17.2 overs. Might as well I get another catcher. On the verge of probably getting a 5-for. Has bowled terrifically well here, Kemar Roach.
Roach again over the wicket to bowl to Yashir Shah, who is onto the front foot again. Generally plays on the move, Yashir Shah, as he did there. And defends it back to the bowler. There is no run. 168 now for the loss of 6.
And what I've liked about Roach since his shoulder problems and his injury problems, after he burst onto the scene in 2009, is that he has realized that the 145, 150 that he was before, that he used to rat Ricky Ponting and Jack Callis in the past, is no more. So what he has to work on is his guile and his skill. And he has done that expertly, especially in the Caribbean.
Here's another one. Gets the outside edge. Dives again in front of first slip. This time Joshua Da Silva couldn't dive away to his right. It was wide of him. And a genuine edge found there. But the ball just dying in front of Kyle Mayers, as everyone looks towards the big screen towards their left to see what happened there.
Yeah, no chance of a catch for the wicketkeeper. He thought about it. He looked he's looking at the screen now to say probably I should have gone to my right, but there's no way he could have gotten to that. The ball died basically after hitting the bat. Probably Roach would probably want to be back in his 150 Ks days.
Here is Kemar Roach once again to bowl to Yashir Shah. This one down the leg side. They're appealing for a caught behind, and the umpire quickly says not out. And I'm not sure Jason Holder looking towards square leg.
No edge there, I don't think. Ball seemingly hit the pad. One thing for sure, whenever there is an edge, Joshua Da Silva is going to let you know there is an edge, because he's always excited behind the stumps. He loves asking a question. So once there's no appeal from him, you're pretty sure there's no nick. Roach didn't even look. He just went back to his mark.
And again, everyone looking towards the big screen, towards their left to see what happened. Here's Kemar Roach once more, the ball to Yashir Shah. And this one beats Yashir Shah outside the line of the off stump. A delivery pitch, fourth stump and moving away. So the end of the over, successful over. A wicket made for Kemar Roach with Pakistan 168 for the loss of 6 now. The West Indies well and truly on top of this 4th day of the first test here at Sabina Park.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
Tapping away is Babar Azam, standing at the Courtney Walsh end as Jason Holder comes in from the Michael Holding end. This delivery beats him outside the line of the awesome. What a pitch that was. It was a good length delivery, maybe just a little bit short of a good length. Babar Azam was behind it, trying to defend it straight down the ground, and then pitched and left the right-hander, squared him up a bit as it went through into the waiting glove of wicketkeeper Da Silva.
Yeah, that delivery completely turned Babar Azam around. Pitched on a good length, as you said, but shaped away pretty late, and he didn't cover the line of the delivery as quickly as he could, and almost got the edge. Beautiful delivery from Jason Holder, who is coming in from the Michael Holding end.
2 slips and gully waiting for an outside edge. This time Babar Azam well behind it, bat and pad close together. His back foot again just getting a little bit square, but that is how he plays Babar Azam. Full face of the bat presented as the ball trickles into the cover reach and to Captain Brathwaite. Jason Holder now walks very slowly back to the Betway sign where he has marked out his run. The man with 98 on his back, the Barbadian, the top West Indies batsman for a long time, the top all-rounder in the world as well, and one stage in Test cricket as he comes in once more to bowl over the wicket to Babar Azam. A delivery again. Babar Azam comes down on the ball, maybe came off the bat onto the toes, and now he walks away towards backward point and doing some stretch. Babar Azam,
yeah, walked away gingerly, still flicking his right foot. Probably the ball came down off the inside edge onto his boot. But that delivery basically came back from Holder. The previous deliveries went away. Interestingly to note is that there are still 4.3 overs to go before the second new ball is due. And with Kemar Roach and Holder operating so well with the older ball, I don't think Captain Brathwaite will be too tempted to take the new ball as yet.
West Indies would want to dismiss Pakistan before that new ball is due, as Babar Azam again defends into the offside, and there is no run. There's a stiff wind now blowing across Sabina Park, coming from the South Camp Road towards the north stand.
Yeah,
Not exactly blowing across the pitch.
Yeah, interestingly, Babar Azam is yet, there's a no ball called belatedly based on the new dimension in cricket where the third umpire has made the calls. Overstepping there is Jason Holder. Azam is yet to score this morning. Pakistan have added 9 runs since day 3.
And they've lost a wicket. Here's Holder again, squares him up. He's appealing. Is he appealing for leg before wicket or caught behind? Maybe caught behind there as Babar Azam was pushing forward. And the ball again just pitching and leaving the right-handed batsman. So the West Indies with their tails up are truly on top here.
Yeah, similarly to the first delivery of the over from Holder. That one pitched on middle and shaped away from Babar Azam. Was trying to push the ball down to mid-off. Beat him, all ends up. Good delivery again from Jason Holder. Azam stuck on 54 from 155 deliveries.
Holder again runs in, and this one Azam onto the front foot and defends. So it seems as if the ball is reversing, and I get that, a hint of that, because Jason Holder, before he gets to the crease, hides the ball, doesn't want the batsman to see which side the shine is on, and then right as he hits the mark, his delivery stride, he then removes his hand and delivers the ball. So a hint, and what we've seen is that the ball has swung this morning.
Indeed. Both ways, actually. So that shows you that there's a little bit of a reverse swing going on.
Here's Holder, ball in his left hand, then he changes it to his right. This one on the line of the leg stump. It was aerial for a bit as it drops in front of mid-wicket. They were able to go through for a single. The over comes to an end. So a single that Babar Azam would have wanted, because it means that he will be on strike for the next over. Is there on 55. Yasir Shah yet to get off the mark, and Pakistan 169 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, and now there's an indication that the West Indies are thinking about taking the new ball, because Kyle Mayers is going to be taking up his run up to start another spell. This from the Courtney Walsh end. Kemar Roach getting some refreshment from Alzari Joseph, who is one of the substitutes. So Azam, who is on 55, his first run this morning in the previous over from the last delivery from Jason Holder, will be taking strike. And Mayers will be operating with 2 slips, a gully, man at point. Well, the gully is now coming out of gully, going to forward square, and there's the man at square leg going out onto the boundary with Kyron Powell. So a 5-4 field for Kyle Mayers. Bono moves from gully to short mid-wicket, and the other players on the onside are long leg, forward square on the boundary, and a mid-on, a deepish mid-on, and then there's mid-off, cover, deep point, and 2 slips, 2 wide slips to be quite honest.
Now here is Kyle Mayers, who does get the ball to move around a bit over the wicket to bowl to Babar Azam. Azam playing away from his body, but Jermaine Blackwood, coming around from that second slip position, was able to pick up the delivery, and there is no run. Score remains 169. I have it for the loss of 6. The scoreboard says 170 for the loss of 6.
And you understand why Craig Brathwaite is employing this field, because Mayers is the lesser of the 3 bowlers. So you think that Azam would be thinking about scoring more off him than the previous bowlers.
So here's a delivery, and it's gone. What a delivery that was. Squared up Babar Azam. He was looking to turn it onto the onside, got a thick outside edge, and the ball looped to Jason Holder in the second slip position. And the second wicket of the 4th day goes. It's Babar Azam.
That's a freakish dismissal. He's still wondering what happened with Babar Azam. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He was just trying to turn a ball on the onside from leg stump. I just hit the back of the bat. Based on what I am seeing, played way too early. The pace from Mayers way slower than Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. The ball basically lobbed to Holder, who had all the time in the world to execute a catch, and he did so gleefully. He was already running off before catching the ball was Jason Holder. So easy it was. And the Pakistani captain trudges off the field, doesn't look too impressed. Disappointed, slams the bat into the ground, but he has to depart for 55. And Pakistan have slumped to 170 for 7, a lead of 134
runs.
Yeah.
Pakistan firstly, they didn't want to lose early wickets. But you get the feeling that the coaching staff, if they sat down and said, yes, if we are going to lose 2 early wickets, we don't want one to be the captain, Babar Azam.
Definitely. And when I came in this morning, I saw Shaheen Shah Afridi and Hassan Ali doing a lot of drills with their coach, Misbah Ulaq. So that told you that they were in the mindset that Azam is going to be the center and key of everything that they do for the rest of this innings, and you bat around him. That has fallen to pieces because the West Indies, they have taken the 2 overnight batsmen, gotten rid of them, and Pakistan are in deep trouble and staring down the barrel at the moment. Only 134 runs ahead with 3 wickets remaining, and Hassan Ali joins Yasir Shah.
Well, I put this to you, Jerome Foster. Do you think that Craig Brathwaite will now want to take the new ball?
I think he will. He definitely will.
So far, his changes have worked. Kyle Mears replacing Keeman Roach. Second delivery, wicket. Here is Mears again. This one on the line of the off-stump. Hassan Ali, the new batsman, works this into the onside, playing across the line of the delivery, and there is no run. So the 2 batsmen at the crease now yet to get off the mark. Yasir Shah, 5 deliveries or not. Hassan Ali facing his first delivery, not getting a run.
And Mears getting that ball to come back from outside the off stump. Ali basically played across his front pad, which is a very dangerous tactic, giving Gregory Brathwaite some things to think about. He has done a lot of thinking so far in this test.
Here's Kyle Mears once more over the wicket to bowl to Hassan Ali again. This delivery going through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run, no shot offered. And took that maybe about ankle height. And Joshua Da Silva, so not for the first time we've seen deliveries not carrying through fully to the wicket keeper.
Yes, and going back to the Babar Azam dismissal, I still find it very strange. It's almost as if the ball just popped up off the surface, out of nowhere, on the Pakistani captain. He looks so easy, so comfortable at the crease, despite being beaten a couple of times by Jason Holder this morning, but everything else hit the middle of his blade.
Here's another delivery full outside the line of the off stump. Again, Ali, no shot offered. And I like the operation here of Kyle Mears and where he's bowling to Hassan Ali, because he does tend to throw his bat at deliveries outside the line of the off stump. Would probably want to pull his length back just a touch.
Just a little bit more. I think that's a little bit too full. And probably because Hassan Ali is new, he's just taking a couple of deliveries to get his eyes in. But I understand, and I like that Craig Brathwaite has pushed himself back at mid-off to give himself some space.
Around about halfway to the boundary, this delivery full. Hassan Ali onto the front foot, defends it, and there is no run. A successful over wicket maiden to start for Kyle Mears on this 4th morning. And Pakistan, they're in all sorts of problems. They're 170 for the loss of 7. They lead by 134 runs with Sean Grant and Dr. Akshay Mansingh to take over proceedings here in the commentary box.
Well, thank you very much, Renata Brown. What a morning we've had so far with the Pakistan team starting at a lead of 124, 160 for 5 they started this morning with Babar Azam on 54 and Mohammed Rizwan, Ashraf on 13. Ashraf added 7 more runs to be caught for 20, and Azam left the party at 55. Now the score stands at 170 for 5. A special good morning to everyone. For 7, pardon me. A special good morning to everyone. I'm back at 9:30.
Absolutely, yes. Special good morning to everyone as well. I can't say I was. There was a function at the Indian High Commission that I was invited to because it is their 74th day of independence.
Well, hold up from the Michael Holding end, bowling to the right hander, tucker him up somewhat, going through to the wicket keeper, Da Silva. Brilliant delivery that was to Yasir Shah. So, score still stands 170 for 7. Not for 5, which I mentioned earlier on. Shah is yet to get off the mark, so to Ali at the non-striker's end. He has faced 4 deliveries so far. That's Ali, and Shah has faced 6.
No doubt in the pitch at all, but we did see Kyle Mears yesterday getting the ball to cut. We figured it was because the ball was a bit older than what he was bowling with previously. Did the same thing today, not as much as last night, but nonetheless had Babar Azam stuck up on the crease. As mentioned, the ball may have popped up a bit, but the question is, do you go for the new ball or not? That is a question that we'll have to see after this over.
In the meantime, Holder bowling to the right hand, a hit on the pad, appeal for leg before. All hands on the slip cord and goes up, except the important hand did not go up off umpire Joel Wilson.
Looks like they're going to take a review. I see Jason Holder, the bowler, asking for it, and obviously the bowler would. But unless that took an inside edge, he looked pretty adjacent there. He was on the back foot, wrapped in front of what I thought was off stump. Of course, you only have one glimpse of it right now. But it looked pretty adjacent. So couldn't tell if there was an inside edge. You were unsighted by the batsman, but the fielders all went up in unison, and they looked very excited about the prospect.
Well, one thing I can tell you, though, Dr. Man Singh, I don't know if you were an umpire back in the day. I'm actually watching the review at the present time, and actually hit the knee roll. I don't think it hit actually the bat, and the PL went up. They're looking at the ultra edge right now. Did not touch the bat at all, so hit right on the knee roll of the front pad as the batsman came half-hearted. So looking at the direction of the ball, would it have gone on to hit the stumps? Over the stumps, actually. So the umpire, Joel Wilson, was right on top of things.
Well, that's a good call by him, because he certainly was in front of the stumps. The question was whether there was an inside edge or whether it was going over. So a good call by him. The batsman was on the back foot from what we'd seen. So obviously a bit of bounce that Jason Holt had gotten.
So 3 slips and a gully, backward a point. There's a mid-off and mid-on. There's a man at square leg and a fine leg holder. Bowling to Yasir Shah, tapping away at the crease from the Michael holding end, both to the right hander, driving forward to the man wide of mid-on. He go through for one. They come back for the second. The 2 more runs to the tally. The scoreline moves to 172. Now they go for 3. So 173 for 7. Yasir Shah off the mark with 3 runs to his tally.
Ball on the body, and you just turn it to the onside, which is sparsely populated with fielders. Just went to the right of a diving Ralston Chase, who, had he stopped it, obviously would have caused no runs. But because it went through him, he had to then get up and run. And good running by these batsmen. Every run is important today. The lead is now 137.
173, 137. You hear Doc says 137 because you have to subtract how many? 36. In the meantime, Doc, you did do some math at that school, though. In Canada?
Not at all. We're very much right here in Jamaica.
In the meantime, 2 slips and a gully. The third slip has been taken out to the third man region. There's a backward a point, a square leg, fine leg, mid-off and mid-on. Holder just standing at his ground, the top of his mark. Now he makes his run. He's going to go by umpire Wilson from the Michael holding end. Going to the right hand to tucker him up somewhat and playing it fine to the fine leg region. They go through for 1. The scoreline has moved on to 174 for 7. And Ali, he's off the mark. He's on 1 from 5 deliveries.
I had mentioned that you'd be looking about taking the new ball after this over, because I wanted to see what the ball was doing. It is bouncing quite a bit. There's not much movement there. And based on that, the extra pace that you'll get with the new ball probably would be worth going for. Carl Mears, of course, is probably going to relish using this ball as opposed to the new ball, which he probably wouldn't get anyhow. But he still has another over before it's going to be... So this will be 78, 79. It'll be due the next time he comes up to bowl following the next over. So they'll have to decide at that point whether they're going to keep Carl Mears on. But I think the way we're seeing things going right now, a new ball would be to the advantage of the West Indies.
Well, the third man has been put back in the third slip, actually, for Shah, who's facing out 3 slips and a gully. Back with a point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. Holder bowling to Shah, the right-hander, and coming forward, though the ball hitting the outer half of the bat, going to the back of the point region. No run scored, 174 for 7. We're in over 78 at the present time. Shah is on 3 and Ali is on 1. But let me tell you this much, another game is going on with England and India. Well, India, they made 364 in their first innings. England 391. They were all out on the final delivery yesterday. Well, guess what? India, they are 108 for 3. 108 for 3 at the present time. We'll keep you updated on that test match. While this test match is going on here at glorious Sabina Park. Holder once more to Shah. Beaten outside the off stump. Oh, with a bounce in that delivery. Held his line outside the off stump, going right through to the silver. End of another over. The West Indies, Renata said they're on top. Are they on top, Doc?
I believe yes. With those 2 wickets, they very much are on top. However, Pakistan does have runs on the board, which is always something to contend with. India had a slender deficit to cover, and they lost 3 wickets in trying to cover that. So you can see how those runs are very important, the runs on the board. But from the Pakistani point of view, it's very difficult for these batsmen because they really need to get as many runs as possible while keeping their wicket. But the way the bowling is outside the off stump, they're not getting many opportunities. All the runs, by and large, have come with the ball on the body, which has been turned onto the onside.
Well, Mears was brought in, I thought, for a stopgap, actually, because they wanted to rush on to bring in the new ball. But he actually took a wicket.
Well, I actually thought that he would be the right person for this juncture because of what he did with the ball last night, with the old ball.
3 slips, back with a point. There is a cover. And a mid-wicket ball into the right hand, beaten outside the off stump. Mayers operating from just in front of our broadcast point. Brilliantly done, moving away from the right-hander, and that right-hander is Ali.
That ball was wide outside the off stump, moving away. I don't know if you saw any of the test match this morning, India versus England, but England actually had Virat Kohli on strike, but 2 balls into him, and then the third ball was exactly what we saw here, wide going away, took the outside edge. Everybody said, why did he play that ball? But
from Curran.
Sam Curran, but the reason he played it was because it was the setup. Now, I don't know if we have a setup going on here, but if Kyle Mayers can bring the ball back in, then he's well worth bowling wide for the first 2 balls.
Mayers once more bowling to Ali. Oh, an edge ball to drop it in front of second slip. That's Blackwood, I think, at second slip. Diving and not allowing the ball to go through for 4.
This is the second time we've seen the ball not carrying to the slips cordon since morning at the southern end. I do think, and we've seen Joshua De Silva collect a few balls by his ankle as well. I do feel they can come forward a wee bit because the ball is just not carrying. Kyle Mayers doesn't have that sort of pace that's going to come off the edge and fly. But it's twice we've seen it, once off of Kemar Roach, once off of Kyle Mayers, that the ball is just not carrying to the slips cordon. In fact, as we speak, we can see Jermaine Blackwood coming forward and asking the third slip to come forward as well.
Indeed, Mayers once more going by umpire Brathwaite, going to the right hander Ali, wide outside the off stump, keep moving that direction. De Silva had to go in front of first slip to collect that delivery. And I don't know why, though. I thought they were going to move for the end of the over. I was about to say, well, only 3 balls bowled.
Indeed, yes, but the setup is there. And if Carl Mayers, I know he's a thinking bowler, I think you're going to start seeing the ball just coming back into the batsman or a tighter line. This is very, very good bowling by Carl Mayers, giving him the credit that he's actually trying to set up the batsman.
3 slips back with a point cover, mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on. There's a man at a long leg. In the meantime, Mayers bowling to the right-hander Ali, outside the off-stump, going right through to wicket-keeper De Silva. Held its line, but closer this time to the off-stump.
And as we mentioned, it's important for Pakistan to try and get runs because these batsmen are not known to hang around. But the bowling is just right on spot. The length has been immaculate. The line by Kyle Mayers has been outside the off-stump. It's packed on the offside, and therefore the chance of getting runs are very slim for Pakistan right now.
Mayers will be continuing. We'll give you some more scores though in terms of India and England, but Mayers bowling to Ali, once more fuller delivery, driving on the offside. They go through for 1. The man at back with a point, that Chase, he chases down, but in the meantime the batsmen, they cross for 2. So 2 more runs to the tally. Ali has moved on to 3 and the score has moved on to 176 for 7.
Slow accumulation, that's what Pakistan would want. They need to preserve wickets as much as they can. The West Indies are very cognizant of the fact that there's another over after this and then the new ball is due. And as we said, as we've seen the 77th, 78th and 79th over, it's quite clear that the new ball would be the sensible thing to take.
Mayers once again bowling to the right-hander Ali. Again angled the bat on the offside. Chase this time going to his left, preventing the single. He's at the backward of the points region. Should be the end of another over, the 79th to be exact. Shah on 3, Ali on 3. Pakistan, they're 176 for 7 in their second innings.
So this test match is shaping up to be quite competitive. The lead, if Pakistan can stretch it beyond 150, they reckon they'll have something to play with. The West Indies did bat very sensibly in the first innings. Remember, 2 of their top line batsmen were out first ball. So you almost have to say they were batting too short in terms of resources. And that would be something that would be a plus for the West Indies because they don't expect lightning to strike twice. But the Pakistani bowlers, I think if they have 150, they reckon that they can give it a run for the money.
India's batsman Rahane unbeaten on 29. Pujara with him on 36 though. I mentioned about Kohli this morning playing, many persons would say playing a loose shot, but not actually looking at the build-up towards that delivery from Curran. And the scoreline 117 for 3. Actually, Doc, are you okay? I was going to knock your back a short while ago, but you were too far though. Social distancing inside the box. 176 for 7. You're not missing any action whatsoever. Football, we give you some football scores later on during the day. As Pakistan, just a reminder, resumed an overnight total of 160 for 5, 160 for 5, a lead of 124. They started with Azam on 54 and Ashraf on 13. Added somewhat 7 more runs, Ashraf, before he was caught by wicketkeeper De Silva off the bowling of Roach. He made 20, and Babar Azam was caught by Holder for a slip. He made 55, just adding 1 more, his overnight total of 54.
Well, Fahim Ashraf's dismissal was quite pleasing because it was the sort of standard outside off some faint edge wicketkeeper dives, well, goes in front of first slip. It would have died if it got to first slip. That was pretty good. But Babar Azam was perplexing because he looked like he was almost trying to turn the ball. It just popped up in the wicket and lobbed over to second slip, which was Jason Holder.
In the meantime, It's going to be Seals now, bowling to the right-hander. Looks like Shah operating from the Michael Holding end. Did they take the new ball?
Well, it's not due yet, but
Exactly.
I think it's just for him to warm up because Jason Holder bowled so well in the last over that you thought that he would have continued. One thing that they have done each morning is to give the opening bowlers just 4 over spells. And we'd mentioned this constantly, that I think they're preserving the workload. They're cognizant that there's going to be another test starting on Friday, and so they don't want to overwork your bowlers. But both Roach and Seals on the first day, Holder today, everybody's been given 4 over spells to start off with.
In the meantime, you have 3 steps at the gully, backward a point. There's a mid-off and mid-on, and a forward short leg beaten outside the off stump. Oh, we see the batsman Shah moving to his left while the ball moving away from the right-hander.
The thing with Shah is you never get the impression that he's trying to get runs. It's always a matter of defence, and yet he's beaten more often than not. Well, of course, he is not a frontline batsman, but you'd figure that he could at least make contact with the ball. He's being beaten with regularity, and yet the ball's not moving that much.
We're going to tell you the Crumbs Bakery question of the day later on. Name the Pakistani. Should I tell them no? No, I was told no. I was told no. We had a great discussion yesterday, though, but I want to continue something with that discussion yesterday. But let's continue with right here at Sabina Park, 176 for 7. Sees once more, bowling to the right-hander. Oh, hitting the outer half of the bat and going between backward point and gully. And they go through for 1. 1 is all they'll get. Uppishly, I may say. So 1 more run to the total, 177 for 7.
You almost felt like Gully, that's Nkrumah Bonner could have taken a dive and tried to take it full length, but it was perfectly inadvertently positioned by Yasser Shah right between the point and the gully, looping in the air but far away, and it wasn't a controlled shot. In fact, I don't even think he knew that it went there.
In the meantime, Ali will be facing up to the bowling of Seals. So the third slip has been taken out again, has been put to the third man region for Ali, who's on 3 from 11 deliveries. And the captain Brathwaite having a word with Seals. He's operating from the Michael Holding end just in front of the George Headley stand. So 2 slips and a gully backward a point. There's a leg slip now involved, and the square leg has gone right back to the boundary. Deep square leg mid off. As we see Seals bowling to the right-hander, trying to pull that delivery. The ball was outside the off stump, and a bouncer going right through to wicketkeeper Da Silva.
But with a short third man, which obviously couldn't be for saving runs, and with the 2 slips and the gully and a leg slip, you could see the setup for a short pitch delivery.
I'm looking to see there's no mid-on or long on.
No, in fact, it's going to be short pitch bowling to Yasser Shah. The short third man is because if there's an edge which loops over the slips, he's expected to catch. So you could almost call it a catching position because he's not saving runs on the boundary.
Exactly. So no mid-on, no long on. So he has to keep it outside the off stump. In the meantime, he's bowling to the right-hander, pulling that delivery down the ground to the vacant mid-on region. They go for 1. They come back for the second. 2 more runs to the total. They think of a third. The thought has become a reality. 3 more runs to the total, 180 for 7, and he has moved on to 6.
Well, once again, a short ball outside off stump. Yasser Shah deciding that he's going to have a swipe at it, and he's also aware that there's nobody in front of the wicket. So once he hits it in front, he's okay. It wasn't an orthodox shot, but nonetheless a well-executed one, because outside off stump, you'd expect the people either to play it over the slips. Of course, you got that short third man, or to let it alone. Yasser Shah recognizes he has to go after it.
I would have tried that ploy, though, when the ball is newer, though, than when the ball is older, because when you bounce that delivery to stand up in front of you, and it stood up in front of him and just pulled it wide. In the meantime, here comes Seals once again, bowling to the right-hander Shah. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. He's caught behind, he's gone. The 8th wicket to go down, 180 for 7. Shah goes back to the pavilion for 4 from 14 deliveries faced, and Pakistan, they're in a spot of bother at 180 for 7. 180 for 8, pardon me.
And indeed, a well set up wicket there, because we spoke about the short pitch balls, we spoke about the fact that they'd left the vacancy in front of the wicket, and yet that ball was on a length outside off stump, standard to what we've seen all day today. Yasser Shah, who's been playing the last 4 deliveries on the back foot, perhaps a bit delayed in coming forward and getting that faint edge, well taken by Joshua Da Silva.
So guess what? The Pakistan team, after resuming on 160 for 4, they have lost how many wickets?
4 wickets.
Oh,
stayed down.
I thought you were going to say 7, though. But certainly it has been an interesting morning. But this is Cricket Love the Cricket here from Sabina Park.
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Caribbean LED Lighting. Look on the brighter side.
Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or their loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
Old-time bakers in Bim bake from home. Remember the Dutch oven made of stone? Then came the bread cart. Oh, you could smell that bread a mile away. And then there was the bread van. Many have made a living selling from them. Now, your bread is as close to your home as you can get it, because there's sure to be a Crumbs bakery near you for a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries, and bread.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
So with 8 wickets gone so far here at Sabina Park, just a little correction though in terms of how many wickets have gone since morning. 3 wickets have gone since morning, because there was you done 160 for 5, there now 180 for 8.
The maths was correct, because you did ask me if it was 4 and 4 dropped. But the point is that Pakistan just have a lead of 144, and it's very important for these last 2 wickets to put on as much as they can. We see on the board that S. Afridi has come out, and how desperately Pakistan wished that was Shahid Afridi, but in fact it is Shahin Shah Afridi.
Why not Abbas though? Why not go with Abbas?
No, I'm just saying that, from batting purposes, they wish that they had an established batsman there.
I'm agreeing with you.
It was very important for Babar Azam to have stayed there as long as possible. He was undone by a ball which was slower, bounced up a bit, and took him by surprise, got an edge. But had he been there, you figure that there would have been a bit more stability. Right now, you're seeing the bat being beaten with regularity.
In the meantime, Mears operating from just in front of our broadcast. White ball to the right. Coming down the track, though, that's Ali trying to swipe him down the ground. There's no long off, on and long on. What was he thinking? Missed all ends up.
Well, I think what he's thinking is that he's got to go for the runs. But the point is, 80 overs are up. The new ball is due. Craig Brathwaite has decided he's going to continue with the old ball and continue with Kyle Mears. And I have a feeling that Hassan Ali is aware of that and says, well, listen, this is the over I've got to capitalize on.
So 3 slips back with a point. There is a cover. Oh, it's the long on and the long off. Now the mid off and mid on has moved to the long on and long off. The man at mid wicket has gone on to deep mid wicket.
And that's because he missed the ball. So imagine if he connected.
In the meantime, 180 for 8. That's a scoreline. Afridi is at the non-striker's end. He's yet to face a delivery. Ali's on 6 from 14 deliveries. So they've taken out 1 slip though. So it's actually a first slip and a third slip. And they put a man down at short third man region. In the meantime, Mears bowling to the right hander Ali and play the ball on the offside defensively. Coming forward though, 180 for 8. The score stands. We're in the 81st over of this innings. The second innings of Pakistan, who resumed on 160 for 5. They've lost 3 wickets so far this morning.
A very interesting field, because all of the wickets have fallen in the slips cordon or the wicketkeeper, and yet they've dropped second slip down to a very short third man, and they've got people on the boundary, long off, long on. You go around to the leg side, you've got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. They have a lot of confidence in his hitting ability.
Well, let's see what will happen. In the meantime, Mears bowling to the right hander Ali. Coming down the wicket once more. It's in the air. Will it go in? Will it be caught? Must be by someone in the stands, because that's a huge 6 there over the man at long off. So 6 more runs to the total, 186 for 8. Ali has moved on to about 9.
And doing exactly what he wanted to do in the first ball, just stepping down, having a wild swipe. That ball was in the stands. It was not going to be caught by somebody in the stands, because there is nobody in the stands. But nonetheless, 6 runs. And of course, this is what Pakistan have to do. The lead now is 150, and they're going to try and get 2 or 3 more of these. Now, it's important for Craig Brathwaite not to go into panic mode. What we're seeing instead is the helmet coming out, because Joshua De Silva is going to now stand up at the stumps and ensure that Hassan Ali stays planted in his crease.
But I thought they should have done the that from before, because you saw when Mayers was bowling yesterday, a few times in few overs, Da Silva came out to the wicket. And if you saw from the first delivery that he came out of his crease trying to hit the ball down the track, I thought he'd have stepped up. But they have done it though after 3 deliveries. So in the meantime, Mayers will be continuing. 2 slips, first and third slips, is a short third man. Bowling to the right hand and swiping down the ground once more. 1 bounce and beats the man who's like Warwickon, who was in the long off region. So 4 more runs to the total, 190 for 8.
And one does question now whether the new ball should have been taken or not. But Hassan Ali making hay while the sun shines. That ball was hit hard, it was hit flat, it was aerial. I think Jamal Warwickon caught in 2 minds whether he should try and go and catch it or whether he should stop the 4, because had he run around the boundary, I think it could have been cut off. Instead he went towards it, then realized it wasn't a catch. He's now been placed a bit wider.
So Ali has moved on to 16. Mayers going to the right hand once more. Yorker left delivery. Beating the man in cover. They go through for 1. They think of a second. And now they'll take the second. So 192 for 8. Ali has moved on to 18. He means business in this 81st over.
And the lead moves on to 152, is it? Which is 156, sorry. Which means that for Pakistan, if they can get another, I'd say about 20 runs or so, they would feel that this pair has done some justice. But Hassan Ali just not hanging around. He's on 18 off of 18 deliveries.
Deep backward a point. Deep mid wicket, a long on, long off. And a long leg in the meantime. The batsman taps at the crease. That's Ali. Mayers once again from just in front of our broadcast point. Well into the right hander. Swinging out from outside the off stump. That was his intention. And that's the end of the 81st over. Pakistan, they're 192 for 8. Ali on 18, and Afridi will be facing up. He's yet to get off the mark, has not faced a delivery just yet.
Still no indication from the umpire whether the new ball has been taken or not. But that last ball by Carl Mayers was what happens when you get hit by the batsman regularly. He bowled it wide outside off stump, not looking for a wicket, he's just looking for a dot ball. And so victory to Hassan Ali in that over. He was able to hit a 6, he was able to hit the next ball for 4, then he got 2, and he carried the lead above 150. It's now 156.
Well, 192 for 8. That's the score for Pakistan, their second innings. Ali has had a discussion, though, with Afridi. How is he with the bat, though, Afridi?
Well, I think the discussion would be just get back to ball and let's go for a single, because I'm obviously seeing it better than most people this morning, and so I'd like to have a go at this end as well.
Well, left-hander is Afridi, so left-right combination at the wicket for Pakistan. We look on the slip corner now. They're 1, 2, 3 slips to the gully, backward a point, a forward short leg, mid-off and mid-on. Seals from the holding end, bowling to the left-hander. Coming forward half-heartedly, though, was Afridi. And he went right through to wicket keeper Da Silva.
Important for Jaden Seals to see if Afridi plays at the ball outside off stump, then if he can dart one into his toes. Because a Yorker, you always get the feeling that Afridi is a bit upright, a bit late, and a bit overbalanced. So a Yorker on the leg stump would be something I think could be worth trying. But you might want to set that up by a few balls outside the off stump.
192 for 8. Pakistan in their second innings after resuming 160 for 5. Seals once again operating from the Michael holding end, bowling to the left-hander Afridi. 3 slips and a gully, driving, hit in front, appeal for leg before. The appeal still going on to umpire Joel Wilson, who has not raised the dreaded finger. Are they going to go upstairs? So I'm hearing persons saying it did not pitch outside, he's out. But I don't know, only one umpire or one umpire is in that play.
Well, that voice was Jaden Seals, who's the bowler. Of course, it didn't pitch outside off for the bowler, but that could be once again. We've only seen it once, and the feeling is that he was pretty adjacent there. The only question is, did it hit him on outside the off stump? He was offering a stroke, and therefore that would save him. Of course, it takes a bit of time to have these replays come back onto the screen. So we're now seeing that the ball is being delivered in slow motion. The batsman is pitched on the stumps, and it hits him, I think, in front of the stumps. Was there an inside edge? I didn't think I saw one.
If there's no inside edge.
Ultra edge now coming up, and it is showing us that there is a flat line still. You're going past the bat, it remains flat, and therefore I don't think you can say there's an inside edge. The ball crashing into the...
Can you count, Doc?
Can I count?
Yes. I'll ask you, I'll tell you that in a very short while. Because I think you will have to count after this decision is going to be made.
How many wickets have fallen? Still waiting. We're waiting for the reconstruction. And that is impact, and it is out. So I think you're going to see a reversal of the decision made by umpire Wilson.
So you can count, though. So one more would make it 9. That's why I asked. From once you saw that delivery going on, that was middle stump. middle stump lower than knee height.
Well, as Jaden Seal said, if it did not hit him outside off stump, that is out, and he was absolutely correct. What we had mentioned the ball before this, Sean, was that tendency of him not of Shaheen Shah Afridi not getting down to the ball, and if you pitch it up to him on the stumps, he's likely to get in trouble. I'd spoken about the Yorker. This wasn't far from it, but it's the exact same ploy that they used.
Okay, well, that was plum. Almost an apple. Oh, do you know those?
If it was an apple, it wouldn't have been out. So the only thing I can say in defense of the umpire is that he may have thought there was an inside edge. That would be the only thing that would have been going through his mind. Well, what is going through the mind of the West Indians is how quickly they can wrap up this innings. The lead is 156. We have the last man now coming to the wicket. And Jaden Seals has gone 4. So it's 4 wickets to Jaden Seals. He certainly would want to get his 5-4, which would be a crowning achievement for him. He's bowled very well. And we're in the 82nd over, which means that I still don't see the indication of new ball having been taken.
Why would you do it now? Why would you take it now?
Well, I mean, Craig Brathwaite has made some tough decisions today, and you have to say they've paid off.
Yes, they have, but you have to big up special thanks to Michael Arthur and his team at Crumbs Bakery in Barbados, though. Must give you the numbers to text 12462534 So the question is, the Crumbs Bakery question of the day is...
To come after lunch.
So you just keep in tune. We're going to give you the question. It's an easy question, a very easy question. In the meantime, 3 slips to the gully, backward a point, mid off and mid on, forward short leg to the new batsman Abbas. Hanging his back to dry outside the off stump. The ball going through to wicketkeeper Da Silva. There's also a long leg being implemented for this new batsman.
Last ball of the over, and Jaden Seals would so desperate like to get his 5th wicket, I'm sure.
192 for 9, though. Out of the 3 flags, you see, though, only 1 flag is actually moving in the wind, and that's a Pakistan flag.
Yes.
Does that mean something?
It means that the wind is hitting the Pakistan flag.
Oh, that's what it means. No, Doc, you have to do better than that. But it does mean something, though, what Doc said it means. In the meantime, Seals bowling to Abbas, straying on the leg side, collected by Da Silva. And that ends the over, I think. No, one more delivery to go.
The scoreboard has us sort of guessing a bit, but I think they're probably on the ball and we're not. So it did say 14.4. It said that for a very long time. In fact, it still says that, even though 2 balls have been bowled. So I'm a bit confused about how many balls, but we reckon it's now the last ball of the over. Jaden Seals actually slapped his thigh because that ball was down the leg side. It was wide. It was not controlled, and clearly was not what he was trying to do.
192 for 9 as Seals once again bowling to the right-hander Abbas. Taps away at the crease and coming forward defensively, playing the ball backward a point. No run scored. So that is a final delivery of the 82nd over.
Well, in fact, the scoreboard has now gone to 14.3 balls, and after this ball has gone back up to 14.4. So this is the 4th ball that we've had 14.4 on the scoreboard. I just have to figure that. Well, we've got reprieve now. The scoreboard is up to 14.5. So in the space of that delivery, it went from 14.4 to 14.3 to 4 to 5. We reckon that this is the last ball for the 3rd time.
Let me not even comment. In the meantime, what I can tell you is the score 192 for 9. Pakistan in their second innings. 3 slips at the gully, backward a point, mid off and mid on, forward short leg, long leg. And we see Seals going to the right hander. Oh, that's a bouncer actually. He actually dipped into that delivery, hit him outside the off stump, and it bounced awkward to his left. End of the over. Finally, the 82nd over, 192 for 9. Ali on 18. Abbas yet to get off the mark.
And Abbas hit on the back there. It was a short pitch ball. It actually didn't bounce, which is the reason he got hit. He was so low that the fielders actually appealed for an LBW, which of course if he was adjacent to the wicket, he would have been. So it was a very, very low hit. That ball hit him outside the off stump. No chance of it being an LBW. But Jaden Seals, you can see, employing that body tactic, not in a vicious manner, but that's what you're probably going to have to do with these lower end batsmen. You saw where Hassan Ali, when you pitched it up to him, was quite willing to go down the wicket and have a swipe. And because of that, what we've got is Kemar Roach now replacing Carl Mears.
192 for 9. That's a score. Right now, giving you the score with India and England. The second innings, India 120 for 3 in their second innings. England made 391 in their first, and India made 364 in their first innings. So they're 120 for 3 in their second innings. In the meantime, a bowling change, though. Mears has been replaced by Kemar Roach. I don't see. Is that the new ball, though? I don't think they have taken it as yet, but Kima Roach has been introduced, so I would think that they may have taken it, and I'm assuming. But to the field, though, I don't think that's the case, because there's only one slip.
Right. That's right, yes. But the field doesn't indicate the new ball's been taken. In fact, we've seen the ball in the hand of Kima Roach. It's not the new ball.
Right.
It's just not got that sheen. So interesting.
Yeah, so one slip is in. Second slip, bowler to the right-hander. That is Ali, who was very aggressive in the last over of Mayers. But I guess Captain Brathwaite don't want Pakistan to put on any more runs. Look at the field, and a very, very defensive field. Third man, a deep back for the point. There's a sweep on the boundary, a long on and long off. And a deep square leg.
There's 7 people on the boundary.
Yes.
You're bowling to the number 10 batsman or the number 9 batsman for the 10th wicket with Kima Roach, your top pace of bowling, and just one slip.
In the meantime, Roach bowling to the right hander, pulling the ball down the ground, and for 6, a flat 6 coming off the bat of Ali. You heard I hesitated a short while ago. He has moved on to now 24, and the scoreline should move to 198 for 9.
So having had 7 men on the boundary, that ball was hit straight right between the long on and the long off for 6. You cannot afford, I mean, Hassan Ali had shown it in the last over, you can't afford to allow him to open his arms and swing. He's going to do that irrespective of where the ball is pitched. It's got to be bowled a bit closer to the body, a tighter length, and I do believe that they need slips there to take the catch.
Roach once again from the court to watch end, bowling to the right hander Ali, a Yorker length delivery. Wanting again to come down the ground, though, however, had to dig that one out. Still the score stands at 198 for 9. Ali is there on 24 from 21 deliveries. And Abbas at the non-striker's end, he has faced 3 deliveries and yet to get off the mark.
And that makes the lead 162. It is climbing because of Hassan Ali, who's now on 24 off 21 balls.
Well, you're not missing any action, just one slip. Using about second or third slip, maybe second slip. There's a third man, deep back with a point. There's a long leg, deep square leg. Long on, long off. Bullet to the right hander, pulling, but playing under that delivery, going through to wicket keeper Da Silva. His intention is known. Everyone in the field, everyone in the ground, everyone at home knows Ali's intention. He's going to be attacking.
And you saw the Yorker being bowled the ball before this, and then you're seeing Roach trying to get it closer to the body. They've got to keep his arms close. You've got to keep it on the body. Let him have a swing. Chances are it's going to go straight up in the air if he makes contact.
Roach again from just in front of our broadcast point, going by umpire Brathwaite with the right hander outside the off stump and edging past the wicket keeper Da Silva into the boundary for 4. 28 on the board for Ali, and the scoreline has moved now to 202.
Well, we had spoken about the fact that they needed slips there. This is a lower end batsman. You cannot have 7 people on the boundary and a second slip. And where did the ball go? Straight where first slip would have been. It would have been a regulation catch. There's bound to be a margin of chance for the bowler when you have this batsman swinging the way he is. Still no slip put in place.
Still no first slip.
Still no first slip, put in place. The Pakistan 200 in the meantime comes up after 498 balls.
In 366 minutes, Roach once again, and fanning off that delivery. I don't know, that shot was more of a fan shot. Was it pulling, was it hooking, was it doing anything?
Because it was on the body. And so he was not able to free his arms, and he just went waving after the ball. Not good thinking there, in my view. Not good field placing, and even Kima Roach in the end perhaps going a bit wide to a batsman who's shown that if it's wide he's going to have a go.
202 for 9, that's a score by Pakistan in their second innings. Ali on 28 was looked extremely aggressive as he's practicing the shot. Is that a fan shot? It's like a fly over his head, and he used the bat to actually hit it out of the way.
I have no idea where he's practicing that. That's not going to get him any runs. He literally is taking, it's almost like a fly swatter. He's taking the bat and just hitting it down. But nonetheless, it's whatever he's done is effective for him, and the lead is just mounting. You could say it's now 170.
Well, Seals will be continuing, and we're building to Abbas. 3 slips in the gully, back with a point. There is a cover fielder, forward short leg, Adam it on, ball it to the right hander. Aglin trying to angle the ball through the slip cordon, but diving forward there, not allowing the ball to go through. Tell you who that is. It's like Bono. Yes, it was Nkrumah Bono. He's at the gully region, actually. So, very good feeling from Bono diving to his left. Still the score stands at 202 for 9. 3 slips in the gully, back with a point. Forward short leg. There is a mid-on and a mid-off. There was no one in Roach actually getting some shade. He's in the fine region. I was looking for him a while ago, but actually he's in the shade. So Seals continues from the Michael Holding end, bowling to the right-hander Abbas. Going forward but beaten outside the off-stump. Brilliant delivery coming from Seals. Was so far taken 4 for 54 from 15.2 overs.
Looks intent to take his 5th wicket there. Very good line, very good length outside the off-stump. Abbas has shown that he's not able to negotiate that. Once again, if that can be made to hit the ball, they would go for a single, no doubt, because I think Hassan Ali realizes that he's got to get on both sides, get on strike as much as possible, because Abbas doesn't look like he's likely to score runs. In fact, he doesn't look like he's likely to stay for too long.
Well, time will tell, as I always say. Wide, mid off, mid on, forward short leg, 3 slips to the gully, back with a point again. Sees bowling to the right-hander Abbas. Coming forward defensively, playing on the offside. They go through for a single quickly. They throw at another striker's end, but it goes into the body of Abbas, who was actually just hustling the way down the track. So one more run to the total, 203 for 9. Abbas is off the mark, he's on 1. Ali will be facing up, he's on 28. I want to see the field for Ali.
Right, very good thinking there, because the ball went towards the fielder, who you figured could have cut off that single, but the batsmen are off in a flash, and you know why. Ali wants to take strike. Ali is now going to take strike for the first time against Jayden Seals. Once again, we're seeing that field spread out, as if we're in the power play of a T20 match, out of a power play of a T20 match. You're getting 7 people spreading out around the field on the boundary. That solitary second slip. Come a bit finer now, so he's a 1.5 slip, you could almost say. But that's the gap that the ball went through in the previous oval.
In the meantime, Seals continues to bowling to the right-hander Ali, pulling the balls in the air. It is Roach underneath it and takes a catch. That's the end of the innings. It's the end of the inning, 203, all out.
And Jayden Seals takes his 5th wicket. So 5 wickets to Jayden Seals. Fantastic effort there by him. Hassan Ali was going to swing. Hassan Ali has gotten a different sort of bowler, one who has a bit more bounce, and was, as we mentioned, not given the width. It popped up in the air, smartly judged by Kemar Roach, who made sure that he got his lap under it, so even if it popped out of his hands, it would have gone into his laps. Well taken by him, and so that means that the Pakistanis are now bowled out for 203.
Well, I thought you were going to actually do the calculation, because you have been calculating from this morning, Doc, telling us what West Indies now need to actually score to win this test match, if they are going to win the test match on this penultimate day.
How much you make that now? Is it 168, am I correct, for victory? Can you just have that checked for me, please? But an excellent effort. And we're seeing, justifiably, seeing Jayden Seals being given the ball. He's holding it up. The entire team is behind him, clapping, as he will lead the team off of the field. The Pakistani batsman long left, and the umpire is even leaving right now. Jayden Seals just savouring the moment. Unfortunately, no spectators here to share it with him, but we're hoping that you can share it with him at home. A remarkable achievement in a very, very early Test career. This is his first year of Test cricket. And what is it, his 3rd Test?
On the 3rd test. The Pakistan team, though, resumed on 160 for 5. That was their overnight total, a lead of 36, and a lead of 24. A lead of how many? 124, pardon me. They started the day proceedings with Babar Azam on 54 and Ashraf on 13. However, Ashraf was the first to go, caught by the wicketkeeper of the bowling of Roach. A very good delivery, though, from Kemar Roach.
Indeed, yes. That was the sort of thing you want to do early on. In fact, every time that there's been a resumption of play, either at the start of the day's play or after a rain break, we've seen that sort of wicket fall. Outside off stump, getting the edge. Obviously, the batsman just not settled as yet.
But the next wicket to go, though, Babar Azam, 55, caught by hold at first slip of the bowling of Mayers, was somewhat tricky, though, because I thought they brought on Mayers just to actually hold back the proceedings so he can bowl some overs so the new ball could be taken.
I actually thought they brought him back because he was using that old ball so well yesterday, and indeed that's what happened, a change of pace, not by Mayers, perhaps by the wicket, because the ball just slowed and popped up a bit and took the outside edge, almost a leading edge, you'd have to say, because the bat was turned, but obviously it went to first slip, so it wasn't a leading edge, but it really had Babar Azam just standing up and thinking, what just happened?
Yasir Shah was the next man to go for 4, caught by wicket-keeper of the bowling of Seals, actually. Seals creating a storm from the Michael Holding end.
Absolutely. It was Jason Holder who started at that end and bowled very well, but Seals just took it to another level and was able to go after the lower-end batsman. Yasir Shah didn't look like he was going to hang around for very long.
The penultimate wicket was of Afridi, a judged leg before. looked like a plum, if you ever see a ripe plum before. But the umpire did not actually lift his finger.
And I think that was because he must have thought there was an inside edge.
Well, I'm going with you.
However,
Doc.
what we did say is that Shaheen Shahid Afridi is susceptible to that ball that's full on the wicket, Yorker length or just short of that, and that's exactly what happened. He bowled the ball very full, and Afridi was not able to get his bat down in time.
And the last wicket to go was an enterprising wicket of Hassan Ali, though, who looked extremely attacking, and you did not like the field placing set by Captain Brathwaite.
I did not like the fact that there was no slip there, and that was proven in the over before. That there was only one slip, and not a slip cordon, because this sort of batsman is likely to get an edge. He's not a top-ordered batsman. Secondly, the bowling tactic of being wide when you know that he's able to swing his arms was not one. We said that if you pitch it on the body, it's more likely to go up in the air, and that's exactly what happened. Pitched it on the body, didn't have control of the shot, it went up in the air, and Kemar Roach was able to take the catch.
So the Pakistan team in their second innings all out for 203. 203 all out, led by Babar Azam's 55, top scoring on the day. We'll give you the bowling figures. What we can say, those Seals took 5 for 55 from 15.4 overs. Kemar Roach 3 for 30 from 19 overs.
And I believe that the West Indians now need 168 to win this test match. 168 runs. Very important once again for the captain to lay anchor and hold the innings together. We've seen where the West Indies can capitulate very, very quickly. We do have some batsmen who have some question marks around their name simply by their performance in the first innings. I'm talking about Kieran Powell, who was out for 0. We're talking about Nkrumah Bonner, who was out first ball. We're talking about Kyle Mears, who was out first ball. They clearly are better than first ballers, and therefore we expect them to contribute. But it's very important for the West Indies to just take it session by session, slowly if they have to, but go for this without any rash shots, and with the belief that you've got to maintain your wicket because you don't know what's going to happen if you lose yours.
Well, you have 2 sessions and odd, because many persons may think that at 6 o'clock, or maybe it will go on till 6, because they do have another catching up to do. So persons may think that the West Indies may try to win this match today. And is that the right thing to do?
There are no points to be had. There's no favours to be gained by winning it by today. What West Indies need to do is to win it. And if it takes today and tomorrow, that's absolutely fine. The reality is, the longer you've got to play the ball on merit. There's nothing in the weather system that's going to help the bowlers. There's nothing in the pitch that's showing that it's deteriorating at a rate that Yasir Shah is going to come into play. So it's a matter of just playing sensible cricket. From the Pakistani point of view, they've got to maintain pressure straight through. And this is where it's hard for Babar Azam, because he's got to have an attacking field. But if there are 2 drives that go for 4, you start thinking, hold on, I only have 168 runs to play with. He's got to be positive, because the only way Pakistan is going to win this match is to bowl out the West Indies.
Well, time will tell, though. But guess what? The duo of Renard Brown and Jerome Foster, they're here. But in the meantime, the latest score, 203 all-out Pakistan, and West Indies now set a target of 168 for victory in this opening test.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
That's the sound of...
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Caribbean LED lighting. Look on the brighter side.
Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or their loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
Bro, did you know
know that if you switch to LED lighting throughout your home, that you could save as much as 80% on your lighting costs? Yes, man. And did you know, wait, you knew that? Of course, I also know that with using LED lights, I get brighter lighting that lasts longer and is better for the environment too. And by choosing my LED lights from Caribbean LED, I get up to 3 years warranty. Wow, you know very much. I hear all the ads on radio for Caribbean LED. Call them and ask at 621-0092 or visit them in Lower Estate or Wildy if you don't believe me.
Old time bakers in Bim bake from home. Remember the Dutch oven made of stone? Then came the bread cart. Oh, you could smell that bread a mile away. And then there was the bread van. Many have made a living selling from them. Now, your bread is as close to your home as you can get it, because there's sure to be a Crumbs bakery near you for a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries, and bread.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
C-A-O. What you doing? Practicing how to say hello in Italian so I can go impress the folks at Caribbean LED.
You mean because they have the new Fumagalli range of lighting fixtures, ideal for outdoor use, especially for homes like ours in the tropics, affected by constant sunlight and sea spray?
Fumagalli.
Aren't you? Head to the store at Wildy. I will go to the Lower Estate location on my way home. Oh, and it's not Ciao, it's pronounced Chow.
Wait, it's Chow?
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
All right, so you heard from Sean Grant and Dr. Akshay Bant Singh. I'm here with my very good friend Jerome Foster as the Pakistanis take the field. The West Indies opening pair of Kieran Powell and Craig Brathwaite walking out. 168 runs to get for the West Indies to win this first test here at Sabina Park against Pakistan. They have a second test that starts next week. They can't look forward to that just yet. They have to look at 168 runs. They have, 5.5 sessions to get 168 runs, because today is the fourth day. We're still in the first session of the fourth day. So no rush. And we saw that from Craig Brathwaite in the first innings for his 97. We just want the same from the other West Indies batsmen.
Absolutely. And with almost 160 overs to go in the test match, you expect the West Indies to bat, if they are supposed to bat 160 overs, they're supposed to coast home. But obviously, they're not going to utilize all 160 overs to get to 168 runs. And as we look ahead, we see the batting coach, Monty Desai, taking up his position on the boundary in a superstitious manner to cheer on the batsmen, Craig Brathwaite and Kieran Powell. But interestingly, the West Indies chasing 200 or fewer in fourth innings. There have been 61 instances. 61 times the West Indies have been asked to chase 200 runs in the fourth innings. And 55 times they have won the test. The other 6, they have been drawn results. So everything is in the favor of the West Indies now to go on and take a 1-0 series lead in this series. But obviously, things are not always on paper, and you have to go out and execute on the day as well on a surface that is not extremely difficult, just that both teams in their first innings as well as Pakistan haven't shown enough application on a wicket that has done a lot for the fast bowlers for the first couple of days. Craig Brathwaite, he made 97 in the first innings. Kieran Powell definitely needs a score. Shea Hope is waiting in the wings. He was brought in as the opener for the first couple of games against South Africa. So a lot of things are riding on a successful performance here for the West Indies and on individual players to perform to keep their places in the team.
Yeah, and of course we'll take this opportunity as well to give you the Crumbs Bakery question of the day. Name the Pakistani with the best bowling figures in a test at Sabina Park. So name the Pakistani with the best bowling figures in a test at Sabina Park. You send your answers to 1-246-253-4676. That is 1-246-253-4679. So you can send us your answers there. Of course, I did go through the scorecard before, but we are going to do that again for you as we await the start of this West Indies chase. And again, the question of the day, the Crumbs Bakery question of the day, name the Pakistani with the best bowling figures in Test at Sabina Park. The number again, 1-246-253-4679. As we're about to commence the West Indies chase of this 168 runs. And maybe the topic of the day could be, what change would you make to the West Indies team, if any, for the second Test, which starts next week? And of course, our topic of the day is sponsored by our very good friends at Caribbean LED Lighting.
And with Jaden Seals' 5 in the second innings of Pakistan's innings, he became the youngest West Indian pacer to take a 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. He's only 19 years old. Wonderful stuff from the Trinidadian.
So it will be Mohammad Abbas who will start for Pakistan to bowl to Captain Craig Brathwaite here with the West Indies 168. A delivery back of a length, and Brathwaite again in his flamboyant style just allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run. 3 slips in place. Gully backward point, a mid-on, mid-off. There's a forward short leg, a backward short leg, and there's a man down at fine leg. Again, 168 to win for the West Indies. Pakistan, they made 217 all out and 203. The West Indies 253 in their first innings. 168 runs to take a 1-0 lead in this Test series. Mohammad Abbas again from over the wicket from the Courtney Walsh end, the Michael Holding end, as this one is guided into the gully region. Diving away to his left was Yasir Shah, effecting that stop. And the score, the West Indies yet to get a run on the board. And remember, the West Indies, they lost their first 2 wickets with 1 run on the board. They don't want a repeat of the first innings. They want to get off to a positive start and a good start. And they, again, we say they do have 5.5 sessions to get 168 runs.
168, day and a half.
3 slips still in place. Gully as Mohammad Abbas runs in over the wicket. Brathwaite behind this one, defends it again into the offside. Covers all 3 stumps, Craig Brathwaite, whenever he defends those deliveries that are roundabout off stump, and plays them well, plays them underneath his eyes. Wait until the ball gets right close to his body to defend it. Doesn't necessarily reach out to try and meet the ball with his bat away from his body.
Indeed. And you said flamboyant to describe Craig Brathwaite. I think the only thing flamboyant about him is his leave alone.
I was describing the leave
very
alone.
Exaggerated leave. Love it.
Waves the bat in the air. Here is Mohammad Abbas. This one driven by Brathwaite. Straight to the man at backward point. Wasn't convinced in that shot. Craig Brathwaite more open the face. Was trying to maybe guide it through backward point and gully. And got the ball straight to Alam there at backward point, who is now making his way back to his fielding position. Babar Azam, the captain of the Pakistan team, walks back into his 3rd slip position. So 3 of the top 4 batsmen in this Pakistan lineup in the slip quarter. Abid Ali, Imam Butt, and the captain Babar Azam. As this is a full delivery, again outside the line of the off stump, and this time and Craig Brathwaite in a more traditional way just stepped out onto his front foot, bat above his head, and allowed this one to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
And no problem so far for him. Delivery is not on stumps as consistent as Mohammad Abbas has been in his career, and furthermore in this Test, because he was very miserly in the first innings. Bowled almost 20 overs, conceding less than 45 runs. So he was very consistent with his areas and lines and lengths, but not so far in his opening over.
Here's Abbas again, this time on the line of the middle stump, and Brathwaite shuffling over to the offside, just defenses into the onside, and there is no run. So maiden over to start from Mohammad Abbas. The West Indies none for none, needing 168 runs for victory in this first Test against Pakistan here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, easy start for the West Indies. Not a lot of issues so far. Negotiated quite confidently and easily by the captain Craig Brathwaite, who is in some form. He made 97 in the first innings and should still be disappointed by the way he got out in that first innings. Tried to take a non-existent second run and was run out. A direct hit from Hassan Ali from deep backward square. But it's a new innings, a new time to probably bat as deep as he likes and accumulate a lot of deliveries and take his team over the line. Should they bat out the next 2 sessions, you expect the West Indies to be well and truly on their way to winning this Test match this afternoon. But you have to take the game in strides and take the innings in patterns, wait on the bad deliveries, bat normally, bat sensibly, bat cautiously, as Test openers would do in the first hour of an innings.
Shine Shafridi to bowl over the wicket. Left arm Asiba to bowl to the left-handed Powell, who is confidently onto his front foot this time and defends into the offside, and there is no run. Tends to be caught on the crease a lot, Powell. Early in his innings, deliveries pitching roundabout off stump and moving away from him, and this time was able to get a good stride in and play that ball close to his body into the offside, and there is no run. Give you a run through of the Pakistan scorecard. After this delivery from Shine Shafridi, 3 slips in place, gully backward point, mid-on, mid-off. There's a mid-wicket and a fine leg as Shine Shafridi runs away from us. A delivery full allows this one to hit the front pad, didn't play a shot, and the umpire says not out. And I guarantee the Pakistanis will consult and maybe go upstairs. A misjudgment here from Powell, a delivery that he felt was going away, probably hit outside the line of the off stump, but didn't offer a shot. So it is now whether or not the ball would have gone on to hit the stump. Babar Azam gives a signal. No Brathwaite, umpire Brathwaite sends it upstairs, and interest and intrigue on this decision now.
Yeah, but I think that delivery, even though it hit him without playing a shot, it would take some more to come back to hit the stumps. It was way outside the off stump. I didn't think it came back a long way from Shine Shafridi. Remember his left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Naturally, the ball is going away from the left-hander with the natural movement, and it seems to be coming back. Seems pretty adjacent based on the review that we are seeing now, the replay that we're seeing. A misjudgment in length from Kieran Powell, and, well, it says missing. So he's safe. Good decision by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. We haven't said that a lot in this test. Good decision from the Barbadian. Got it right and saved Kieran Powell from a golden pair.
I'm not sure why, but again, it's just Powell just thinking that delivery would have pitched and gone away from him. That delivery pitched, held its line. Lucky enough for him, it started too wide outside the line of the off stump, and that was what saved him. Pakistan, though, they lose a review because it was a not out and it stayed not out.
Yeah. My initial thought was that it had to come back a longer way than it did. He was way outside the off stump while he was leaving. Covered all 3, Kieran Powell.
Here, Shine Shafridi again to bowl to Powell. This delivery on the line of the stumps is a low appeal, and Brathwaite gives him out and he reviews it right away. Much straighter in line, much fuller in length, and again Powell was falling away to the offside. The ball cannoned into his front pads, and now within the space of a couple of deliveries, we're going back upstairs.
Looks a little bit high. Kieran Powell is showing Craig Brathwaite that it wrapped him above his knee roll. Seems high. New ball, not too full. Back of a driving length. Coming forward, stuck on the crease. It's way above the flap of his pad. Almost hitting me on the thigh. Umpire Brathwaite seemingly having some issues judging the height of impact. And that ball should be going over the top. Even though we're waiting on DRS to confirm, it's way too high. Good review.
We've seen this before, though.
From Kieran Powell.
From umpire Brathwaite. Remember, the signal is out, so it has to be missing. It has to be missing
completely.
for it to be overturned. Umpire Brathwaite gave him out. If it is clipping and it's umpire's call, then it's another duck. Pitching outside the line of the off stump, impact in line and missing.
Yeah, missed by a long way. Long way. A bad decision there from Gregory Brathwaite. And luckily for the West Indies, Kieran Powell sent it upstairs. He was confident that it was not out. Ball almost hit him on the thigh pad. It was that high. It was flying over the 3 stumps. And good thing for the West Indies that they have a review.
And I tell you what, it was a similar dismissal that of Nkrumah Bonner in the first innings. The ball hit above the knee roll. It came back, clipping the bail. Umpire's call. Brathwaite then gave him out. Here's Shine Shafridi, an eventful over thus far. Is that another one? Squares him up, gets a thick outside edge in between Gully and the man at third slip and into the boundary for 4. We've seen everything in this opening over. We've seen a leave alone onto the front pad. A review comes back missing. We've seen him being hit above his pad, given out, review not out. Now being squared up, was looking to play that ball into the onside. Thick edge in between third slip and Gully and into the ropes for 4.
Yeah, perennial problem for Kieran Powell is playing across the natural movement of the ball. loves to play through the mid-on region. And luckily for him, the ball went through the vacant gap between the third slip and gully. Lucky streak there. An eventful over so far. Hit on the pad twice, edging the delivery, moving away from him, playing across the line of the delivery, and got 4 runs.
Here's Shine Shafrid again to bowl to Powell. Again, he's hit on the pad, a loud appeal, and the umpire gives him out this time. And again, he reviews. We've had everything in this over. After 3 days and an hour, this over has summed up everything that we've seen.
And Karen Powell couldn't believe it. He shook his head in dismay. He almost flashed off the umpire based on his disappointment with his finger going up. It looked a little bit straighter this time. It looked a little bit fuller this time from Shine Shafrid. And it's seemingly heading down the leg side. But again, umpire Brathwaite gave it out. So once he's given out, once the ball is hitting the stumps, clipping the stumps, it will be umpire's call. So we wait with a bated breath here what will happen. But Karen Powell was disappointed. He was frustrated with the decision by Brathwaite. Shine Shafrid was excited. He was ecstatic. He was happy. Because this was the 3rd time hitting Powell on the pads. 2nd time an umpire call was given in his favor. He's signaling out to the stands is Shine Shafrid. Still waiting on ball tracking at the moment. Currently the West Indies are 4 without loss. It would be 4 for 1 based on the fact that Gregory Brathwaite gave him out. Still waiting on ball tracker. Ball seemingly going down the leg side from our vantage point. But again, we have to wait and see what the technology says. Karen Powell is furious. He's fuming. Hands akimbo with his captain. And now we see DRS coming up. Ball pitching in line. Impact in line. Umpire's call. Clipping leg stump. Clipping leg stump. And Karen Powell has to go because the original decision from Gregory Brathwaite was out. He walks off furious, even questioning the umpire's call again. The West Indies lose their first wicket. 4 for 1. Shine Shafrid strikes. Troubled Karen Powell so far in the over and got a wicket.
So it's 4 for 1. The West Indies needing 168 runs to win. That's the latest score here at Sabina Park.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community. This time at Silver Sands in Christchurch, another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
So the West Indies in their first innings, they were 2 for 2 at close. Now they're 4 for 1, needing 168 runs to win. And Nkrumah Bonner, the Jamaican, in his first test here at Sabina Park, went for a first ball duck in the first innings. And again he walks out with Powell dismissed and umpire Brathwaite, the standing umpire.
But this time it's Shine Shafrid. It's the first time facing Shine Shafrid, the left-arm pacer. The previous time in the first innings it would have been Mohamed Abbas bowling. From that, the Michael Holding end. Now he's facing Shine Shafrid from the Courtney Walsh end.
So here's Afridi over the wicket to bowl to Nkrumah Bonner. His first delivery, Bonner onto the front foot, gets a full one and gets off the mark. That's his first run in Test cricket at Sabina Park. Nkrumah Bonner gets off the golden pair. And the West Indies 5 for 1 at the end of over number 2. But I get the feeling that that was the most exciting over that we've seen in the West Indies' last 3 or 4 series.
Possibly. And probably Kyle Mears is 200. But outside of that, it was a very, very eventful over. An exciting over. Drama-filled over. Firstly, Karen Powell hit on the pad without playing a shot, without offering a shot. Not out was signal. The Pakistanis reviewed. Umpire's call remained on. Not out. Next delivery. Hit in front. Ball on the hit on the flop of the pad. Above the flop of the pad. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite said out. The ball after that went through the slip cordon for 4. And the very next delivery hit on the pad. Sent upstairs. Gone.
Here's Mohamed Abbas to bowl to Bonner, who is squared up. A delivery pitch round and about midland leg and angling across the right-hander. Squared up, defended into the offside, and there is no run. So he was hit on the pad, not offering a shot, given not out, reviewed, came back not out as missing. The following delivery was hit on the pad, hit above the pad, given out by umpire Brathwaite. He reviewed it, came back as missing. Here's Abbas, comes into bowl to Bonner. Bonner on the line of the body, plays this one with soft hands, just dropping it in front of the man at forward short leg, and there is no run. It was a thick outside edge, was squared up. The ball went in between third slip and gully for 4. And then another delivery that was hit on the pads this time. The umpire gave it out. It came back as clipping the leg stump, so it remained out. Here's Abbas over the wicket to bowl to Bonner. Bonner onto the front foot and defends this one again. Bat and pad closer together, and in his traditional way, Nkrumah Bonner plays the delivery, doesn't wait around, walks away to the adjacent pitch on the leg side, and then walks back to take his guard. With 3 slips in place, gully backward point, mid-on, mid-off, forward short leg, and a man at fine leg.
Yeah, we must tell the listeners that the DRS system has changed a bit. That no more of the ball, less of the ball hitting is still regarded as umpires called than previously.
Bonner allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper. No shot offered.
Because previously it would have been more than 50% has to hit the stumps for it to be judged as hitting the stumps. Our umpires call. Now, less the percentage has dropped significantly to aid the umpires some more and to get more wickets involved. But again, as a batsman and probably as an opener in Karen Paul's case, he would feel hard done by that decision because the ball was barely clipping the stumps. And again, the technology is not 100%. So to be dismissed like that, you're going to be furious. And in a position where he's in the team under pressure, not good.
Here's another delivery back of a length, and Bonner behind it and works it down to the man at mid-on, and there is no run. So had it been the previous rules, as far as half or more than half of the ball had to be hitting more than half of the stumps, then he would have been safe. When it, based on DRS, the ball was clipping, the outer portion of the ball made contact with the outer portion of the leg stump. Here's the Abbas, comes into bowl to Bonner, and Bonner allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. And then Nkrumah Bonner is a little bit short on runs, maiden over, by the way, by Mohamed Abbas. But you get the feeling as well, Jerome, that the danger man here is Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Definitely, especially with the new ball. You know what Mohamed Abbas is going to give you. He's going to give you consistent lines and lengths, accuracy, all day, all night. With Shaheen Shah Afridi, he's that X factor in the Pakistani bowling attack. He's very aggressive, bowls full at the start of his spells because his left arm over, looking for that swing. He's threatening the stumps all the time, always trying to hit the stumps. So you're LBW and the bowl candidate once he's in operation. So the West Indies will have to be very, very mindful of that, but also very cautious in their approach. It's just 168. But you have to be wary of the strengths of the opposition bowling.
Here, Shaheen Shah Afridi to bowl to Brathwaite, a delivery on the line of the 4th or 5th stump, and going away from the batsman. And when we say 4th or 5th stump, let me clarify that. There are only 3 stumps, but if you should add another stump, or another stump, that is round about where the ball would go. So a couple of inches away from the off stump. As it goes through to the wicket-keeper, no run. 3 slips still in place. There's a gully that is very close to the man at 3rd slip, by the way. There's a backward point, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-on and mid-off, they're wide. Here is Shaheen Shah Afridi once more to bowl to Brathwaite. Full outside the line of the off stump, and the wicket-keeper took that above his head. Good, nice carry through to wicket-keeper Mohamed Rizwan there from Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's bowling at a good click here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, indeed. Normally hits the pitch hard as well. A lot of effort into his delivery. Has a nice run up, nice slingy action, very whippy. Hear a lot of comments in the stands when you're downstairs from the ground staff and so on about his action. But it's nice, high and slingy.
There's a short leg in place, waiting for a catch as Brathwaite gets behind this one, defends it into the offside, and there is no run. Brathwaite this time in his shades, in his glasses, because the sun is bright. There's no cloud coverage overhead, which means that we're in for a good day of cricket, a beautiful day of cricket, probably a hot day of cricket, but there's a nice strong wind blowing across Sabina Park. Just looking at the flags, the Jamaica flag of black, green and gold, the green and white of Pakistan, and the maroon of the West Indies just flapping in the wind here at Sabina Park as Shaheen Shah Afridi runs away from us over the wicket. The left arm seamer to bowl to the right-handed Brathwaite. This one full outside the line of the off stump, very wide, and Brathwaite just stooping down, allowing that to go through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Looking also at the feather banners with Jamaica on it. I reckon they're from the Jamaica Tourist Board, flapping in the wind here at Sabina Park, a wind blowing into the north stand. Looking at Monty Desai, who has taken up his position down where would be a deep, wide-ish long off or long on. He's there for the entire duration of the West Indies batting innings. Here's Afridi once more to bowl to Brathwaite. A short delivery, and that might have come off the elbows or the glove. We wait for the signal here from the umpire. Leg by signal was fending off his body. Brathwaite was trying to get out of the way, just threw his batters, his hands at it, and probably came off his forearm over the wicket keeper on first slip and into the boundary of a 4.
Yeah, that was in where they call it a blind spot for the batsman. He didn't pick up the line or the length of the delivery quick enough, did Craig Brathwaite. Basically flinched at the delivery, and luckily for him, the ball came off his arm rather than the bat and didn't balloon up into the air. It went over the keeper and the first slip's head and into the boundary for 4 leg byes, and the West Indies are now 9 for 1, 159 runs away from winning this first test.
Afridi again over the wicket to Brathwaite. A delivery on the line of the middle stump. Brathwaite onto the front foot quickly, defends it into the offside, and there is no run. So a maiden over for Shaheen Shah Afridi. 2 overs, 1 made, a 1 for 5. Picked up the wicket of Powell for 4. He's living a charmed life. It was an over that, if he had survived that over Powell, he would have felt confidence to say maybe it is my day, but he didn't survive the over, did he?
Definitely. And he was far better in that over, Shaheen Shah Afridi, than this over. A little bit wayward with this over. A mixed bag, you would say. A couple of deliveries down the leg side, some wide outside the off stump to Craig Brathwaite, even though one delivery had him in some discomfort as Abbas steams into bowl to Bono.
And Bono again onto the front foot, bat and pad closer together. There's an indication there from the slip cordon that maybe it was pad first, but got a big stride in, and Nkrumah Bono is batting in his long sleeves.
Yeah, and he normally has some issues with his foot movement early in Nkrumah Bono. Doesn't get around or get to the pitch of deliveries as quickly as you would like. He gets hit on his pads very early in his innings. Saw that in the first innings, saw that in the Sri Lanka innings as well, where he even made 100. Starts slowly with his footwork, so he needs to work on that a little bit more.
Abbas once more from over the wicket from the end, and a delivery, a pitched in line with the off stump, and then pitching and leaving. Then Nkrumah Bono pushed forward, was feeling and searching for that delivery as it beats the outside edge and into the waiting glove of wicketkeeper Mohamed Rizwan. By the way, just want to encourage persons, the question of the day, the Crumbs Bakery question of the day. Name the Pakistani with the best bowling figures in Test cricket at Sabina Park. And the way Shaheen Shah Afridi is bowling, you might want to get in your answers early, because that could change by the end of today. Here is Mohamed Abbas coming in to bowl over the wicket to Nkrumah Bono, who's on the front foot, gets a thick inside edge, passes the stumps and into the boundary for 4.
Fortuitous.
It was a glorious delivery, pitching outside the line of the off stump, came back into the right-hander, got the inside edge, went by the leg stump, beat the wicket-keeper and into the ropes. The man at fine leg had no chance.
Yeah, Bono was on the move while the ball came back towards the stumps, was late on the delivery, and luckily for him, the ball had enough bat to take it away from the stumps. The ball was angling back towards the stumps, took the inner half, flew over the stumps, flew past Mohamed Rizwan. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is on at fine leg now, speaking to Wakar Yunis, who doesn't have the best figures here at Sabina Park, and the ball into the ropes of 4.
Here's Mohamed Abbas again to bowl to Bono. Bono gets another beautiful delivery. It's a perler from Mohamed Abbas, again pitching back of a length on the line of the middle stump, and then moving away from the right-handed batsman who was looking to defend it back down towards the ball, and it threw to the keeper for a dot ball. The wicketkeeper Mohamed Rizwan there trying to shadow bat of what he think he would have done, and had to do it again.
Indeed. Beating all ends up was Nkrumah Bono, as he does some gardening now. to see if there was a bad patch or a bad spot where that ball came from. But that's Mohamed Abbas for you. He's going to be there again, probably 3 or 4 times in and over. He's going to be testing your defense.
Looks as if we're in for an intriguing day of cricket. Here's Mohamed Abbas again to bowl to Bonner. Bonner this time gets a delivery outside the line of the off-stump that doesn't do a lot, allows it to go through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. Bonner is there on 5 from 12 deliveries. Brathwaite yet to get off the mark from 12 deliveries. The West Indies 13 for the loss of 1. They lost the wicket of Powell for 4. The Caribbean side needing 168 runs to take a 1-0 lead in the 2-test series. Both games being played here at Sabina Park. This is the first test. We're on the 4th day, and this is the first session of the 4th day. Abbas turns at the top of his mark, comes in, 3 slips in place, gully backward point to mid-off. As this one, there's a loud appeal. Umpire Wilson takes a long look, and they're asking questions. They're appealing over and over again. And the umpire says not out, and immediately Babar Azam looks towards his slip card and looks towards his bowler. The West Indies batsman will consult in mid-pitch. It was not out. Wait to see if there will be a decision, if they will look to review it. No, they don't. And the over comes to an end. Another eventful one. 5 completed. It's 13 for 1.
Yeah, Bonner got a long stride in there, and that probably persuaded the mind of umpire Joel Wilson to say not out. Looked as usual, Mohamed Abbas is bowling wicket to wicket, so probably height would have been an issue because that was back of a driving length. Bonner rehearses what he did with the previous delivery. He was way forward trying to get to the pitch of the ball, and in my estimation that ball would have been going over the stumps if not missing leg stump.
I tell you what, based on what is happening, either way, we could have a winner today. We might not have day 5. Who knows? Shine Shafridi again at the top of his mark from the Courtney Walsh end, from the media centre end, comes into bowl to Brathwaite, who pushes this into the cover region. There are 2 runs on offer here. They turn for the second now. The chase is on, picked up maybe halfway to the boundary by Fahim Ashraf, and the throw comes into Rizwan, and they were able to complete 2. Brathwaite gets off the mark. That's his 99th run of this test match. Brathwaite scored 97 before he was run out in the first innings, and he's now on 2.
Yeah, and didn't try to overhit the ball either, Craig Brathwaite. Just nudged that ball into the offside. A gap between point and mid-off. Vacant cover. Easy 2 runs for him. And played that very, very late as well.
So here is Shine Shafridi again. 3 slips in place. Gully backward point as he steams away from us. Gets the outside edge of Brathwaite. Bounces in front of the man at 3rd slip. It's all happening.
That was a good delivery from Shine Shafridi, getting the ball to go across Craig Brathwaite. Remember, with the new ball for the left-handed pacer, he always tries to get the ball back into the right-hander, coming back threatening the stumps, but that one left Craig Brathwaite, squaring him up a bit, and luckily for him, ball died in front of Babar Azam, who is at 3rd slip. Good bowling here from Shine Shafridi. Good experiment of fast bowling from the Pakistanis.
Shine Shafridi again over the wicket. The left arm seamer to the right-handed Brathwaite gets a delivery back of a length, and Brathwaite again gets inside the line of the delivery, works it into the onside, and there is no run. Craig Brathwaite, from everyone that we've seen from the West Indies setup, looks the most comfortable on the Sabina Park track.
Because he's the one who is willing to spend time. He's the one who has that mental fortitude, who is not fazed by facing dot deliveries. And Test cricket calls for that. Test cricket calls for phases and challenges and handling different situations. And he has the technical ability to face long periods of good bowling.
Shine Shafridi again over the wicket. This time he punches it down to the man of mid-off, Brathwaite. That came off the middle of the bat, which means that he's seeing it very well now, Craig Brathwaite, carrying on from his 97 in the first innings. There is no run. Score remains at 15 for 1. Remember, the West Indies, they made 253 in their first innings after bowling out Pakistan for 217. Pakistan, their second innings came to a close earlier this morning at 203, leaving the West Indies 168 runs to get. Here's Shine Shafridi again. He has a wicket to its name. Beats Brathwaite outside the off stump. They're appealing for caught behind. The umpire says not out. Brathwaite rehearses his shot. Doesn't look phased. They will consult. They will speak to Babar Azam to see whether or not he will go upstairs, and he will.
Yeah, Mohamed Rizwan was convinced. And once your wicketkeeper is convinced, more than likely there is some form of nick. There was a sound as the ball went past the bat in my earphone. I'm not sure if you heard it, but I heard some noise getting past the bat as the ball went through. And again, Shine Shafridi creating some problems from over the wicket, First to the left-hander Kyron Powell, now to the right-hander Craig Brathwaite. Ball angling across. Left the right-hander, not sure. Waiting on ultra edge. Umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. is the third umpire. As we look on the big screen. Everybody in the slip cordon run off in accord. As we wait. And there is a spike. There is a spike. There is a spike. And Craig Brathwaite will have to go.
A big moment in this game for Pakistan.
Celebrating. Brathwaite is still not sure why. But he will have to go. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite now changes his decision from not out to out. And the West Indies are now 15 for 2. Craig Brathwaite has to depart.
Big decision here for Pakistan. Brathwaite has to go for 2. It's now 15 for 2. I did say either way we could have a result today. Still a long way to go in this test match. But again, Shaheen Shah Afridi strikes. Looked menacing at the start of his first over. And carrying on here, Brathwaite 97 in the first innings, 2 in his second innings. So over 2 innings was very close, but still not getting past the 100-run mark.
Indeed. And he's disappointed. He hangs his head. But the Pakistanis were very confident. The slip cordon was very confident. Imran Butt, Abid Ali and Babar Azam, as well as Mohammad Rizwan, they all went up as the ball went past the bat. Shaheen Shah Afridi wasn't sure. He wasn't sure there was a noise, but Mohammad Rizwan was. And he signaled to the captain, go upstairs, go upstairs. Once umpire Gregory Brathwaite said not out. Craig Brathwaite didn't want that. He's now trotting off. And he's gone as Roston Chase joins Nkrumah Bonner with the West Indies in some problems at 15 for 2, chasing 168 here on day 4 of the first test at Sabina Park.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the issue because in the first innings, on the first day, Babar Azam inside edged a delivery that went through to wicketkeeper De Silva was taken, and umpire Wilson at the time said not out. They referred it, the West Indies, it came back, the ultra edge showed a spike and he was given out. A similar situation here. Now it's umpire Brathwaite and it's the same end.
I don't know. Not sure. But I heard a sound. Probably I have bionic ears, as Sean says.
Maybe you need to be an umpire.
I heard a sound. But again, they're supposed to give on what they see and not what they hear. Because hearing could be anything. You have to give on what you see. And umpire Brathwaite was confident he didn't see a nick. But the Pakistanis were.
But another block that goes against the name of umpire Gregory Brathwaite hasn't been having the best of test. Shaheen Shah Afridi, he has been having a superb time. 2.5 overs, 2 for 7. Here he is once more to bowl to Roston Chase. Gets a delivery on the line of the off stump and pushes forward, defends it into the offside, and there is no run. Another successful over for Shaheen Shah Afridi. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7. And the West Indies in all sorts of problems at 15 for the loss of 2, needing 168 runs to win.
Yeah, the angles that he has been creating has caused some havoc for the West Indian openers. First for Kyron Powell, he was coming close to the crease and the ball leaving him late. Now for Craig Brathwaite, the ball's normally going across him. That one held its line and forced him to play, squared him up a bit, took the edge, went through to the wicketkeeper for a regulation catch, a comfortable catch at that. And the West Indies are in some serious problems. Well, they were in some serious problems in the first innings and they found a way to get to 253. They need some partnerships. They slumped to 100 for 5 at one stage. But this time around, you need more partnerships. And a big partnership is needed between Bonner and Chase as Bonner faces Abbas.
Yeah, Mohamed Abbas again, a delivery that beats Bonner outside the line of the off stump. Pushing forward again, and Nkrumah Bonner playing it down the line of the delivery that pitched and left the right-hander through into the glove of wicketkeeper Rizwan. It's all happening here.
Yeah, a thorough examination of Nkrumah Bonner's defenses by Mohamed Abbas. 13 deliveries for Bonner. He has 5 runs. A streaky 4 is in that 5 runs as well. And Abbas concentrating on middle and off. He's normally very straight. Threatening the stumps, attacking the pads, attacking the outside edge. Bonner must be mindful.
Here's Abbas again to bowl to Nkrumah Bonner. And this time Bonner was late on that delivery. The bat came down late, got an under edge, bounced in front of the stumps and into the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, all happening here at Sabina Park. That one came back from Mohamed Abbas. Bonner playing that off the pitch under his eyes was way too late. And luckily for him, instead of going on to the stumps, the ball went through his legs and through to the man at forward square, who is Azhar Ali. A lot of noise, a lot of chirping. Pakistan is upbeat, 15 for 2. 2 wickets already. About another half an hour or so to go before lunch. If they can get another, there will be some jitters during the interval for the West Indies.
Here's Abbas again over the wicket to bowl to Bonner. There's a loud appeal. The umpire stands still and says not out. And again they all look towards Babar Azam, who looks towards his bowler. Whether or not they will go upstairs, the wait is now on. And Nkrumah Bonner takes a couple of steps to meet Roston-Chase mid-pitch. The time is ticking, but still they can't make a decision. No one comes. They're going upstairs. Yeah. Sean Grant in the back of the commentary box says, what did Sean say? Sean says upstairs. I thought he was giving Nkrumah Bonner out. We have to wait. Remember, the decision from the umpire was not out.
I remember Pakistan, they have already lost a review, so they have to be very careful with their steps in terms of how they go about the DRS system. It's a tight game. You want to have everything in your best interest. Seemingly that ball is going down the leg side. Bonner batting off the midland leg. He didn't move. The ball basically hit him in his stance. Seemingly going down the leg side from Mohamed Abbas, but he's normally very straight, to be quite honest. As I've been saying, bowls wicket to wicket, not sure, and the ball is missing. Leg stump.
Pitching in line, hitting in line, but missing. So Pakistan, they lose a review. And at this stage, the West Indies wouldn't mind Pakistan losing reviews.
Yeah. Good decision, though, by Joel Wilson. Another good decision by Joel Wilson. Second decision, second loud, vociferous appeal from the Pakistanis, especially Mohamed Abbas, in relation to Nkrumah Bonner. Both times, not out is the signal and not out is the right call from the umpire. Have to give them credit when they get it right.
So here's Mohamed Abbas once more, top of his mark to bowl to Nkrumah Bonner with 3 slips. Gully backward point and bid off. Bonner onto the front foot, was looking for a single. And Roston-Chase says that you're only the one from the land that produces persons like Usain Bolt and Asafa Powell. I'm not.
Yeah. And Pakistan must be very careful. Don't get caught up into the moment and the excitement of being on top. It's a long way to go. You still need all the resources. I think the first review was a very good review. Read the shot not being played by Kieran Powell and sending that upstairs early into the spell of Shaheen Shah Afridi. But I always thought that delivery from Mohamed Abbas was going down the leg side.
Here he is once more to bowl to Bonner. And deliver that. Bonner lost to go through to the wicketkeeper. Bounces just in front of Rizwan. That's pilted. And they were able to come through for a bye. So the score now goes up to 16 for the loss of 2. I'm not sure where you are in the world listening to us, where you are in the world. Whatever you're doing now, you probably want to stop, because this is some entertaining cricket. It's end-to-end stuff. If this was football, I tell you what, you wouldn't have left your television screen or your radio. And it's the same here at Sabina Park. Exciting stuff. The West Indies 16 for the loss of 2. 168 runs to take a 1-0 lead in this 2-test series as Mohamed Abbas turns at the top of his mark again. 3 slips in place. Gully backward point. Mid-on, mid-off. There's a short leg and a man at fine leg as Mohamed Abbas runs away from the George Headley stand and pulls out of his run-up and loses the ball as well. Dead ball signaled by umpire Wilson. He will do this all over again. So we've seen everything in this West Indies innings.
Everything. And it's only 6.5 overs in. Mohamed Abbas has 3.5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 3 overs, 2 for 7, and a maiden. And he has been the main threat so far, threatening the stumps, threatening the edge, questioning the umpires, and so too has Mohamed Abbas.
Here's Abbas to pull to Roston-Chase now, and Chase gets this one well underneath his eyes, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Looked comfortable in defending that delivery. The over comes to an end. It is 16 for the loss of 2, the latest score here at Sabina Park.
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Bright and sunny here at Sabina Park. Afridi from just in front of our broadcast point, bowling to Bono, driving down the ground. and actually not getting a hold on that. 3 slips on the gully, backward a point. There's a forward short leg, bit off and mid on, and a fine leg for Afridi, who has so far taken 2 wickets in the West Indies innings, who are 16 for 2. Sean Grant here along with Dr. Man Singh.
Sean, the innings is about half an hour in now. They've had 15 players involved with the 2 batsmen out. And yes, the busiest man is not even on the field, and that's the 3rd umpire.
Can you imagine that? Afridi, Shaheen Shah Afridi, operating from just in front of our broadcast point. The coach watch end, they call it, bowling to the right-hander, Bonner, and leaving that outside the off-stump, going across the right-hander, going through to the wicket keeper Rizwan.
Quite an eventful half an hour here. A lot of reviews being taken, a lot of reviews being lost. But the important thing is the Pakistanis are just bowling a very tight line. And with Nkrumah Bonner, when the ball is outside the off stump, he looks comfortable. When the ball is on his body, it's as if he's not able to push out that foot. We saw him being trapped on the crease in the first innings, first ball. We've seen twice where he's been trapped, not able to push out the foot on the onside. And that's something that the Pakistanis may want to exploit.
Well, he's been known at the start of his innings not to move his feet. However, he's getting warmed, you may say, as faced 20 deliveries. Afridi bowling to Bonner once more. He's bowled him! He's bowled him inside edge onto the stumps. The West Indies losing their 3rd wicket, and Nkrumah Bonner has to go back to the pavilion for 5. Afridi taking his 3rd wicket of the innings.
And Nkrumah Bonner would have only himself to blame with this one. That ball was outside the off stump. Yes, it was slightly above good length, and so he figured he could have driven it. Was there for the drive, really taking inside edge. Once again, we talk about the bat and pad. The pad was nowhere near the bat, and therefore there's a lot of space, took the inside edge and hit the off stump. But that was just poor technique by Nkrumah Bonner. I can't even say it's brilliance of bowling. It was a good ball, but it's not like it was set to a plan. And of course, with 8 wickets dropping in this session of play, this has completely turned the game on its head.
But we spoke about this just a short while ago. At the start of his innings, it's always spoken about. At the start of his innings, he does not move his feet properly. But he has faced 20 deliveries so far. That was his 21st.
Indeed, yes. We've seen that same problem with all the batsmen. Karen Powell looked like he just couldn't move his feet at all as well. So a technical issue there we're picking up, especially with Nkrumah Bonner. We see Jermaine Blackwood coming to the wicket now, another person who's known to either turn the game one way or the other. If he makes contact, this game is going to be over very quickly. If he doesn't make contact, you might see him walking to the pavilion as well. This is a woeful display by the West Indies. We're now 16 for 3, needing 168 runs to win this test match, but that could well be 300 runs for them.
Captain Craig Brathwaite fell for 2. Kieran Powell fell for 4, and Nkrumah Bonner, the last wicket to go, he was bowled by Afridi for 5. Afridi taking all 3 wickets so far in this innings. So the West Indies 16 for 3. Roslin-Chase is at the crease with Jermaine Blackwood is about to joining though. I don't think the field will change from 3 slips on a gully, backward a point, mid off and mid on. There's also a long leg and a forward short leg. I don't think the field will change from that. They've been very attacking. That's the Pakistan team so far in this innings. 16 for 3. Afridi so far taking 3 for 7. 1 maiden, 3.3 overs.
At this stage, Pakistan does not need to change anything because the West Indians are the ones making the mistakes. The Pakistanis have been bowling very tight, but Shaheen Afridi, since his last spell in the last innings, has looked much quicker. And this morning he's come down steaming, certainly quicker than he was the first time he bowled.
Bowling from the Courtney Walsh end, bowling to the new batsman, Blackwood. He's ready to face out 3 slips and a gully, backward a point, mid off and mid on, forward short leg. There's a fine leg, tapping away at the crease is Blackwood, facing the delivery from Afridi. And coming forward defensively, playing the ball on the offside. A bit off coming around to his right. Whitish mid off, whitish mid on. Still the score stands as 16 for 3. Needing how many? 168 runs for victory.
152 more to go. But as I said, that could well be 300. The good thing with Blackwood there, in contrast to Nkrumah Bonner, is that he was behind the ball quite early, played it with the full face of the bat, far more confident start. It's only been 1 ball, but you can see once again that the footwork here working for Blackwood immediately, whereas the others seem to take a long time to get started.
Now that was a full delivery from Afridi. But so far taking 3 for 7 from 3.4. In the meantime, Afridi bowling to the right-hander once more. And outside the off-stump across the right-hander. That's his angle going through to the wicket-keeper Rizwan. Still the over continues. 1 more delivery left, I think. 16 for 3, the West Indies.
I make it about 22 minutes before lunch. And it's something that the West Indians have to just protect their wickets, go into lunch, get a bit of a break. The Pakistanis, of course, are going to relish this because it means that it'll allow Shaheen Afridi to get a 40-minute rest and come back again.
Well, when Renata said that the West Indies were on top, I asked you if the West Indies are on top. This morning, though, I got a text from my mother and said, is the West Indies really on top? I don't know about that. Cricket is a glorious game of uncertainty. But in the meantime, 3 slips and a gully, back for the point. There's a forward short leg, mid-on and mid-off. Afridi once again, bowling to Blackwood. Outside the off stump, being very watchful is Blackwood going through to the wicket keeper Rizwan, 16 for 3. Another maiden, his second of the innings.
Blackwood showing good poise there. He, of course, would have just padded up a short time ago, but he seems like he's well adjusted there. He's moving quite nicely. 2 balls outside the off stump, covering his stumps and letting it go. I had described on the first day, Sean, that a test match, to be appreciated, you've got to take each session as a skirmish, each day as a battle, and the test match as a war. And what we're seeing here, the skirmish, this session alone has been scintillating. That's what makes test cricket so exciting, because every day things change fortunes change from one team to the other. Today is changing within the session.
One thing I can tell you, India's in their second innings are 167 for 4 after making 364 in their first. England 391. Abbas continues from the Michael Holding end, bowling to Roston Chase, driving down the ground, fielded by the bowler, shifting to his left. So still the score stands at 16 for how many? 3. So no, yes, that's West Indies' second innings. And you're listening to live commentary from Sabina Park. Bright and sunny it is, not a cloud in the sky from our vantage point.
The Indian score changing now to 167 for 5. Woo. So this is getting very interesting. India now lead by 140 runs with 5 wickets in hand.
So if I say the score again, maybe it goes to 6. In the meantime, 3 slips in the gully, back with a point forward, short leg, mid-off and mid-on, and a fine leg. Abbas bowling to Chase, and playing the ball back down the track, fielded by the man at mid-off, moving to his right. No run scored. The shy at the striker's end, still 16 for 3, searching for 168 runs for victory. This is just the penultimate day, though. Although it's exciting here at Sabina Park, this is just the penultimate day. The Crumbs Baker question was posed earlier on, though. I need to ask it again.
And it may change by the end of the day, so you better ask it quickly.
You're absolutely correct. We'll get to that in a very short while, though. As I have to big up Crumbs and Caribbean LED lighting. And the subject of the day. Have we received the subject of the day just yet? We can make it many subjects. Don't have to be one. In the meantime, Abbas bowling to the right-handed Chase and driving only to find the man at mid-off. No run scored again. Hitting the outer half of the bad Chase, actually in an aggressive mode, though. He's in no-nonsense mode. He's not actually fazed by what's going on around him.
Well, it's very important as a frontline batsman to play the ball as you see it. You cannot be overawed by the occasion. Mohamed Abbas has been bowling very consistently, but not with much variation. It's been outside the off stump. It's been coming straight. It's not been moving much, which makes you wonder why Nkrumah Bowner would have gotten that inside edge for it to have gone for 4, short of not moving his legs.
In the meantime, Abbas continues from the Michael Holding end, bowling to Chase, driving again beautifully through the covers to the left out the mid-off fielder. It rolls into the boundary for 4. The score has moved on to now 20 for 3, and Chase has moved on.
As I said, Chase has to play it as he sees it. He had a few drives before that went straight to the extra cover fielder, but off the middle of the bat. This one a bit fuller. He was able to just pierce the vacant cover position, but his confidence will grow with shots like that. Even if they go to the fielder, he knows that he's getting a good feel off of the pitch.
And when I said Chase has moved on, he's actually gone on to 4. He's off the mark from 6 deliveries faced. He's looking at the field. Well, the wicketkeeper Rizwan has come over the stumps to the bowling of Abbas. 3 slips and a gully, back with a point, forward short leg, mid-off and mid-on, and a fine leg. Abbas comes once more, bowling to the right-handed Chase. Where the ball to go through to wicketkeeper is right over the stumps, though. That ploy not allowing the batsman to come out of his crease, or for him to even to think that he may not come out of his crease and drive.
Not too sure what they would have seen, because when he was driving it with the ball, he was close to the ball. Even if his back foot would have come up, he was in contact with the ball. He was covering it well. There was no gap between bat and pad. This is risky to some extent, because if the ball strays on the leg side, it's 4 byes. It's also a test of the skill of Mohamed Rizwan, because Mohamed Abbas is not a Kyle Mears. He's much quicker, and for him to stand up for him shows his skill levels.
Abbas again bowling to the right-handed Chase. And outside the off stump, the wide outside the off stump, hitting the glove of Rizwan. End of the 9th over, 20 for 3. That's West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory. Chase is on 4, and Blackwood yet to get off the mark. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Caribbean LED lighting. Look on the brighter side.
Afridi continues bowling to Blackwood, a bouncer to Blackwood, going through to wicket-keeper Rizwan, does a jumping and moving to his left. Just to mention the Crumbs Baker question of the day, name the Pakistani with the best bowling figures in Test cricket at Sabina Park. Send your answers by WhatsApp to 12462534 12462534 That's the number to send. The number to send your WhatsApp answer to, whether voice note or written, whichever one. We accept all. We want to hear your answer because I know that the dot knows the answers. Blackwood taps away at the crease, 3 slips of the gully, backward a point, forward short leg, fine leg, mid off for mid on. Afridi bowling to the right hander. Whips him on the onside to the deep mid wicket region. It rolls into the boundary now as I speak. 4 more runs to the total. Blackwood is off the mark after facing 5 deliveries. He is 4, while the total has moved on to now 24 for 3.
We talk about backing your abilities. That ball was overpitched on the leg stump. Blackwood is quite comfortable on the onside, driving the ball quite well. That was the sort of ball that might have choked up other batsmen who'd preceded him, but Blackwood able to free his arm. His footwork has been very impressive. The question is, how is his decision making? We saw a lapse in the first innings, and that's the one thing that we always worry about Jermaine Blackwood.
Afridi will be continuing from the court towards end in front of our broadcast point. 3 slips at a gully, backward a point, forward short leg, mid off and mid on. Mid on has stepped back somewhat, but in the meantime, Afridi going to the right hander again onto the pass. He plays the ball on the onside, and they go through for a single. We mentioned about the mid on just getting deeper a while ago. He took advantage of that. Soft hands on the bat, played it in front of the mid on fielder, but he was, way back. And they ran through for a single. Blackwood has moved on to 5. The score is 25 for 3.
To maintain our social distancing, I actually leave the commentary box and go into the stand when we're not on. And you can hear the noise that not only the Pakistanis on the field are making, but the dressing room. They're really sort of making a lot of noise, geeing themselves up. It is important for the batsmen to keep the strike rotating and try and dampen that noise a bit.
So Chase tapping away at the crease. Facing up to the bowling of Afridi. Going to the right hander, playing the ball on the offside. Defensively covering up all stumps. Still the score stands at 25 for 3. Chase is on 4 from 9. And Blackwood on 5 from 6. Earlier, Brathwaite left the party at 2. Was caught by the wicket keeper. Kieran Paul judged leg before for 4. And Bonner was bowled for 5. All 3 wickets going into one area, one individual by the name of Afridi.
Who's bowled very fast, very well, very accurately. I haven't seen much short pitch balls and hasn't had to because the batsmen have caused all the difficulties playing off their front foot.
Afridi to Chase, driving through the covers. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. The mid-off moving to his left. And 1 more run to the total. It's now 26 for 3. I'm looking to see if the end of the 10th over. No, it's not. 1 more delivery to go. 26 for 3. Blackwood on 5. Roston Chase also on 5.
One thing Chase has demonstrated is that he's going to drive if the ball is there to be driven. And it might be worth the Pakistanis putting in that catching sort of short cover forward, somebody close in from a mid-off position in that catching position, because if he doesn't drive it properly, that's where you're going to get the catch.
I hope Pakistan's not listening to you. That's the West Indies fans. That's what they're saying. In the meantime, Afridi continuing, bowling to Blackwood and swinging the ball down the ground once again. 2 bounces, 3 as it rolls into the boundary for 4. Oh, the man called Blackwood has moved on to 9. The total has moved on to 30 for 3 at the end of the 10th over. The partnership between the two of 14 runs.
And in sort of defense of Blackwood, he sees that there's a big gap out there. You've only got a mid-on and nothing else. So once he gets it in the air over that fielder, he's safe. But that wasn't a controlled shot. And so you can say that because the gap is there, he could play it. The problem is that he often plays it when there is no gap. And so the aerial route being chosen by Blackwood, as I said, he's somebody who's not going to stand around. He's now waving to say, I think, that his bat is broken. So maybe the bottom of the bat has taken a chip. The umpire is saying, well, you can deal with that later because you're at the non-striker's end. But it didn't look like he had control of that shot, even though it was similar to the 4 hit in the previous over, where he did have control in the air on the onside.
Well, deal with it later. I don't know. Maybe they're going to get the bat when he goes to the striker's end. They're actually going to say, okay, let's give you the bat. In the meantime, play continues. Libby Abbas continuing from the Michael Holding end, bowling to Roston-Chase. Play the ball down on the onside, covering up. Coming defensively though, down the track is Roston-Chase. He's a tall individual. So the scoreline stands at 30 for 3. Chase is on 5 from 11 deliveries.
Did you ever oil a cricket bat?
Yes.
Well, they don't do that anymore. And you're finding that the cricket bats are just not lasting as long. Of course, the industry is much bigger now. But there's a time when you had to religiously oil that bat to preserve the bat to last as long as you could, no matter what level of test cricket you played, because they weren't easily coming.
Abbas continues to give you a drama in the meantime. Bowling to Chase. Tucker him up, playing the ball on the onside. No run scored from that delivery. As a look at the field change being implemented, 2 slips and a gully back with a point. A cover fielder, you spoke about it before in the last over. So there is a cover implemented, mid off and mid on. There's a man at mid wicket. So I don't know if they're listening to Doc.
Well, the cover is deep and rightfully so, because when Ralston-Chase hits, he hits it hard. But I'd say that that's a catching cover as opposed to one who's just trying to stop the runs.
Imagine that. 2 slips and a gully, back on the point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg. Abbas bowling to the right hander once more, hitting the outer half of the bat, going between gully and a backward point. They go through for 1, and 1 is all they get. 31 for 3. Chase has moved on to 6. Blackwood, who'll be facing up, he is on 9.
I make that 137, is it, that they have to get now? The lead coming down, or the deficit being reduced, 31 for 3. They had come in when it was 16 for 3, and as predicted, out come 3 bats for Blackwood to choose one. I remember a conversation, and I'll take you way back. I won't even tell you what year it is, because it was in the 1970s again. It was a conversation on the veranda of a very great West Indian batsman. And the discussion was, who was the greatest batsman that Jamaica had ever produced? Lawrence Rowe was on his high at that time, and so on. And in the middle of the conversation, they spoke about bats. And one of the persons asked the great man, George Headley, Master George, which bat did you bat with? What kind of bat was it? Long handled. The question was long handled, short handled.
Right.
And he said, I batted with whichever bat the manager gave me as I walked out to the crease. Things have changed quite a bit.
Since then, a lot have changed. Not things, a lot. 2 slips to the gully, back with a point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Abbas will be continuing from the Michael Holding end, just in front of the George Headley stand. Bowling to the right hander, Blackwood. And Blackwood being very defensive, going on the back foot somewhat, playing the ball on the offside. And at the moment while he played, a Jonker came over the ground of Sabina Park and still maintaining and flying.
Are you superstitious?
Not yet.
Well, when we used to play cricket, if a Jonker flew over you, you knew something was going to go wrong.
Oh my word.
So, happily not flying over him, just flying over Sabina Park.
Thank you very much.
Blackwood really looking far more comfortable than anybody we've seen so far in terms of getting behind the ball early and playing it down.
The 31 for 3. Blackwood is on 9, facing up to the bowling of Abbas. And Abbas in his... actually, that's Ali. That's not Abbas, that's Ali. There was a bowl change. There was Ali operating. Bowling to the right hand, a bouncer. And going through to the wicketkeeper Rizwan. Never realized it was Ali though, because the scoreboard never changed. And Ali has the same body frame as Abbas.
A bit shorter, which means that he doesn't get that sort of bounce at the basket. And I reckon a bit slower as well. Not that he's slow by any means, but slower than Abbas. And because of that, Blackwood, as we said, got behind the ball quite well. In that case, he ducked. But the ball didn't bounce that much. And it's something you've got to watch. We saw where Abbas got hit on the same end. He got hit in the back because he went very low. And here we're seeing Blackwood ducking, and it's not going very high either.
You pointed out something yesterday though, but as Ali running in, bowling to Blackwood once again outside the off stump, collected by Rizwan, moving to his right. And that's the end of his first over. And it's 1 run coming off that over. 31 for 3, Blackwood on 9, and Roston-Chase on 6. And you said bowling for the Michael Holding end, there was not much bounce as Courtney Walsh end.
Indeed, yes. We'd seen a green patch on the first day, and that became browner successively, and now it's almost non-existent. And as that patch became darker and darker, we saw that the bounce had reduced quite a bit. So whereas it was very bouncy on the northern end, the Courtney Walsh end for the batsman, we saw more bounce in the southern end yesterday, especially. And that, I think, has to do with the graying of the pitch now, or the darkening of the pitch. Now, I must point out, kudos to the groundsman, because this pitch has actually played very well up to day 4. There's been no wear, and it's been very fair to the batsman.
The last score, how many wickets did India lose?
There was 5 down at that time.
Well, I tell you this much. I tell you, when I say maybe our next wicket would have gone, because it's now 175 for 6.
So the lead is what, about 140 odd?
I'm not going to get the calculation.
About 140 odd, but this is serious trouble for India, because there's today is the last day, right? Is it? 5th day of that test match.
Yes.
So
it's day 4.
Day 4. Okay, so right, that's right. They had 2 days as well. Trouble for India.
Bowling change. Ashraf now operating at the court watch end. Bowling to Roston-Chase. That's turning it off the pads on the onside. Pass to the man at back with a point, or should I say? And they go through at forward short leg, pardon me, and they go through for 1. One more run to the total, 32 for 3. And Blackwood, who'll be facing up, he's on 9. Roston-Chase is on 7. Just looking back on the scorecard here, 175 for 6 India in their second inning, 364 in their first. India replying with 391. Day 4. We may get a result from this test match after all.
Don't know what the weather conditions are, but that's what saved England the last time. I think India will be looking for the rain this time. Fahim Ashraf it is, who's operating from the northern end, so they've seen off Shahanshah Afridi. Not for long, I reckon, because after lunch I'm sure he'll be the first bowler on.
2 slips and a gully, back with a point. There is a cover, mid-off and mid-on. Man at mid-wicket, Ashraf bowling to Blackwood into its pads, tickling fine on the fine region. They go through for 1. They think off the second, but the throw comes in. So only 1 more run to the total. 1 more run to Blackwood, who has gone on the double figures. Actually, it's leg by.
Coming off the side pad there.
So it's actually 9. So the scorecard actually moved and came back. So they went to 10, they came back to 9, so it came off the thigh pad. But 1 more run to the total, 33 for 3. That is important score.
Indeed, the 33 is the important score from the West Indies point of view. The other 3 is important for Pakistan. How they wish that it was 4 or 5.
Yes, indeed. Ashraf will be continuing from the court and watch end, bowling to the right-handed Chase. Chase coming forward defensively, playing the ball on the offside, 33 for 3. Still Chase on 7, has faced 15 deliveries, while Blackwood at the non-strikers end has faced 11 and has scored 9.
Well, perhaps the good thing is that of the 15 deliveries, he hasn't been troubled by any. With the amount of balls going past the bat, hitting the pads, DRS coming into play, it's nice to just see cricket being played without any of that excitement right now. Chase looking very comfortable, and it's very important. He knows that too, that he stays there for a long time.
Fine leg, 2 slips at gully, back with a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket, bullet to the right hand once again, driving down the ground, brilliantly from Roston-Chase, into the boundary for 4, all on the ground, trimming the edge of the grass, 4 more runs to the total, 37 for 3. Oh, that was elegant from Chase.
And Chase's drives are just improving as we go along. The ball meeting the bat has always been good, but the placement is exquisite. This time going just outside the stumps in front of him, and when you get it there and it goes past the bowler, there's no chance of anybody stopping that. That was probably the best shot we've seen today.
Oh yes, indeed. Timing to the essence. 11 for Chase from 16 deliveries. Here comes Ashraf once again, bowling to Chase. Chase allowing the ball to go through to wicketkeeper Rizwan, is moving to the left. Think about 1 delivery to go to complete the 12th over of this innings, and Ashraf's first.
I reckon it's 131 now that's required to win. Counting it down because...
Yes, you are.
Counting it down because with the flurry of wickets that went down because of Shahanshah Afridi, that total looked towering for a while ago. And the important thing with this partnership is not only that they've been there, but they've been scoring runs.
2 slips at a gully, not disagreeing with you at all. Back with a point. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Ashraf once more bowling to Chase. Defensively coming down on that delivery, playing the ball in the cover region. End of over number 12. Chase is on 11, Blackwood 9. The West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory. They're 37 for 3.
We know it's very early in the innings right now, and Pakistan is trying their level best to dislodge Chase. But when Chase made his century at Sabina Park against India many years ago, and ever since then when I've seen Chase actually score runs, he's been in this sort of mood. He's very confident, he knows what he can play, and he doesn't play outside of that. And that is the sort of reassuring thing with Chase. He doesn't go flashing after the ball and so on. It's just straight drives, it's accumulation of runs, but he hits the ball well. And that's the sort of mood I see him in today, which is very promising from the West Indies point of view.
So continuing will be Ali from the Michael holding end, bowling to the right hander. Blackwood allowing the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper Rizwan, pitch about mid and off and moved away from the right hander. Still the score stands at 37 for 3. Ali in his second over, just 1 run coming off his first.
It's been a steady test match for Hassan Ali. He's just bowled outside that off-stump line. Had a bit more movement on day 1. In fact, it was on day 1 we saw a lot of movement away from the batsmen from both teams when the West Indies bowling and when Pakistan had their few overs. We saw it early on day 2, but it's disappeared for the last 2 days.
Ali once again bowling to Blackwood, playing the ball on the offside. And no run scored there. Hang his bat out to dry. No foot movement a short while ago from Blackwood. And going over that delivery, playing the ball on the offside.
That was one bloody I thought that maybe he figured the ball was going to come into him and then realized that it was outside the off stump. Not too sure where the off stump was. And as you said, hung the bat out there to dry. In the end, hitting the middle of the bat, but it was not as well covered as he normally plays.
So Ali once again bowling from the Michael Holding end, bowling to the right-hander Blackwood, and again this time defensively playing the ball on the offside, not coming over that delivery, just waited on it and played it defensively, soft hands on the offside.
It was a bit short and therefore bouncing a bit. Jermaine Blackwood actually hopped up to meet it. Very soft hands. There's nobody around the bat. So the closest fielder really are the slips, the gully, the point, who's at a conventional point, nobody in the circle, so to speak, in the inner circle.
So in the meantime, Ali continuing from the Michael Holding end, bowling to the right-hander, punch to the ball on the offside, only to find the cover, but who misfield there, so they go through for one, and the throw at the non-striker's end. But in the meantime, the batsman, they cross for one. Blackwood has gone on to double figures finally. Now he has moved on to 10, and the score stands at 38 for 3.
And that means 130 runs left for the West Indies to make. The important thing about these batsmen playing with the middle of the bat and rotating the strike is that the field has become very defensive now. It's a very conventional ring. You've got everybody there who's trying to stop the single. Nobody at the boundary really, except for the long leg.
So Ali once more will be bowling to Chase. Chase trying to play on the onside, hitting the outer half of the bat, going on the offside. Here we see a false stroke that was induced by Ali. 2 slips and a gully back with a point cover mid-off and mid-on mid-wicket, and also a fine leg.
We'd seen earlier today where Jaden Seals had actually brought people for their short pitch bowling. So he'd got a forward short leg, he'd gotten somebody close to the wicket on the offside, and they were trying to work a short pitch line. Here there's no sense that the Pakistanis are going to bowl anything short. This is all about drives and misdrives.
I was about to ask if you watched the show Driving Miss Daisy. But don't answer, Doc. Don't answer at all. In the meantime, Ali continues from just in front of George Ellis. Started bowling to the right channel, hitting the inner half of the bat though. And the soft hands went on the onside, and that should be lunch. 38 for 3. Roston Chase on 11 and Blackwood on 10.
And some consolidation done here by the West Indian batsmen. Even though it's 11 and 10, it's a very important partnership. The partnership now 22. They came together when the West Indies were in strife. It was not just that 3 wickets had fallen, but the amount of DRS reviews that were taken meant that there was interruption to the game. There was uncertainty of the batsmen, and they've steadied the ship for the West Indies.
Well, actually starting this morning at 9:30 because of the weather interruptions. Not 1 day but 2 days of interruptions. We're in day 4, the penultimate day of this opening test between the West Indies and Pakistan. It was 160 for 5. That's how Pakistan started this morning, a lead of 124. They had Babar Azam starting on 54, and with him was Ashraf on 13. Ashraf went on to make 20. Azam made 55, but it was Ashraf with the first to go, caught by the wicket-keeper of the bowling of Kemar Roach. And then Azam made it 55, caught by holder of the bowling of Mez.
And those 2 early wickets were very important because it was important for Pakistan to try and extend the lead as far as possible, for West Indies to get early dents, and that's what they've done consistently. Early in a session, early in a day, get wickets. We saw that happening, and Pakistan was on the back foot.
Yasir Shah contributed 4 to the total. Afridi did not contribute anything because he made a duck, while Hassan Ali enterprising 28.
Well, if Pakistan was on the back foot, Hassan Ali certainly wasn't. He was coming down to meet any bowler and to swing his bat, and he was successful many times. I think it was 2 sixes that he hit in his 30. How much did he make?
28.
28. But that really put a stuffing. And at one stage, we saw 7 people on the boundary when he was facing the deliveries.
At one point, maybe 3 or 6 points. In any case, Ali left the party the last wicket to go for 28. Pakistan making 203 all out, giving the West Indies 168 runs for victory on the penultimate day in the first session. After 5 wickets fell, you figured that no more wickets would have fallen till lunch, but that was not the case. West Indies started their response with Craig Brathwaite and Kieran Powell. Powell was the first to go.
As soon as you saw Shaheen Shafiri bowl his first over, you realised there's going to be trouble. Powell was there for 4 balls. 3 were DRS reviews. 1 was an outside edge for 4. That's to go with the 2 balls that he also used a review in the last innings. And Powell is going to have to consider how he's going to get bat on ball. He looked at sea altogether in that 1 over from Shanshaw Afridi.
The captain, Brathwaite, was the next to go, was caught by the keeper of the bowling of Afridi. Afridi again, it looked extremely good.
Brathwaite actually looked fairly comfortable. The problem with Brathwaite, of course, is very rarely that he scored twice in a test match. So having had the 97, I think there was a bit of question marks around him, but a feather edge that initially was given not out and was reviewed and overturned.
I don't like Ronaldo though, because he calculated the 97 and the 2 and said he did not make the century. Oh, come on, Ronaldo, don't be like that. And then Kruma Bono, the last wicket to go before lunch, he fell for 5, bowled by Afridi.
Well, once again, Nkrumah Bono's footwork was just not there. And I don't know if the Pakistanis had worked this out from before, because in the first innings, as you heard, as you would have remembered, he got a first ball duck, and that was because they choked him up on the back foot, no footwork there at all. The short time he played here, when the ball was on the body, he just wasn't able to negotiate it. Got an inside edge for 4, but he did not look comfortable at all.
Not at all, but Roston-Chase and Jermaine Blackwood consolidated till lunch, and Roston-Chase, he's on 11 from 20 deliveries. Blackwood is on 10 from 15. Partnership between the two is 22. Expectations for the second session.
The good news for the West Indies is both of them are there. The good news for Pakistan is that you're going to have a rested Shanshaw Afridi ready to come back and try and take more wickets.
Oh, indeed, Afridi has taken all 3 wickets, and the West Indies are 38 for 3, searching for 168 runs for victory on the penultimate day at lunch. This is West Indies versus Pakistan opening test.
Alright, studios, a minute to go before we resume. Less than a minute before we resume here at Savannah Park. Them girl have to know if you wine. And them have make you wine fun time. Yo, if you work at K-Lace, you have to know that you... Alright, so less than 30 seconds now, studios. Less than 30 seconds. We'll give you the 15-second countdown. $14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the middle stop on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
All right, so it's we're back here at Savannah Park for this now, the post-lunch session on this, the fourth day of the first test between the West Indies and Pakistan. Sometimes I wish you had the pleasure of hearing the off-air discussions and the songs that we might sing. My very good friend Sean Grant has a song that he loves to sing when I was working alongside Sean Grant in my early years in media. By the way, Sean Grant teaches me everything I know about media and commentary. Has a song that he sings. Whenever you hear Sean Grant singing the song, you know what time it is. And the West Indies, the song that they want to sing is the West Indies anthem at the end of this contest, and a victory song. They're 38 for the loss of 3. They need 168 runs for victory. So another 130 runs to get. Shaheen Shah Afridi will pick up the bowling from this, the Courtney Walsh end, as I say good afternoon to my very good friend Jerome Foster, who looks as if he had a hefty lunch.
Not at all. Shaheen Shah Afridi continuing here from the Courtney Walsh end, the end that he has done so much damage from, created so many problems for Craig Brathwaite and Kyron, especially Kyron Powell in his opening burst. He's going to be bowling right arm over to Jermaine Blackwood, who has settled in nicely after a rush of blood early in his innings, a couple of flary shots. He's on 10 from 15, sorry.
So here's Afridi, first delivery after lunch, gets this one on the body, does Jermaine Blackwood, tucks it down to the man at fine leg, goes through for a single. The partnership now 23, both batsmen on 11. Roston Chase, 20 deliveries, Jermaine Blackwood, 16 deliveries, 39 now for the loss of 3. The West Indies lost some early wickets. It was an interesting session.
An exciting session.
It was an exciting session.
A total of 8 wickets fell in that session. Pakistan had resumed on 160 for 5, and they were bowled out for 203, so adding 43 runs to their overnight total. Then the West Indies 38 for 3, losing Bonner, Powell and Brathwaite, 2 to Shaheen Shah Afridi.
As he comes in, bowls this delivery full outside the line of the off stump. Roston Chase watches it go through to the wicket keeper, and again there is no run. Was probably the most entertaining over. I said this already in commentary. The most entertaining over that I've seen in a long time. The over Shaheen Shah Afridi to Powell, that when Powell got dismissed, eventually was given out twice, reviewed them both. One came back, had to overturn the decision from Brathwaite. The other one was upheld. Here's a delivery, good length delivery outside the line of the off stump again, just angling across the right-handed Roston Chase from the left arm seam of Shaheen Shah Afridi. Allowed it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and again there is no run. Again, a strong wind blowing across Savannah Park here, and just blowing across the left shoulder of Shaheen Shah Afridi.
And he's trying his best to get some shine on the ball. It's Babar Azam for the left arm pacer. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who traditionally gets the ball to come back into the right-hander, but the ball is now into its 14th over. Probably
Here's a free kick to bowl to Rabbitholebd, looking to punch that through the cover region. Came down maybe a little bit late on the ball, got an inside edge, the inner portion of the bat, and got it into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. Score remains at 39 for the loss of 3, with the scoreboard now doing whatever it is doing. It has gone blank on us, but there's a manual scoreboard towards our right, to the far end, just left of the George Headley stand, being always operated by the gentleman there, the assistants there. That tells you that there are 13 overs bowled in this West Indies innings, and has what? Another, is that 89 overs or maybe 69 overs left in the day's play? Here is Shine Shah Freedy again to bowl to Rabbitholebd. Full delivery, Chase onto the front foot, pushes it firmly down to the man at mid-off. There is no run. Score remains at 39 for the loss of 3.
And sometimes the primitive days are better than the modern days with some things, because the manual scoreboard will never fail you. Always have enough power because it's manpower to operate, not using anything electrical. So you can keep up to date with either. Luckily, they're not moving from one extreme to the next. You have both, just in case somebody is more old school and love to view with numbers on cards.
Shine Shah Freedy again to bowl to Rabbitholebd, and this delivery again angled across the right-handed batsman, allowed to go through to the wicket keeper, swung after it past the batsman, and well taken by Mohamed Rizwan, moving away to his left. The over comes to an end. The West Indies 39 for the loss of 3 wickets. Again, they need 168 runs for victory. Maybe doing a little bit better than what is happening in England. Stumps on day number 4. India 181 for the loss of 6. They lead by 154 runs. So that is headed to an interesting 5th and final day there at Lord's. This contest, though, my very good friend Jerome Foster might not make it to the 5th day.
I doubt it. And with somebody like Jermaine Blackwood at the crease, Kyle Mears is the next man in. They score pretty quickly, and it's either they score pretty quickly or they get out pretty quickly. There's no two ways about them. And if Blackwood stays for any period of time, over 20-25 overs, this game will finish today.
Here's Hassan Ali. This one gets a thick outside edge, bounces in from the man at gully. Yashir Shah runs close to the boundary now. It's being pulled back by Imran Butt, and they go through for a second. So a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Jermaine Blackwood just angling his back. The ball bounced just in front of Yashir Shah gully and could not stop it. Burst through his hands and went down close to the boundary, but was pulled up in front of the north stand boundary, and they were able to complete 2. So score now goes up to 41 for the loss of 3, the West Indies.
Yeah, dangerous shot from Blackwood actually. He was pushing it at the length delivery outside the off stump. Would have been best advised to leave that alone. Ball a little bit too wide for my liking to be forcing through the offside.
Hassan Ali again to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood. Punches this one firmly down to mid-off off the back foot. Stands very tall. And it's hard to believe because Jermaine Blackwood isn't that tall. Just stands on his tippy toes, Jermaine Blackwood, and punches this down to mid-off firmly. Plays that shot off the back foot very well, Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, because he's not the tallest of players. I think to get back, to rock back and transfer his weight is way easier than for somebody like a Rabbitholebd. He doesn't get into a tangle whenever he's playing the cross-batted shots.
Hassan Ali once more over the wicket to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood. Again punches this one off the back foot into the pitch. Bounces up, balloons up to the man at cover. And again there is no run. And usually walks away towards square leg Jermaine Blackwood. And then slowly makes his way back towards his crease and retakes his guard after almost every delivery. Just remarking that guard. And it tells you whenever Jermaine Blackwood is in a good frame of mind.
Yeah, that's one of his idiosyncrasies. Hassan Ali probably needs to pull his length, carry his length forward a little bit too short, giving Blackwood too much time to play on the back foot.
Here he is, and Jermaine Blackwood was looking to wash that one down the ground, missed it, all ends up. Not sure of the shot that Jermaine Blackwood was looking to play there. Was probably looking to play it on the up, back over the bowler's head, but went with a slant bat. Tends to play those shots when they come off. Jermaine Blackwood, he probably gets a bounce, but when they don't, he gets out. That time neither, so lucky enough for him.
And it's difficult for Ruston-Chase to even say anything to Jermaine Blackwood because that's his game. Not that people support it, because traditionally in Test cricket you want to see the ball all along the ground. But for Blackwood, once you're over pitching, he's going to try to take it down the ground.
Here's Hassan Ali again. Blackwood punches this one off the back foot. They go through for a quick single. And they complete it. Azhar Ali was diving away to his right, moving around from cover to try and cut it off, but couldn't do so. The ball went down to Babar Azam at mid-off. And Jermaine Blackwood quickly threw for a single. So the score goes up by 1. It's 42 for the loss of 3. The West Indies set 168 runs to win and to take a 1-0 lead in this 2-match series against Pakistan.
Yeah, too easy again for Blackwood. He judged the single quite well. Got it to the right of the man of Azhar, the man at cover with Azhar Ali. Back of a shortest length again from Hassan Ali, who is still searching to have the 2 slips and gully involved. And Blackwood gets another single.
Here's Hassan Ali again, close to the stumps this time, round about mid-stump. That delivery back of a length, and Ruston-Chase onto the front foot and defends it into the offside. There is no run, over comes to an end. It's 42 for the loss of 3 with Jermaine Blackwood there on 11, is it? And 14 for Ruston-Chase. Well, Blackwood on 14, 11 for Ruston-Chase, who is the number 4 batsman for the West Indies.
Yeah, 2 overs completed since lunch, and not much threat from the Pakistanis so far. Jermaine Blackwood has looked busy. He's always going to look busy. He's always trying to be on the aggressive side, the offensive. He's always trying to score, and Pakistan understands that, and they have already dispersed off the man from third slip and put him into a gully position for Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is coming over the wicket to Jermaine Blackwood. 2
slips still there. Here's Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Blackwood onto the back foot and defends this one. Just trying to angle that ball across the right-handers, Afridi. But he does have that delivery that comes back into the right hand, and that's the danger delivery. And I think that's the way he set up Nkrumah Bonner. There were a couple of deliveries leaving Nkrumah Bonner, and then he floated one wide outside the line of the off stump, but Bonner was looking to drive through the cover region, just came back slightly, got an inside edge and ripped out leg stump out of the ground. Here's Afridi once more over the wicket, the left arm seamer to Blackwood, who pushes this one, gets a thick outside edge, beats the man at gully and into the ropes for 4. So Jermaine Blackwood did say that if he stayed there for any extended period, then the game should end today. This one, a false stroke, was pushing outside the line of his body, got a thick outside edge, ended up keeping it all along the carpet and beat the man at gully for 4.
That's what they call an educated edge in my estimation. I think he had intentions of getting the ball down to third man. Probably not that square. Probably wanted it between gully and the man at backward point. And he was shortish in length, went back, opened the blade, got it all along the ground through the vacant third slip position, and 4 more runs to the West Indies.
Afridi again to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood from this Courtney Walsh end. This one is driven nicely. It's an extra cover drive, but they will only get 1. Didn't have the timing as the man from mid-off came around to his left to do the fielding, pulling up the ball maybe about 20 or so meters from the boundary, and they were able to complete a single. Jermaine Blackwood now 19, Ruston-Chase 11 on the scoreboard. Back with us.
Yeah, was probably trying to hit that too hard. He got on the bottom of the bat. Jermaine Blackwood while going across him from Shaheen Shah Afridi, angling towards the slips, and it was overpitched. Blackwood saw his opportunity to score, basically threw the bat at it, but didn't get enough timing on it.
Afridi again to bowl to Ruston-Chase. Ruston-Chase gets this one on the line of the body, just tucking that off the hips, got inside the line, working the ball down to the long leg region, and just walks through really for a single as umpire Brathwaite backs away and then signals that there are 2 deliveries to come in this over to his umpiring partner, is Joel Wilson, standing at square leg.
Yeah, and it has been easy going so far for the West Indies in this over. 6 runs so far added to the total, a boundary of the very first delivery of the over for Jermaine Blackwood, and then 2 singles. So the West Indies inching closer to the first target, which is to get to 50. Then you get to 100, 150, and you get over the line at 158.
And Shaheen Shah Afridi runs in once more to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood, punches this down to mid-off, goes for a quick single. And even though he had ball in hand, the Babar Azam just couldn't release it, and Jermaine Blackwood was quickly down to the other end, as we see the palm trees to our left, either side of the scoreboard, just rocking in the strong wind now blowing across Sabina Park here, coming from the sea. And the West Indies at 49 for the loss of 3.
Another difficult thing about that single, and shows how quick Jermaine Blackwood is, he had to run around Shaheen Shah Afridi, who was following through off the wicket, so he had to take an extra couple of steps to get in. Ball went straight to Babar Azam, but no chance of a run out.
Afridi to bowl to Chase, full delivery. Roston Chase onto the front foot, pushes it again down to the man at mid-off with Babar Azam, and the over comes to an end. 16 now completed. The West Indies 49 for the loss of 3. 168 runs to get for victory to take a 1-0 lead in this 2-test series. Jermaine Blackwood, the Jamaican, there on 20 from 25. Roston Chase on 12. He's faced 27 deliveries. Shaheen Shah Afridi completes his 7th over. 2 maidens in that. 3 for 25. Mohamed Abbas 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8. Hassan Ali 3 overs, no maidens, none for 5. And Fahim Ashraf 1 over that cost of 5 runs.
And with no risk taken just now by the West Indies, they easily got 7 runs off the over. And that's just normal, sensible test match batting, as we see Jermaine Blackwood get a new bat. I think the
second bat change for him. Just looking at the bottom of the bat that he has now, not sure if he probably broke it. Now there's a consultation with the 2 umpires. The umpire Joel Wilson having a word with Roston Chase. Now he walks over adjacent to the pitch that we're playing on. Is actually standing on the pitch that was used for the was it used for the best versus best game maybe a week or so ago. Now consulting with umpire Gregory Brathwaite maybe about the condition of the ball. They will make their way towards us, which is the non-strikers end.
And remember, you can't apply any saliva on the ball since the new COVID-19 measures have been implemented by the ICC. You can apply your sweat as well as some liquid stuff that is allocated by the umpires. So probably some saliva was added or additional things added to the ball without the umpire's knowledge. Hence, you're going to see a change of the ball. There's no discussion from the Pakistanis. There's no apprehension. There's no consultation, no disagreement. I guess they're all in agreement with what the umpires are doing. I wouldn't want the ball to be changed if I was the Pakistani team. Picked up 3 wickets, 3 crucial wickets in the term of the West Indies, because Craig Brathwaite can always occupy the crease. Kieran Powell, not in the best of form at the moment, but when he scores pretty quickly. And then Nkrumah Bonner has been a revelation for the West Indies for the last year or so. So just mindful of how important those wickets are. So 3 wickets down, 49 for 3. The West Indies chasing 158.
I got a message here from a good friend of Sean Grant. I want to say hello to her. She has been listening to the coverage since day 1 on Thursday and has not been shy of adding her voice to our questions of the day. She's Sexy Millie. And she says, good morning, everyone. West Indies going to win. That is from Sexy Millie. A couple more of the messages that we've gotten. Good morning. I am a proud Trinidadian and will like to congratulate Jaden Seals with his 5-wicket haul. We'd like to congratulate him as well. 168 has been a troubling figure for the Windies in recent times. I think they will crumble. That's another message. Someone asking who will win the test match in our opinion. Maybe Jerome Foster can answer that. And I would bring in Shea Hope for Powell and Joseph for Warwick. And I had asked the question earlier, which is the Caribbean LED lighting question of the day, and maybe my question of the day. What change would you make to the West Indies team, if any, for the second test? And we did have the Crumbs Bakery question of the day. We didn't get an answer for that yet, Victor McFarlane, our technical operator. The Crumbs Bakery question of the day. We got an answer? Not yet. We haven't got an answer. So the question is, name the Pakistani with the best bowling figure in a test match at Sabina Park. That is, name the Pakistani with the best bowling figure in test cricket, or best bowling figures in test cricket at Sabina Park. And you can send your answers via WhatsApp. You can send a short voice note, maybe about 30 seconds long, or you can text your answer to 1246 253 4679. That's 1246 253 4679. Seems as if we will get things underway now. The umpires have made the adjustment, have changed the ball.
Yeah, and basically they have said that the ball has lost its shape. So it has nothing to do with any additional substance or anything on
At
the
one stage, West Indies batting order had lost its shape, losing
did.
the early wickets.
Shape.
Losing early wickets. So Hassan Ali, with a different ball in hand, will run into bowl to Jermaine Blackwood, who coincidentally has a different bat in hand as he punches this off the back foot into the cover region, and there is no run.
Shortish delivery there from Hassan Ali. I'm still not finding the length that I think his bowling coach Wakar Yunis would like, or even his captain Babar Azam would like. You want him to be a little bit fuller than what he has presented so far to Jermaine Blackwood since lunch, where he has been able to score a lot of runs off the back foot, or even score a lot of deliveries off the back foot. You want to be drawing him forward and utilizing any movement of the ball.
Here's Hassan Ali again to Jermaine Blackwood, was being naughty outside the line of the off stump. It was a shortish delivery in length, wide outside the line of the off stump, was looking to cut, more of guide the ball through that between gully and backward point. In the end, the ball came in towards Jermaine Blackwood, went underneath the bat and through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yeah, lazy shot there from Blackwood, getting carried away. There was no need to be playing at that delivery. The ball was wide, going wider, shortish of length. Easily could have just shouldered arms and just restart another delivery.
So here is another delivery on the line of the middle stump, and it's played back to the bowler.
And that is a part of Jermaine Blackwood's game that I need to see him improve on, leaving alone more deliveries. Similar to the problems that I had with John Campbell before he left the scene or he was dropped, is that they don't practice to leave alone a lot of deliveries outside the off stump. I understand that they love to feel the ball and the bat and score quickly and score fancy runs and score gorgeous bunges, but that's also a big part of Test cricket, leaving alone deliveries.
Here's Hassan Ali and again Jermaine Blackwood just looking to hit this one back over the bowler's head. I'm not sure what's happening to Jermaine Blackwood, because in between moments of concentration and brilliance, then comes this shot of nothingness.
Yeah, that was awful. That was awful. The ball was nowhere near to be driven. I remember he was dismissed trying to hit over the top in the first innings and got caught at mid-on by Mohamed Abbas. He's also at mid-on again, so you probably has to be a little bit more cautious.
Here's Hassan Ali, a short delivery. Jermaine Blackwood goes down on his knees, allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So it's 16 overs. Well, that's 17 overs now completed, and the West Indies 49 for the loss of 3. Now there's a delivery left to complete the 70th over. Not sure where my mind went there, but Pakistan 2 slips in place. Gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and there's a long leg in place. As Hassan Ali turns, top of his mark, runs in now to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood. And Jermaine Blackwood this time playing a little bit in front of his front pad and stopping the ball, runs down, trickles down beside the pitch. The over comes to an end. It's a maiden over, by the way. 17 now completed, 49 for the loss of 3. Blackwood 20 and Ross-and-Chase on 12. The West Indies needing 168 runs for victory, and the partnership now between these two, 33 runs.
And Blackwood there was far more selective. The ball was fullish in length, but wasn't close to the pitch of the delivery. And at the moment, it's 49 for 3 here at Savannah Park.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
So it is Shine Shah Afridi here with a delivery back of a length and gets the outside edge, but drops just in front of the man at second slip there. It was a good delivery from Afridi. Got the outside edge of Ross-and-Chase, induced into a false shot, and the ball just dropping short of the man at second slip.
Good delivery again from Shine Shah Afridi. That natural angle of carrying the ball away from the right hander, pitched on middle and leg and went across him on a good length. Chase luckily survives.
Here's Afridi again beats Ross-and-Chase, this time outside the line of the off stump. Was looking to play straight down the pitch, and the ball angling across the right-handed Ross-and-Chase. But it's one of those deliveries where if you play down the line of the delivery, if it moves away from your bat, it doesn't necessarily get the outside edge, which is always good. It's just when you try to follow that ball that it might nick the outside edge and have you dismissed.
Definitely, and that is where the delivery that comes in plays a bigger role, or the one that holds its line going across other than going across with a natural angle. And that is where Shaheen Shah Afridi has caused problems. Hence you saw Nkrumah Bonner being dismissed bowled because he misread the length of the delivery.
Here's a delivery this time on the line of Midland leg stump, and Ralston-Chase pushes forward, defends it into the offside, and there is no run. Score remains at 49 for the loss of 3. Ralston-Chase taking his time. I remember Ralston-Chase in only his second test match here in 2016 against India, taking 5 wickets and scoring 135. He has good memories of Sabina Park, Ralston-Chase. They call him the crisis man. Always seem to dig the West Indies out of a hole. Here is Shaheen Shah Afridi this time. Comes down sharply on that ball. Was Ralston-Chase playing it right underneath his eyes as the ball trickles down to the man at mid-off. And again, there is no run. Was a little bit surprised when Ralston-Chase was not given a central contract with the West Indies.
Well, very, very surprised. And I think his exclusion has caused a change in how they go about issuing contracts for the next cycle. Not the 2021-2022 cycle, but 2022 and onwards, based on what the Cricket West Indies Vice President said.
And here's another full delivery. Ralston-Chase onto the front foot and defends this one. And Ralston-Chase has this tendency that when he defends a ball, his back foot, which is his right foot, tends to come around, and he almost ends up looking square, but plays it right underneath his eyes. Is very side on when the ball makes contact with the bat.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to master as well, because I think for you to be as balanced as possible at the point of impact, you need your back foot to be grounded so that you can get a nice transfer of weight into the delivery or into the shot that you're playing, whether it's a back foot punch or a front foot drive.
Now here is Afridi again to bowl to Ralston-Chase, who allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Over comes to a maiden over. I feel like there have been back-to-back maiden overs. West Indies still 49 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, and 64 more overs to go minimum to be bowled today. The West Indies now need 119 runs, and Jermaine Blackwood 20 from 31. Ralston-Chase 12 from 33. Chasing 158 for victory. They are 49 for 3. Another decent over there from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Bowling quite well, bowling with nice pace, nice length, and he's varying his length as well. A couple of deliveries shortish of a good length, a couple of a fullish length, trying to induce the batsmen into false strokes, and he has done that quite well, taking all 3 wickets to fall so far in the West Indies second innings. 3 for 25 from 8 overs with 3 maidens, the last one just bowled, as Hassan Ali charges in from the Michael holding end.
He looks very brisk in his run-up. Hassan Ali, this delivery outside the line of the off stump, going away from the right-handed Jermaine Blackwood, who allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Rizwan, and there is no run. Pakistani dressing room has gone a little bit quiet. They were very much on their feet and applauding and very cheerful when Shaheen Shah Afridi picked up the 3 wickets.
And they should still be confident. I think they just need another couple of wickets here to be really interested in the game again.
Here's Jermaine Blackwood flirting with a delivery outside the line of the off stump, but again it goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Hassan Ali runs all the way down to have a word or two with Jermaine Blackwood before making his way back to his mark, and Jermaine Blackwood just walking down and having a tap or two at the crease.
Yeah, and Hassan Ali is very combative, very aggressive, likes to be in the game, very passionate about his sport, coming back from a back injury that derailed him for a couple of years, took him out of the test team, made a comeback this year, took 5 wickets against South Africa, and then went to Zimbabwe and did the work.
Here's another one. Jermaine Blackwood, this time a short delivery. Blackwood playing away from his body with an angled bat, just dropped it into the offside, and there is no run. It's just that delivery again. I said it to Dr. Akshay Man Singh about a day or 2 ago about Jermaine Blackwood, that shot that he plays outside the line of the off stump with that angled bat. So often we've seen him romp the ball down towards third man, but then there are other times just leaves the bat hanging outside the line of the off stump to these short deliveries. And I've seen him being caught at gully and backward point, and even third slip before as Hassan Ali runs in, delivery outside the line of the off stump, seaming away from Jermaine Blackwood, who walks away towards square leg again, will hold down his head, will fix his helmet, will have a tap or two at the top of his pads, and then come back in sight to bat away or tap away before facing another delivery.
Yeah, and that shot that you're talking about with the angle bat is probably because his bat is not coming from straight above him. It's coming from gully, so he's coming across the ball naturally, which makes it difficult for him to be playing all along the ground, down the ground as well. And the shot that normally gets him out is that same shot that he's hanging. That's a nothing shot.
Hassan Ali again to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood this time, and delivery much wide outside the line of the off stump, a little bit fuller as well. And Jermaine Blackwood maybe thought about having a dash at it outside the off stump, thought against it, allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper, and then there is no run. Just has this style, Jermaine Blackwood, where immediately as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, he turns and he retakes his guard, just marks it with the studs from his boot, walks away towards square leg, then walks back to tap away at the crease, touches his right pad, then his left pad, then he goes down, taps the bat 3 times, then bat in hand as Hassan Ali runs in once more. A short delivery that's cut in front of point, that's into the boundary for 4 point, boundary for 4 in front of the Kingston cricket stand. And was a lovely shot from Jermaine Blackwood. Was short, wide outside the line of the off stump, and probably had persons scampering down there at the Kingston Cricket Club. The workers, lovely shot, brings up the 50 as well for the West Indies. And Jermaine Blackwood taking his score up now to 24. Roston-Chase on 12. And the West Indies 53 now for the loss of 3.
And the 50 coming off 114 balls in 88 minutes. And a bad delivery from Hassan Ali to finish the over. You would want to finish the over much better than that. And that is to implore to Jermaine Blackwood that you don't need to rush the proceedings. There are going to be times when you're going to get deliveries that are scoreable, but you have to respect good bowling at times. And he didn't do it for long periods in the first innings. He didn't do it so far. Prior to that shot, he was trying to force the initiative. And there he got a bad delivery and he smashed it in front of point. The man at point didn't even try to chase. He only chased because of the protocol that you have to retrieve the ball as a fielder. And nobody else can touch it. So 4 more runs to the West Indies.
So here is Shine Shafridi, full delivery to Roston-Chase, who defends this one down the ground, and there is no run. By the way, we've gotten some answers in for the Crumbs Bakery question of the day. The Pakistani with the best test cricket figures here at Sabina Park. I see Mohamed Amir, 6 wickets at an economy of 1.69, and this was on April 21, 2017, and that answer is from Jamani Edwards.
Abdul Kadir, 9 for 56. That's definitely not at Sabina Park.
That is Abdul Kadir, 9 for 56. Another answer coming in. Here's a delivery on the line of the leg stump. Roston-Chase gets inside the line, works it down towards mid-on, and there is no run. I've read this one already. Good morning, I am a proud Trinidadian and will like to congratulate Jaden Seals with his 5-wicket haul. I just want to read it again because it was a fantastic performance from Jaden Seals.
I remember as the 5 for 55, he's now the youngest West Indian to take 5 wickets in a test match. I think he passed Al Valentine at 19 years old. Fantastic achievement for the young man who has only played 2 test matches prior to this one. Wonderful stuff.
Has done well. Afridi to bowl to Roston-Chase again, beats him outside the line of the off stump. Good length delivery. Roston-Chase didn't know whether to go back or to come forward, was almost caught in his stance, and the ball whistled past the outside edge and through to wicketkeeper Riswan, but he's still there. Roston-Chase on 12 of the West Indies 53 for 3.
Good delivery again from Shine Shah Afridi. Ball going across Roston-Chase, but he's holding his bat inside the line. He's not following the ball, which is the good thing about it. And Shine Shah Afridi can get a little bit closer to him so that the natural angle forces him to play. Start on middle and leg and slanting across the right-handed chase.
There's Afridi again, full delivery. Roston-Chase this time playing it on the up. A couple of bounces before getting to the man there at extra cover. And again, there is no run. So Jade the Sea is 15.4 over 3 maidens, 5 for 55, in combining with 3 for 30 from Kemar Roach to dismiss Pakistan for 203 in their second innings. So kudos to Jaden Seals, his maiden 5-wicket haul, and just fantastic bowling. There were a couple of peach that didn't give him a wicket, It has been a good performance all day long for Jaden Seals. Here's Afridi this time. Kept a little bit low. Ralston-Chase was able to get his bat down in time to defend this one and keep this one out into the offside. And there is no run. West Indies score remains at 53 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, so 115 runs away from victory for the West Indies. Remember, they have never lost a test match, chasing 200 or fewer in a fourth innings. 61 attempts, 55 of them have been successful. So everything is favouring the West Indies at the moment, despite losing 3 wickets early.
Here is Afridi again, delivery outside the line of the off-stump, goes through to the wicket-keeper, and then there is no run. Seeing another answer coming in here, maiden over there from Afridi. Yasir Shah, 6 for 63. Probably Dr. Akshay Mansingh can tell us the answer. I'm seeing another one here. It's Mohamed Amir, took 6 wickets for 44 at Sabina Park. Someone here would just want to say good night to Saifal Abro, whom I'm from Pakistan, hearing your commentary. It's 11:02 p.m. here, which means that it's about 11:13 p.m. there in Pakistan. Someone else saying Imran Khan has been the best bowling figures for Pakistan at Sabina Park. My name is Carl Ashby. Mohamed Abbas, Roy Bent from Jamaica. Sean Grant, it's definitely not you.
Not at all, my good friend Renata Brown. Now the song you are talking about, which I normally sing, is a Caperton song. So, but I will not sing it right here. I don't want to entertain the doc. As Ali continues from the Michael Holding end, bowling to Blackwood and punching outside the off stump brilliantly between Blackwood point and cover into the boundary for 4. 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs to start off the 21st over as the West Indies have moved on to now 57 for 3.
A very confident shot there off the back foot. Good afternoon to all the listeners. Good night to the listeners in Pakistan.
Please do tell them.
It is 11:31 or so. Well, the clock on the scoreboard is saying 12:31 a.m. So maybe they're already to Pakistani time. I'm not too sure. But that was a lovely shot off the back foot. It was short. It was outside off stump. He rocked back on the back foot. And the cover, there's a conventional cover there. There's a point. He got it right between the two of them.
In the meantime, 2 slips to the gully, bowling to the right hand once more, beaten outside the off stump. Oh, that was a beautiful delivery from Ali, pitched about mid and off and moved away from the right-hander.
In the last minute, he might have tucked his bat down. You get the feeling he did that after the ball left past the bat. But that was a good ball, a good line, and that's the line that Hassan Ali has troubled both batsmen on. A little bit of bounce maybe, which is why I think Jermaine Blackwood would have dropped his hands. Benefit of doubt to him that he actually he played it within it, as opposed to getting out by chasing it.
In the meantime, Ali continues bowling to Blackwood, playing the ball back down the pitch to mid-on, coming around to his left, preventing a single. So no run scored from that delivery. We are in the 21st. The West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory in this opening test of 2 here at Sabina Park, bright and sunny, with a bit of light breeze blowing across the ground. I see all 3 flags just standardizing themselves, actually, showing that they are Jamaicans, Pakistani and West Indians.
Indeed, yes, as Jermaine Blackwood moving all around the crease. Having some trouble with the bat and the grip. He's asked for tape, he's asked for a new rubber.
Ali bowling to Blackwood, hitting the inner edge of the bat, going down to the fine leg region for 4. Innocuous boundary though from Blackwood, but 4 runs nevertheless carry the total to 61 for 3. Blackwood, he has moved on to now 32.
107 runs to go right now, but that's not a shot that inspires confidence in general. But with Blackwood, this is sort of shot you expect. An expansive drive, getting an inside edge, going past the wicketkeeper. No chance of any fielder getting it, but I think Hassan Ali will feel good about it, because for the last 3 balls, we saw Hassan Ali bowl a ball outside the off stump. It held its line. The ball before this actually came into the batsman, which had Jermaine Blackwood thinking. That one just misdirected on the leg stump and outside the off stump, but getting inside edge past the leg stump.
Ali once more bowling to Blackwood on the pass, tickling fine. The appeal, a half-hearted appeal for leg before the batsman. In the meantime, they cross for 1, looking on the umpire, actually coming off the leg, so it's a leg by. However, the score has moved on to now 62 for 3. Ralston-Chase will be facing up to the bowling of Ali. Blackwood he's on 32 from 42 deliveries. He's at the non-striker's end.
The ball pitched outside leg stumps. No matter what it did after that, there was never going to be an LBW, and that's how it was a half-hearted appeal.
2 slips, a gully, back with a point, a cover, mid-off and mid-on. Man at mid-wicket and a fine leg. More so long leg now. moved way around to long leg region. Roston-Chase will be facing up to the bowling of Ali, operating in front of the George Headley stand. And you spoke about George Headley earlier on, sitting on his veranda. And you know, that was a long time ago. In the meantime, Ali bowling to Chase. Oh, beaten outside the off stump brilliantly. Pitched about mid and off. Roston-Chase came forward defensively. It just flew past the edge. End of the 21st over. Searching for home and to win, Doc. 168 there, 62 for 3. That's the West Indies in their second innings.
106 to go, but I tell you, the Pakistani bowling is probably the most ferocious that we've seen up to now. We're going to go back to our question, I believe, the Crumbs Bakery question. We heard somebody mention Imran Khan, 6 for 19, 1977, but that's not the answer.
No, it's not.
S.J. Armisen is a Pakistani with the best bowling test figure at Sabina Park.
And again for us.
C. Walker, Jamaica.
Not too sure if I heard Hamison there.
I did.
But Hamison did have fantastic figures here. But if I recall, he was playing for England at the time.
I thought so too. But nevertheless, though.
So the question, just for clarity, is...
Name the Pakistan with the best bowling figures in Test cricket at Sabina Park. Name the Pakistani with the best bowling figures in Test cricket at Sabina Park. That is the question. We'll tell you the number in a very short while. The WhatsApp number will remind you. As a free deal, starting his new over, bowling to Blackwood, just on the pass, just tugging it around to the long leg region. The batsmen, they cross for 1. So Blackwood has moved on to 33. The score is 63 for 3. And the West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory in this opening test. 2 slips a gully, back with a point. There's a cover, mid-off and mid-on, and a long leg. And there's a deep square leg a short while ago. No, he's been brought in.
The bowlers have been bowling pretty fast, and because of that, you can't expect them to bowl long overs. Shaheen Shah Afridi, you can see, not tiring, but you can't expect him to go on more than 1 or 2 overs, so the batsman will keep that in mind.
Afridi bowling to Chase. Chase allowing the ball to go across him, going through to the wicketkeeper Rizwan. Still the score stands at 63 for 3. As we're going to say it at least an umpteenth time or 20th time, West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory. This is the penultimate day, and I'm looking over to the left where the rain came yesterday, but it's just nice and cool and easy and sunny.
Walking in, I was just looking at the blue mountains, picturesque, blue with green and the clouds, but no rain clouds.
I'm wondering if the Jonker is following me actually, because here it comes again. In the meantime, Afridi bowling to the right-hander, bouncer over Chase's head. He just dips underneath that, though. That was a high bouncer going through to wicketkeeper Rizwan. Still the score stands at 63 for 3. Every time I sit here, the Jonker comes over the ground.
Well, as long as it doesn't trouble the proceedings. We're seeing the umpire, that's umpire Brathwaite, just walking down, looking at where Shaheen Shah Afridi is running onto the pitch. Not saying very much right now, but kind of just giving a subliminal message that be careful of running onto the pitch itself, just going and patting the area. Of course, he is a left-handed bowler, Shaheen Shah Afridi, bowling over the wicket, but in the line of legs. So, having said that, he's just decided he's now going to go around the wicket. So, probably listening out to what we were saying, or more importantly, seeing what the umpire was doing, he's decided that he's going to go around the wicket.
I'm going to tell you something, that a message just came in, though not to answer to the question that we posed about the best bowler in the Pakistani colours, actually, at Sabina Park. Going around the wicket, the left-hander to Chase. Bunch the ball in the covers, but this is just coming in. Hi, good afternoon, Andrew. How are you? I am presently watching the test match, and Afridi, the fast bowler, is bowling with long sleeves in 91 degrees Fahrenheit. What do you think? Sonny Ramadan used to bowl the same way until he confessed the reason. He did that to hide the ball, and he threw food for thought.
One thing I will tell you, looking around the field, is there are at least 6 fielders with long sleeves, not just Shaheen Shah Afridi.
In the meantime, Afridi continuing. Ball to the right-hander Chase into the pads. The ball played back along the pitch. And it's certainly Afridi working up a pace, but Chase is up for the task. We're in the 22nd over. 1 delivery to go. 63 for 3. The West Indies. Blackwood on 33. He's at the non-strikers end. And Roston-Chase on 12 from 45 deliveries.
Even though Blackwood has got 33 or 43, you feel a more sense of calm when Roston-Chase is on strike, just because of his shot selections.
Two slips in the gully, back with a point, cover, mid-off and mid-on. I'm agreeing with you wholeheartedly, Doc. There's a mid-wicket and a fine leg. A freely goes by the umpire, bowling to the right channel, into the pass once more, punching beautifully past the man mid-on. Oh, that was picturesque. You mentioned about Blue Mountain a short while ago, but that shot from the man Chase was picturesque. To close off the over elegantly with another boundary, and the West Indies looking good in the second session, Doc, as 50-run partnership have now been brought up with that 4 between Rupavahini and Blackwood of 87 balls in 59 minutes.
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Caribbean LED lighting. Look on the brighter side.
You spoke about a picturesque shot, but Ralston Chase perhaps enjoyed that the most. I'll tell you why after this ball.
Ali bowling to Blackwood, and Blackwood is hanging his back out to dry. No footwork a short while ago, playing the ball on the offside defensively. No run scored, 2 slips, a gully, back with a point. There's a cover, bit off, mid on, and a mid wicket, and also a fine leg. Let me hear what you had to say.
Well, you saw a delightful on drive there by Ralston Chase, who tends to just hold his shot, but he held the bat in that same position while he ran all the way to the non-striker's end, making sure that the ball went for 4. He really enjoyed that, and who wouldn't? It was exquisite timing. Jermaine Blackwood, on the other hand, is facing now
to the bowling of Ali. Bowling to the right-hander. Tuckering up, playing it on the onside. No run score. 6 or 7 for 3. Dark 33 to Blackwood, 16 to Chase. The partnership, as we spoke about earlier on, has moved on to 51 between the two. The field, 2 slips, and a gully back with a point. A cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket. And where's the fine leg, though? Oh, he's off the field. Sitting down. But he needs a chair.
Shane Shawafidi just having a little drink there, crouched while he's drinking, which a lot of these Pakistani players, in fact a lot of Muslim players, tend to do.
In the meantime, Ali bowling to the right-hander. Jermaine Blackwood trying to tug it off the pads to find the man at the mid-wicket. No run scored.
You'd observe that Jermaine Blackwood's footwork wasn't as precise as it was at the start of his innings, and he tends to do this when he gets attacking. He tends to stay on the back foot a bit longer to see if he can rock on the back and hit it in the air, which is not a good thing in the context of the game, but you've noticed that when he's batted in the past, and I'd rather that he just get behind the ball and play it on his merit rather than trying to create runs.
Doc, you need to comment on the last message that came in. I'm going to get to that in a very short while. Ali bowling to the right-hander, Blackwood allowed the ball to go through to the wicket-keeper Rizwan, that pitched outside off stump, held his line and went right through. 6 or 7 for 3, Doc.
The comment you talk about the long sleeves?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, that unlike the days of Ramadan when there were no TV cameras, the scrutiny that these bowlers go under, playing, not playing, training, there are just cameras on them all the time. And I think if there's any concern, you'd have heard about that already.
Another answer coming in. Mohammed Amir, 6 for 44 by David Smart. Is that true, Doc? Is that the answer, Doc?
Is that the answer?
Mohammed Amir, 6 for 44, sent in by David Smart. In the meantime, it is Ali bowling to the right-hander, Blackwood, and driving down the ground ferociously, pardon me, for 6 or 7 for 3, has moved on to now 71 for 3. Oh, hit that hard on the ground. That in itself, that was tumultuous.
Well, if Ralston Chase was beauty because of timing, this was beauty because of power. He bludgeoned it at the on-drive again. As you said, Blackwood is just staying back on the back foot a bit, and then when he springs into a shot, in this case pushing forward that foot on the onside, he brings a lot of power to it.
So 37, Blackwood has moved on from 48 deliveries. Ralston Chase, 16 from 46.
What were those figures you'd said?
Let me check again. 6 for 44 by Mohammed Amir.
That sounds correct.
It is correct. Okay, Doc. Well, you're the man. I'm going with what you said. So congratulations to David Smart. Mohammed Amir, 6 for 44. In the meantime, we're going to give you the Caribbean LED lighting topic of the day. We're in the second session. Ali bowling to Blackwood once again. Oh, just outside the off stump. That was close to the off stump, though. That was close to the off stump. Went right through to wicketkeeper Rizwan. The score still stands at 71 for 3. Chase 16 and Blackwood on 37.
Close indeed, especially when you know that Hassan Ali can bring the ball back into the batsman. He was in no position to bring down the bat had that happened. But anyhow, good judgment in the end. And we do see a lot of activity on the field. But the biggest activity, I guess we could report, is that Yasser Shah looks like he's going to be taking over from Shahanshah Afridi.
It seems like that's the case at the present time, but in the meantime, the Caribbean LED lighting topic of the day. Would you make any changes to the West Indies team for the second test against Pakistan? And special thanks to Shelley Harding and her team at Caribbean LED Lighting in Barbados. Well, would you make any changes to Shelley's team? I would not make any changes to Shelley's team at all.
They seem to be doing a great job.
Exactly. But would you make any changes to the West Indies team?
Well, let's get the views first before we give ours. But what I will tell you is that the chase now is less than 100. It is 90, how much we got there now? It's 71. And they have to chase 168. So they've gone 3 past 100, 97 more to go. And this is looking like a period that the West Indies is winning since lunch, which is very important from their perspective. We heard that they've never lost a chase less than 200 at this at all. I think I was told. Was that what Foster had said?
I don't know at all,
but certainly at this ground, we know that to be true. Yasser Shah is going to try and change that.
In the meantime, is Shah spin being brought on, and just running up. Testing. You see a forward short leg. Chase will be facing. One slip back with a point. There is a mid-off, a deep mid-off, extra cover, and a sweeper on the boundary, and a mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket. So, in the meantime, tapping away at the crease is Chase, who is on 16 from 46. Shah will be bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. Score still stands at 71 for 3. Right arm spinner, bit short outside the off stump, going right through to the wicket keeper Rizwan. Still the score stands at 71 for 3.
Chase is somebody who likes to engage leg spinners outside off stump, so it's a good line for him to start on.
For who?
For Yasser Shah.
Shah bowling to Chase once again, bit short in that delivery, going back and punching the ball on the onside, and they go through for 1. Deep mid wicket coming into the play. So 1 more run to the total. 1 more run to Chase. Chase has moved on to 17. West Indies are 72 for 3. Chasing 168 runs for victory. This on the penultimate day of the opening test between Pakistan. And we heard the Caribbean LED topic for the day. And the numbers go 1, 2, 4, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9. Would you make any changes to the West Indies team for the second test, which starts on Friday? Shah once again bowling to Blackwood. A flighty delivery. Blackwood coming forward defensively, playing the ball on the offside. The wicketkeeper Rizwan coming around. No run scored from that delivery. Still 71 for 3. That's a score. Chase is on 16. Blackwood on 37. Chase should be on 17 because he's off the mark. In the meantime, Shah bowling to Blackwood from the Courtney Walsh end. A bit short on that delivery, playing the ball on the onside. Mid-on getting some work, moving to his right to throw at the non-striker's end. In the meantime, the batsman they cross for 1, and umpire Brathwaite had to hold on to Blackwood.
Yes, a quick single there. In fact, Shahanshah Afridi went to his right very quickly and sent in a very fast return. No chance of Yasser Shah stopping it, but it didn't hit the stumps. I think even if it was a dark hit, it wouldn't have mattered.
Shah bowling to Chase, flighty delivery outside the off stump, onto the ball, finding the man at extra cover. No runs scored, still 73 for 3. Chase is on 17 and Blackwood on 38. The final delivery of the 24th of the innings, bowled by Shah first of the innings. Going by the umpire, bowling once more, flighted, driving through the cover. There's a sweep on the boundary, so 1 more run to the total. Total has moved on to 74 for 3. Ruston Chase on 18 and Jermaine Blackwood on 38.
If we're discussing the Caribbean LED lighting topic of the day, which is would you see what changes would you propose, if any, to the West Indies team? I'll give a hint to those trying to make up their decision, their mind. In that we're seeing about 3 strips out there that are likely to be used for the Test match on Friday. All of them are absolutely green and full of grass.
Well, you can WhatsApp your comments to 1246 2534 679. That's 1246 2534679. We want to hear your comments. We want to hear what you have to say. And we want everybody to be a selector at the present time. What changes would you make to the West Indies team for the second test? That's a Caribbean LED lighting topic of the day. Interesting. And we'll have to build up Shelley Harding and her team. No changes will be made to Shelley Harding's team. But let's see now. Bowling change. Ashraf now will be operating from the Michael Holding end. Has replaced Ali. 2 slips at the gully, back with a point. There's a cover, mid-off. Going to the right-hander. Driving beautifully is a chase. Moving for 1, coming back for the second. The ball picked up at least 2 yards in front of the boundary. They're going to throw. They're going to run for the throw, actually. It's 3 more runs to the total. So the score has moved on to now 77. Chase has moved on to 21.
And that makes it, 91 now as we count down. But a very good shot there. It was on his pads. He actually flicked it past mid-wicket. A bit aerial, but never close to the fielder. Not enough power to get to the boundary, but they ran 3 quick runs. Once Jermaine Blackwood is there, you know you're going to get quick runs.
Well, that's what everyone is saying.
Quick runs meaning quick running. You're going to get quick runs as well, but a lot of quick running.
In the meantime, 2 slips and a gully, back with a point. There is a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Ashraf continues, bowling to the right-hander Blackwood. Blackwood a bit surprised with that delivery though. And jagged somewhat. He displayed the ball back down on the track. I don't think he was expecting that lift.
Well, Fahim Ashraf has actually been bouncing the ball more than anybody else. Somebody I've been very impressed with in this test match. Ashraf has bowled well, he's batted well. We saw him in an important partnership. But he comes down with pace quicker than Carl Mears and a lot of bounce because he delivers from a very high position.
In the meantime, Ashraf continues from the Michael Holding end, bowling to Blackwood. Blackwood hanging his back out to dry, trying to beat the man at back with a point, and still not moving his feet though. Not liking that shot though, Doc.
Playing it very late. So you see he's watching it. He's playing it very late, but as you say, he's not getting to it. He does this when he's in aggressive mood. I agree with you. I'm not a fan of this.
2 slips and a gully, back with a point, cover. There's a mid-off and mid-on. The mid-on is deep. Man at mid-wicket and a long leg. So still the score stands at 77 for 3. Searching for 168 runs for victory. That's the West Indies. They're in their second innings. Roston Chase at the non-strikers end on 21. Blackwood on 38. Facing up to the bowling. Driving is Blackwood coming forward only to find the man at mid-off. Not reaching to that delivery though.
It took about 4 bounces to get to the man at mid-off, not timing it at all. The ball was not quite there to be driven. It was just short of a good length. Nonetheless, Blackwood had it covered and therefore no chance of playing it in the air. But a victory, you'd have to say to Ashraf there. Blackwood just has to recalibrate a little bit before he plays these extensive shots.
We are in over 25 and still the light breeze blowing from more so downtown going up to Crossroads, looking at the flags. Is that east to west? Which direction is that, Doc? Don't answer. In the meantime, Ashraf continues. Bowling to Blackwood again. Driving outside the off stump brilliantly between cover and mid-off for 4. 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs to Blackwood. He has moved on to 42. And the score now is 81 for 3.
And the recalibration has taken place much closer to that ball. You saw him lean over, get to the pitch of the ball. That was what was allowed him to take the forearm and just open it a bit away from the mid-on and rush into the boundary. So that was a well-executed drive by Blackwood, and I think he also would have enjoyed getting closer to the ball.
Yes, he would have. 81 for 3, that's the scoreline. Chase on 21, Blackwood on 42. Tapping away at the crease is a German Blackwood. Same field, 2 slips and a gully. Back with a point. There's a cover and a deep mid-off, deep mid-on. And there's a deep mid-wicket. In the meantime, going to the right-hander, driving once more, only to find the cover. End of over 25. The West Indies 81 for 3. Chase on 21. Blackwood on 42. Partnership between the two. 65 runs. The latest score at Sabina Park.
Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
Shah continuing from just in front of our broadcast point, Sean Grant. And Dr. Man Singh in the house, though, I have to say, Dr. Man Singh is enjoying the cricket. The forward short leg being introduced for the spinner. One slip back with a point. There is an extra cover, mid off, and our cover, I should say. Our extra cover, because there's a sweep on the boundary. Mid off, deep mid off, and mid on. And mid-wicket, bowling to the right-hander, driving down the ground to the deep mid-off. They go through for one, easily taken by Rabbitholebd, who has moved on to now 22 and the score 82 for 3.
Meaning that there are 86 runs left to get. 7 wickets for Pakistan, but so far the West Indies playing this very sensibly. Once again, we keep re-emphasizing that the fact that they're scoring puts a bit of panic into the Pakistani thought process as well. I'll tell you why in a second.
Shah bowling to Blackwood, a bit short, turning on the onside, only to find the man at mid-wicket. A misfield, though, and Blackwood was about to scamper down the ground, but set back by Chase at the non-striker's end.
What we'd seen between overs was the bowling coach go and speak to one bowler. We saw 3 of the substitute fielders go around and speak to other people. It sounds like there's a lot of planning going on in the dressing room that's being conveyed to them now.
In the meantime, 2 games were played in the Premier League, the EPL today, but we'll get to that in a very short while. Shah bowling to Blackwood, flight delivery on the leg side, going through for wicket-keeper Rizwan to move around to his left, preventing any buys at all. No run scored from that delivery. We're in the 26th over, 25.3 to be exact, 82 for 3 the West Indies, with Blackwood, who is on 42, facing up to the bowling of Shah. Flighted outside the off-stump, coming down, and defensively is Blackwood, only to find the man at back with a point. Doc?
Not much turn on this pitch right now. In fact, Yasser Shah has not turned the ball much more than the first over he bowled at the last over of the first day when it was overcast and it was very dark, but not getting much turn at all.
Shah will be continuing. Bowling to Blackwood, flighted delivered. Blackwood coming forward and driving down the wide or the mid-off region, so they walk through for a single. One more run to the total, and then 83 for 3. Blackwood, he has moved on to now 43.
Sensible innings here now by Blackwood, who a while ago has our hearts fluttering a bit with some of the shot selections. Maybe Ralston Chase has guided it through him, maybe he understood it himself, but looks far more composed now.
Tapping away at the crease is Chase, forward short leg, slip, bowling to the right hander, ball played back down the track, end of the 26th over, the West Indies 88 for 3, Ralston Chase on 22 and Blackwood on 43. But it's a water break? Yes, it's going to be water. But in the meantime, though, before we take the break, we're going to give you some football results, though. And for the individual who sent yesterday that Manchester City is the #1 team in the EPL by far, well, guess what? On this weekend, you have to say nothing. Please don't send any more messages like that during the test match, because you lost. Manchester City lost to Tottenham by 1-0. Yes, and I know another doc should be happy. That's Dr. Paul Wright. He's a Tottenham fan, so he should be a happy man. Tottenham winning by 1-0, and West Ham getting by Newcastle by 4-2. But you're a Liverpool fan, doc.
Well, interesting that Harry Kane wasn't involved in the match at all. Not on the team sheets. But we're going to take a break right now. We'll come back.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Caribbean LED lighting. Look on the brighter side.
Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
See. See what you doing? Practicing how to say hello in Italian so I can go impress the folks at Caribbean LED.
You mean because they have the new Fumagalli range of lighting fixtures, ideal for outdoor use, especially for homes like ours in the tropics, affected by constant sunlight and sea spray?
Si, Fumagalli.
Alright you, head to the store at Wildy. I will go to the Laura Estate location on my way home. Oh, and it's not Ciao, it's pronounced Chow.
Wait, it's Chow?
Well, one thing I can say, the Caribbean LED lighting topic of the day. Would you make any changes to the West Indies team for the second test against Pakistan? We're getting some comments rolling in, and we want the comments to keep on rolling in. Because guess what? From Sexy Millie. Oh, yes. No, I will make no change for the West Indies team. Sexy Millie has been listening from day one, though. So, but she doesn't say. Where is she from, Jamaica? Is she from Jamaica?
Yes, I think she's from Jamaica, Sean.
Okay. Well, good day to you, Sexy Millie. All the comments coming in. I'd like to see the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, get a goal. Everywhere he bowls the extra bounce, he seems to trouble the batsmen. He's just generally fun to watch play. Here's all the comments coming in. If I'm allowed, I would also like to shout out the lads on cricket for making this game a thrill to follow along with you lads on radar commentary. So kudos to you guys, not me though. Kudos to you guys. I would give Shai Hope a final chance to prove himself at the test level, so I would drop Powell for Hope and I would play Alzari Joseph instead of Jamel Warkan. That's from Kemar from Clarendon.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sean. And just to refresh you, Sean, your good friend Sexy Millie, she started by saying, good day, everyone. Love the cricket listening in Jamaica. That, I think, was on Thursday. Good morning, I think, should go from the fully vaccinated and wear mask. Sexy Millie from Jamaica again. And this was when we asked the question, should fully vaccinated fans have been given the chance? Here is Ashraf, this delivery outside the line of the off stump to Jermaine Blackwood, goes through to the wicketkeeper, and then there is no run. So Sexy Millie has been giving her thoughts. Sean, you're a very good friend from Jamaica. Wonder where in Jamaica. Sexy Millie, if you're listening in, I'm pretty sure you are. Just text us and tell her where in Jamaica you are. My very good friend Sean Grant will give you a shout out. Of course, the West Indies 83 for the loss of 3. 26.1 overs gone. 67 run the partnership between Roston-Chase and Jermaine Blackwood, who has started to look fluent. Jermaine Blackwood. Here's Ashraf, a delivery. Blackwood onto the back foot, punches it into the cover region, and there is no run, picked up by captain Babar Azam. 43 for Jermaine Blackwood, 22 for Roston-Chase. A nice strong wind blowing across Sabina Park. It's hot, not just on the field of play, but also in the atmosphere. Jerome Foster.
Yeah, and the West Indies now need 85 more runs to take a 1-0 lead. Pakistan, they need 7 wickets on the other hand. Jermaine Blackwood, 43 from 62. He would love to get anywhere close to 80, 85 not out to steer the team to victory.
As Jermaine Blackwood gets this off the inner portion of the bat, they go through for a quick single throw at the non-striker's end. He was well and truly in. The ball ballooning off the surface then, and then being backed up by Fawad Alam, who is there at backward point. So a quick single, Jermaine Blackwood moving up to 44. Roston-Chase still there on 22. The partnership 68. 84 for 3 now of the West Indies.
Yeah, and that's good intent shown by Jermaine Blackwood. He's not just trying to hit boundaries. He played a couple of lovely drives in the last half an hour or so, especially from Fahim Ashraf, who has overpitched a few deliveries, and I think one from Hassan Ali. But there he was just trying to rotate the strike quickly to get Roston-Chase back on strike.
And here is Ashraf, this delivery that's close to the off stump. Roston-Chase, they're probably leaving on length, and the line was just barely outside the off stump, and Chase allowing it to go through, and the Pakistanis, they can't believe what they've just seen. The ball just shaving the outside of the off stump and going through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Now I'm getting message. No change, same team. Again, guess who? Sexy Millie. And I understand that she's from Kitson Town in St. Catherine. I know where Kitson Town is. I was living close to Kitson Town for a long time. So just want to say hello to Sexy Millie and all those persons listening in from Kitson Town in St. Catherine here in Jamaica, as Ashraf comes in and Chase looking to play this one off the up. The ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run. They're appealing for caught behind, but a stifled appeal from the slip cordon here from Pakistan. The score remains 84 for the loss of 3. So Roston Chase is looking a little bit rattled here in the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, trying to force that one off the back foot. Wasn't short enough for him to play that shot. It was basically back of a driving length from Fahim Ashraf. Wasn't short enough. Chase is a tall man. Probably misjudged the length there. Should have been forward to that delivery. And probably left alone in the wider scheme of things. Too close for him to play that shot through wide. Well, it would be the left off cover, or the right off cover, the left of mid-off. He was trying to force that ball through.
Ashraf again to bowl to Chase, gets the outside edge and he's gone. I did say it looked a little bit rattled, Roston Chase, but you saw it coming. So Fahim Ashraf picks up the wicket of Roston Chase. He goes for 22. The fourth wicket now gone for the West Indies. They're 84 for the loss of 4. A wonderful delivery. Induced Roston Chase, squared him up a bit, got the outside edge, and the ball taken low down at the second slip position. And Roston Chase has to make his way back. The partnership broken at 66.
Yeah, good catch there from Imran Butt. I wouldn't say a soft dismissal from Roston Chase, but he was trying to force that foolish delivery down the ground. The ball seemingly shaped away from him at the last moment. Took the outer half of the bat. It flew to second slip. Imran Butt let it look so easy. He took it just above his ankles. And a very comfortable way to end the innings for Roston Chase. He would be very, very disappointed. He had to fight and fight hard for his 22. Jermaine Blackwood came to the crease and is still at the crease. They shared in a 66-run partnership. Don't think the West Indies are too happy with that dismissal. Chase was supposed to be the anchorman of this innings. Now we see Kyle Mears, who is an ultra-attacking batsman, joining another ultra-attacking batsman in Jermaine Blackwood. Probably not what the coaching staff would want, but they're representing the West Indies. And probably if the two of them spend anywhere close to 45 minutes, this game will be over in a hurry.
It should be fun. So Kyle Mears made a golden duck in the first innings. Would want to get among the runs in the second innings. So the West Indies lose their fourth wicket exactly halfway to their target. They're chasing 168. They're 84 for the loss of 4 now. Again, just want to say good afternoon to those listening from Westmoreland again, and special good afternoon to Anthony Harding. Good afternoon. They should continue with the same 11 heading into the second test. Yashir Shah will continue. He'll be bowling over the wicket to Jermaine Blackwood. It's a delivery, and Jermaine Blackwood onto the front foot and defends, and there is no run. I did say good afternoon to the persons from Kitsiltown. Just want to say good afternoon to my very good friend Gleneve Grange. He's from that side as well. Represented Jamaica at the World Championships in the throws event. Here is another flighted delivery. Jermaine Blackwood goes over the man at mid-on. 1 bounce into the long on fence for 4. Not holding back Jermaine Blackwood despite the dismissal of Roston Chase. The delivery was tossed up, went with a flat bat, cleared the man at mid-on, was now gone on to long on, and gets 4 runs, takes his score up now to 48. The West Indies 88 for 4.
Fighting fire with fire is Jermaine Blackwood. Flighted delivery from Yasir Shaw with the mid-on inside the circle where the 30-yard circle would be if it was a white ball encounter. Blackwood took the risk and cleared him quite comfortably.
There's another delivery on the line of the Midland leg stump, and Blackwood onto the front foot, defends this one from the right arm leg spinner Yasir Shah, operating with a solitary slip. There's backward point, there's a deep cover, there's an extra cover. Mid-off is 3/4 ways to the boundary, so too mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and there's a deep backward square as he comes in once more from the Courtney Walsh end over the wicket. Flighted delivery. Jermaine Blackwood hits this one into the pitch and bounces, and it goes to the bowler who does his own feeling, walking back to his mark.
And going back to that 4 from Jermaine Blackwood, it's a very risky shot. You're taught to play the ball with the spin. He went against the spin despite the amount of loop and flight from Yasir Shaw.
It's another delivery. Jermaine Blackwood onto the front foot, defends this one into the onside. Picked up by the man at forward short leg. Looks to be Abid Ali. He's there at forward short leg. A bat pad position. As Yasir Shah again, top of his mark, comes in, explodes into the crease, bounces, and this one is guided down towards the final boundary. Should be 4. Was a delivery outside the line of the leg stump. Jermaine Blackwood just eased onto it, guided it down, brings up his half century as well, Jermaine Blackwood, and he's been having a lean spell with the bat in hand over the past couple of test matches, but gets 50 runs, 69 deliveries, 88 minutes, and it probably comes at the right time for the diminutive Jamaican.
Yeah, an important knock from Jermaine Blackwood. That's his 15th Test half century. A very critical one as well, because when he came to the crease, the West Indies were in all sorts of problems at 15 for 2 when Captain Craig Brathwaite was caught behind off the bowling of Shaheen Shah Afridi. And since then, he has almost counter-attacked whatever the Pakistanis have thrown at him. They have thrown a lot of attacks at him, and he has counter-punched, he has ducked, he has driven, he has left, he has square cut. I think the only thing he hasn't done is pulled a delivery so far in his innings, but he has shown a wide variety of strokes. You just want him to be as selective as possible and get his team over the line. Remember, he's the vice captain of the team. He has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now.
And here is Ashraf to continue to bowl to Kyle Mears, who works this one into the onside. Can't get off the mark. That's his first delivery. Was a little bit aerial and bounced maybe 3 pitches away before going to the man at mid-wicket. Now, we did ask the question, the Caribbean LED lighting question of the day, or topic of the day, if you would make any change to the team going into the second test. Someone here says Alzari, he's been arguing the absence of Alzari Joseph, your fastest available bowler, and steadily improving and capable of batting addition to your team. I just hope his non-selection doesn't come back to haunt us. And I think that one was from Peter Lewis from Antigua. Here is Ashraf over the wicket to bowl to Kyle Mears, allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. It was a full length delivery, and it was going away on the angle to the left-hander, allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. No run. I think Warkan and Powell shouldn't be selected for the next test match. This is Sean Taylor from Riversdale in St. Catherine, Jamaica, so keep the comments coming in. We'll read out those that we can. The topic of the day, should the West Indies make any change to their squad for their team for the next test, and what are those changes that you think should be made? Ashraf again turning at top of his mark, coming in from the Michael Holding end with the George Headley stand behind him to bowl to the left-handed Kyle Mears. This delivery, again a good length delivery, seaming away from Kyle Mears, foolish in length, and no shot off. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. No run, 92 for 4.
And already Kyle Mears he has upgraded from his first innings. He's yet to score, but he has faced more deliveries than he did in the first innings. Went for a first ball duck, LBW to Mohamed Abbas in the first innings. I think it was Mohamed Abbas. Oh no, it was Shaheen Shah Afridi in the first innings. So he's already upgraded, and he's looking quite confident. He's coming onto the front foot, and he's watching the deliveries go across him quite easily from Fahim Ashraf.
And here's Ashraf again, gets the outside edge, and he's gone. You can call it commentators' curses and call it a good bowling from the Pakistani and Fahim Ashraf, but for the second innings in succession, Kyle Mears does not trouble the score, and the West Indies now reeling at 92 for the loss of 5.
Similar to the previous delivery, that from Ashraf, it went across Kyle Mears. He left it alone, but this time, just losing his patience, just started his innings, easily could have left that ball alone, forced his hands at the ball, poked at the delivery. All he did was poke the ball into second slip's hands, and he took a very comfortable catch just above his ankles again, Imran. But he seems to have a very safe pair of hands in the slip cordon, and Kyle Mears goes for a double duck in this test match. He has taken wickets in the match, but he has yet to trouble the scorers, and will not trouble the scorers in this match, as the West Indies sink deeper at 92 for 5. Their savior, their second savior, the man who has been scoring a lot of runs for them in these type of situations, in these dangerous and precarious situations, Jason Holder comes to the crease with the team needing another 76 runs and 5 wickets in the hand.
And that's the latest here at Sabina Park.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs Bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
So Jason Holder is the new batsman to face this delivery from Fahim Ashraf, who somehow just manages to pick up wickets. 3.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 13. The West Indies in all sorts of problems here.
And 76 runs, seemingly 176 runs away for the West Indies at this moment. Jermaine Blackwood on 52. He's key right now. Losing Jason Holder any moment now would really put the Pakistanis on top here.
Fahim Ashraf comes in to bowl to Jason Holder with the West Indies 92 for 5. A delivery, a good length delivery. Got some extra bounce and through to the wicket keeper. There is no run. So the West Indies in this second innings, in their chase of 168, they've lost Craig Brathwaite, caught Mohammad Rizwan off the bowling of Shaheen Shah Afridi for 2. Karen Powell, he was leg before wicket off the bowling of Shaheen Shah Afridi for 4. And Nkrumah Bonner was bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi for 5. Roston Chase caught Imran Butt off the bowling of Fahim Ashraf for 22. And Kyle Mears, he was caught Imran Butt off the bowling of Fahim Ashraf for 0. Here is Ashraf once more to bowl to Jason Holder, who gets this one off the face of the bat. A couple of bounces down there to Yashir Shan. The gully region overcomes to an end. A successful one. A wicket made for Ashraf. And the West Indies 92 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, good over there from Fahim Ashraf. Troubled Kyle Mears a bit before inducing his edge, forcing his edge, got the edge. Ball went straight to second slip. The West Indies lost another wicket in that over. Wicket that they could have done without, especially with the fact that Jermaine Blackwood was going so well. Maybe that wicket will now contain him, especially with Mohammed Abbas set to start another spell. And he's going to present another challenge to Jermaine Blackwood because he bowls straighter than the other Pakistani bowlers. He's not going to give him a lot of width or a lot of drives, which he has feasted on and cashed in on so far in this test match.
And Mohammed Abbas comes back now. Will be bowling from this Courtney Walsh end. 2 slips in place. A gully backward point. There's a cover. And there's a man at mid-off. Mid-on. Funny enough, there's a deep mid-wicket. And there's a man at fine leg who will be bowling to Jermaine Blackwood, who is there on a 52 from 69 balls. Here's Mohammed Abbas, the ball to Blackwood over the wicket. This battle line down the leg side, and Rizwan diving away to his left was able to poach that one and prevent any buys to be added to the West Indies total with them now 92 for the loss of 5. Remember, they need 168 runs for victory.
Yeah, this test match has yet to see a centurion. I doubt we're going to see one. The West Indies need 76 more runs. Jermaine Blackwood is 52. Highest scorer so far is Craig Brathwaite in the test with 97.
Abbas once more to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood. Full delivery onto the front foot and pushes it into a vacant mid-wicket region and was able to come through to complete the single. So this pair, a lot rest on this pair and how much they can add to the total. The West Indies, they've lost wicket at 1 for 14 when Powell was dismissed, 2 for 15 when Brathwaite went, 3 for 16 when Nkrumah Bonner was dismissed. Then it became 84 for the loss of 4 with the dismissal of Roston Chase, and then 92 for the loss of 5 with the dismissal of Kyle Mears. So losing 2 quick wickets after a good partnership between Roston Chase and Jermaine Blackwood. So another partnership needed here for the West Indies if they are to win. Here is Mohammed Abbas, runs into bowl to Jason Holder. A full delivery on the line of the leg stump. There's a loud appeal and the umpire says not out, umpire Brathwaite. And Abbas hands akimbo, looks towards his captain and looks towards the wicket keeper. Now he's been told that is surely angling down the leg side. He's reluctantly now turning to walk back to the top of his mark, and the score remains 93 for 5.
Yeah, I think that ball was sliding down the leg side. Jason Holder didn't even get across to the stumps. It basically hit him on the outer part of his left foot, which is his front foot. So that ball was definitely angling down the leg side. Gregory Brathwaite shook his head pretty quickly, signifying that he was confident that ball was missing the stump. But as you pointed out with the wickets and how the West Indies lost their wickets, the type of framework or the type of clusters that they're losing their wickets in is a cause of concern. They're losing the wickets in patches, and that is a massive concern for the coaching staff.
It is a concern as Abbas comes in. Jason Holder onto the front foot. Not a big stride in. Jason Holder just waited until the ball did its thing off the pitch, moved, and then playing it right underneath his eyes. Bat and pad closer together with the face of the bat facing downward, and was able to play the ball into the pitch as it trickles out to the man at the cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, and when you lose wickets in clusters, it basically gives the opposition a lot of hope, because even if the West Indies are 100 for 2 and your trend is suggesting that you lose wickets in clusters, the fielding team is always going to believe that one will bring 2 and 3 in no time.
Abbas again to bowl to Holder, straight delivery. Jason Holder onto the front foot, defends this one on the move. Out to the man at mid-off, no run. Just had his right foot, which is his back leg. Jason Holder just coming around to end up almost a front on with the ball as he played that one. 2 slips in place, and it's so funny that you could be there for so many deliveries and there's nothing that comes your way, and all of a sudden there are 2 wickets almost back to back. And well done by Imran Butt as Abbas comes in once more. This one is worked, and a wonderful stop and a mix up. The throw comes to the wicket keeper's end. They were able to complete the single. Shine Shafridi diving away to his right at mid-on and put some doubt in the mind of Jason Holder and Jermaine Blackwood. They were mid-pitch thinking whether or not they should go through for the single or not. In the end, they ended up completing the single. Jason Holder getting off strike and off the mark, with the throw coming to the wicket keeper's end, and Jermaine Blackwood was well and truly home.
Definitely the throw went to the wrong end. Jermaine Blackwood had already committed for the single. Jason Holder was caught ball watching. He thought that Shine Shafridi would have cut the ball off. He did, but he was diving to his weaker side, which was his right hand side. So he had to dive, roll over, pick up and throw with his left hand, which gave them time. But had he gone to the bowler's end, I think Holder would have been in some trouble, because he stopped mid-pitch looking at the man fielding the ball.
Ashraf to continue to bowl to Jason Holder. This one, back of a length, and Jason Holder just moving a little over to the offside to defend this one, to get his body right behind it, and playing with soft hands, just loosening the grip a bit and allowing the ball to drop in front of him, and there is no run.
Unlike Kyle Mears, who was pushing at the delivery rather than waiting for the ball to come towards him. New in your innings, know he loves to feel the ball on the bat, but sometimes you have to take away some of your strengths and just adapt and play the situation rather than just being blind to whatever is out there on the pitch.
Ashraf again turns at the top of his mark to bowl to Holder. Passes umpire Wilson now, and this one Jason Holder was leaving alone belatedly, and in doing so the ball probably went very close to the face of the bat. And in talking about Kyle Mears, I said it from he made his debut and scored that fantastic double century in Bangladesh, that he generally plays with hard hands. And when we say hard hands, it's generally tense and his hands are stiff in going at the ball.
Tight grip on the ball.
Yeah, when he times the ball, when he hits the ball, they stay hit. But the downfall of Kyle Mears is that when he gets the outside edge, more often than not, it carries through to the wicket keeper of the slip cord. And here's another delivery that goes through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Was foolish in length, moving away from the right-handed Jason Holder through to the wicket keeper. No shot offered, and the score remains 94 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, I agree with you. But again, it comes from the type of surfaces that he would have played on. In Barbados, normally the pitches are true, and Kensington Oval, known to be very, very lively. He made a switch over to the Windward Islands Volcanoes for the professional franchise league. But I think over time, when you play more international cricket and get more exposure to different type of surfaces and different type of wickets, he's going to have to adapt his game and transform his game to suit whatever the situation requires.
Here's Ashraf. That is nicely played by Jason Holder. Chance for a run out at the bowler's end. Again, Afridi. This time he was sliding across to his left. Picked up, but another well-judged run by Jason Holder. And the score goes up now to 95 for the loss of 5 wickets here. The West Indies again needing 168 runs for victory. And they need another, 73 runs.
Yep, edging closer. We're getting closer. The next target for the West Indies will be to get to 120, 128, well, 118 to get down to 50 more runs needed. So that should be the next milestone for this partnership, which has 3 runs so far.
Now here is Ashraf to bowl again to Jermaine Blackwood. This one down the leg side. And Jermaine Blackwood just disappointed that he never got anything on it to guide it down to that fine leg region. And probably lucky that he didn't get anything on it, because it went to the wicket keeper. By the way, some 35 wickets going down over 3 days and 1.5 session in this first test.
Interesting. And I'm not sure it's down to the pitch. It's just lack of application in my estimation, because there has been a sign that runs can be scored based on what Craig Brathwaite did in the West Indies innings, based on what Fawad Alam did in the Pakistani innings.
And here's Ashraf, Jeremy Blackwood playing this one from his stance into the cover region, and there is no run. And of course what Babar Azam did in the second innings as well. So there is runs to be had here at Sabina Park. The outfield is quick and the pitch is good, but at 95 for the loss of 5, the West Indies in a bit of trouble, the latest here at Sabina Park.
Old-time bakers in Bim bake from home. Remember the Dutch oven made of stone? Then came the bread cart. Oh, you could smell that bread a mile away. And then there was the bread van. Many have made a living selling from them. Now, your bread is as close to your home as you can get it, because there's sure to be a Crumbs bakery near you for a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries, and bread.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
A couple more of your comments. Alzar Joseph for Warkan and Karen Powell doesn't look good. Shamar Brooks or Shea Hope are two possibilities to replace him. And that is from Carl Ashby from Barbados. Glad to hear from those listening in Barbados. Here is Mohamed Abbas over the wicket to bowl to Jason Holder, who is from Barbados, and defends this one into the offside, and there is no run. You notice that Kyle Mears has not made any runs since his double century. That is false. I think he had
a couple of half centuries
since that double century. And Bonner is failing often as well. That's another comment from someone. Again, just send your comments, send your name and where you're texting in from. And when we get to it, we'll certainly try to read a couple of those on air. Here is Abbas over the wicket to bowl to Holder again. And Holder onto the front foot, defends this one back to the bowler. There is no run. Got a half century in the first innings, Jason Holder.
58 to be exact. And he looks quite confident. He looks quite composed. He's never short on composure, despite the obstacles that are in his way, whether he's captain of the West Indies or not. He doesn't seem daunted by the task at hand. As insurmountable as some of them may look, he's still able to cope with the pressure. And he needs to cope with the pressure today.
Abbas again to bowl to Holder. This one is driven, and the man at mid-off just turned to chase. It was Babar Azam. Didn't even give it an effort, because he knew once that left the middle of the bat from Jason Holder, that would have been for a good shot from the tall Barbadian.
Sweetly driven by Jason Holder. Overpitched by Mohamed Abbas. And Jason Holder with his long frame just got to the pitch of the delivery. Used his left foot to get to the pitch of the ball, and then just one motion with the bat coming straight through over his head. Straight down past the man at mid-off. Easy runs for him. That's his bread and butter.
And Bats again at the top of his mark after being sweetly driven down the ground for 4. Comes into bowl to Holder, who's advancing. Clips this one down to fine leg. That's 4 more. He was on the move, Jason Holder, maybe deciding that he's going to try his best to get to the pitch of these deliveries. Was walking down the pitch, the delivery angled down the leg side, got back to it. Wicketkeeper had no chance, neither did the man at fine leg. And the 100 comes up, by the way, for the West Indies. It's 100 runs off in the 190 balls in 148 minutes. It's 103 now for the loss of 5.
Yeah, and because Abbas is not the quickest and he's bowling on one spot, one length, consistently, Holder is being very aggressive and not being passive but active and trying to get to the pitch of the deliveries to ensure that he rules out any movement that Abbas is creating and throw him off line and off length. Proactive batting here from the former West Indies captain.
And Bass comes in once more. 2 boundaries conceded in this over so far. Full delivery again. Jason Holder pushing on the up down to the man at mid-on, but straight to him, and there is no run. The partnership between these two, 11. Jason Holder has scored 10 of those 11 runs.
Surprisingly, you expect Jermaine Blackwood to continue his attacking nature and his aggressive build. But to be quite honest, he hasn't really faced a lot of deliveries since Holder has joined the party with the departure of Kyle Mears. And Mohamed Abbas into his 9th over. Final ball of his 9th over.
And Bass comes in to bowl to Jason Holder. This one gets the edge, and it runs into the third man boundary for 4. It was a delivery that was pitched wide outside the line of the off stump, foolish in length. Jason Holder went for it, playing away from his body, flew off the edge, in between the man at third slip and the man at gully, and raced down to third man for 4.
Streaky Streaky, lucky boundary there for the West Indies. That could have easily gone to the hands of Imran Butt, who hasn't dropped anything so far in this test match. Lucky for Jason Holder and the West Indies, he got 4. He flashed hard enough to get it past the man at second slip. But that was a risky stroke. It was wide. It was going further away. Didn't get anywhere close to the pitch of the ball. Just threw his hands at the ball. Got the edge. And 4 more runs to the West Indies. Streaky as it is, it's important runs for the West Indies. And they edge closer to that target of 168.
And they're slowly chipping away at that target. And again, I say to my good friend Jerome Foster, if you're going to leave your home tomorrow, it's probably for the beach. It won't be for Sabina Park. One way or the other, there will be a result by the end of today, the 4th day. This is Fahim Ashraf to come in. He has bowled 5 overs, 2 for 14. Bowling to Jermaine Blackwood. Again, onto the back foot. Punches this one into the cover region, and there is no run with a rack in the back of his trouser. Jermaine Blackwood. Strong wind blowing across Sabina Park. It's glorious sunshine, no cloud overhead, and fantastic day of cricket. We've seen wickets, we've seen runs, we've seen dropped opportunities, we've seen spectacular catches.
Indeed, and it's as if Jermaine Blackwood has started a brand new innings. It's a new look for him in this next phase of his innings. Partnership of 15 with Jason Holder, who's added 14. Fahim Ashraf has taken 2 wickets, so they still have to be mindful of the threat he posed.
Here's Ashraf to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood. Pushes this one in the cover region. They run through quickly for a single. Diving away to his left, there was the Pakistan captain Azam to prevent a second run. He's the lone man in the cover region. The person closest to him is mid-off, and there's a deep backward square. The deep backward point. He has come into the circle now. He has taken a couple of yards. He's there at backward point now, standing in front of the Kingston Cricket Club.
And the West Indies now need 60 runs. I don't know why I'm rushing the runs. I'm probably as anxious as the coaching staff right now to get a test win here for the first time in 4.
Maybe thinking about the beach tomorrow morning. Here is Ashraf to bowl to Jason Holder, who defends this one into the offside, and there is no run. The West Indies just going now, losing wickets again in at bad intervals and losing wickets in pairs, and sometimes they come in threes. I don't know.
Yeah, there has to be some amount of work done in terms of concentration levels, because once you're losing wickets in clusters, there's no way you're going to be able to make 350, 400 runs consistently in Test match cricket, and you need that to stay alive. Once you can get 350 in the first innings, you're always going to be in the game.
Ashraf to bowl to Jason Holder, defends this one again. There is no run, lost 3 early wickets. The West Indies, then there was a period of 60 odd runs added between Rabbitholebd and Jermaine Blackwood, and then they lost 2 quick wickets again. So you get the feeling, if you're Pakistan, and having seen that, another wicket here would lead to another wicket, and then you're into the West Indies tail.
Indeed, Joshua Da Silva is the next man in. Then after that, 4 bowlers. So you have to be mindful, if you're Jason Holder or Jermaine Blackwood, not to get carried away with the array of strokes or the couple of boundaries scored previously.
Ashraf to bowl to Jason Holder, driving this one on the up into the cover region. And again, there is no run. Looks to be in a good frame of mind. Jason Holder got 58 in the first innings. And my memory serves me right, he was dismissed by Fahim Ashraf on the outside edge through to the wicket keeper.
Indeed, it was a good length delivery as well. Moved away from middle and off, shaped away nicely. Good pace is Ashraf generating. Not the quickest, but he's on a good back of a driving length, which is always inviting for the batsman to come forward.
Ashraf again to bowl to Holder from the Michael Holding end. This time gets the outside edge, beats the man at gully. It will run close to the boundary. It might get there, might be pulled back. A good effort. It's pulled back just maybe about 2 meters from the third man boundary. Jason Holder was able to come through to complete the second. And the West Indies, they go now to 110 for the loss of 5. So another 58 runs to get. Jermaine Blackwood on 54. Jason Holder on 16. That's the latest here at Sabina Park.
C-A-O. C-A-O.
What you doing?
Practicing how to say hello in Italian so I can go impress the folks at Caribbean LED.
You mean because they have the new Fumagalli range of lighting fixtures, ideal for outdoor use, especially for homes like ours in the tropics, affected by constant sunlight and sea spray?
C Fumagalli.
Alright, you. Head to the store at Wildy. I will go to the Laura Estate location on my way home. Oh, and it's not Ciao, it's pronounced Chow.
Wait, it's Chow?
110 for 5. The West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory. Blackwood on 54 will be facing up to the bowling of Abbas, operating from just in front of our broadcast point. 2 slips a gully. There's a deep backward point. There's a man at cover, mid-off and mid-on. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. Abbas is looking around the field though with a light breeze blowing over Sabina Park. Bright and sunny it is. Bowling to the right hand of Blackwood. Blackwood very watchful and angling the bat on the offside. They go through for a single. So this backward point is deep. Doctor, are you okay?
57 to go for the West Indies, 5 wickets for Pakistan. No, I'm not okay. This is one not for the faint-hearted as Pakistan giving it everything they've got. We're seeing Jason Holder playing with very heavy hands. He's holding the bat really firmly, and what that means that when it hits the edge, it tends to go. Luckily, hasn't gone to the fielder, it's gone closer to the boundary, but it does make you a bit nervous.
Yes, it does. 2 slips on the gully, backward point. There's a cover, mid-off and mid-on, and a mid-wicket. Abbas once again from the Court de Walsh Ed, bowling to Holder, who is on 16. Holder is beaten, but to go through to wicketkeeper Rizwan did not touch anything. If it touched anything, it would have been a pad.
Indeed, that ball just cut in a bit, and it may have just deviated from the pad. A good take by Rizwan diving to his left. Always difficult to do that, but no appeals because clearly the bat was far away.
So, a reminder though, the West Indies, they're in their second innings, the penultimate day of this opening test at Sabina Park. Oh, it's bright and sunny, no chance of rain at all. So we know we're going to get the results. And we said, well, you heard Ronaldo a short while ago, maybe beach tomorrow for them, not for me. Or not for the players. But in the meantime, Abbas continuing, going by the umpire, bowling to Holder. Holder coming forward on the onside defensively, telling the non-striker, that's Blackwood, to relax, don't come forward. Let's relax, I have it under control. Does he have it under control?
Well, I tell you, in the last over, we'd seen Jason Holder take 2 steps down the wicket before Abbas had delivered, as if to just dislodge him from his length. I think that Jason Holder's playing mind games as well. And when he did that, he was able to drive a ball for 4, and then the next ball was put on his hips, and he was able to play it down to the fine leg area for 4 as well. So Jason Holder, I think, trying to just put a bit of psychological pressure on the batsman as well. As far as whether he has it, well, he does have a half century in the first innings. No reason why he shouldn't have it in this one.
Abbas bowling to Holder into the pads, a half-hearted appeal by the slip corner, the 2 slip fielders, but they went right back down as they went up. Still 111 for 5. That's the present score. Searching for 168 runs for victory. The partnership between the 2 batsmen, Blackwood and Holder, has gone on to now 19 runs. And earlier I was outside and I heard some individuals talking a lot though. They were very vocal. I guess they were the groundsmen.
Indeed, yes, yeah. There are a lot of advice being offered by the few people that are here.
Oh my. Should have heard some of the advices. Colourful afternoon, I could call it. In the meantime, Abbas bowling to Holder, a bit short outside the off stump though. I don't know what they were appealing about though. That's a slip corner once again, and go through to the wicket keeper Rizwan. We're in the 34th over, and the 2 batsmen is converging, having a conversation.
That was a short ball outside off stump and just continued across the body of Jason Holder. He didn't play at it at all, but it was enough to prompt Jermaine Blackwood to come down and say something to Jason Holder. They've had a little conversation there. I don't know if it is that don't go after those balls outside the off stump. I don't know if it's just see out the over and let's have a chat at the end of it. But there was some concern from Jermaine Blackwood.
Abbas once again bowling to Holder. Oh, on the off stump, playing the ball on the offside, the backward point region. End of the 34th over. The West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory, are 111 for 5. Blackwood on 55, and Holder is certainly going strong on 16.
And the conversation being completed now as the batsmen get together and they're having a long chat about it. I don't know if Jermaine Blackwood has noticed something about Jason Holder outside the off stump, but a long conversation which has just ended now. In the meantime, it is Fahim Ashraf, is it, that's getting the ball again? He's been, as I told you, quite impressive. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, has 2 for 17, and he would be the person that they'd be looking at to get that outside edge off of Jermaine Blackwood.
Maybe it's Ali who has been brought on. I think it's Ali. 32. Looks like Hassan Ali.
Okay, Hassan has been brought on. Well,
So
Hatton is what, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets, 21 runs?
Yes, indeed. Just to remind you, though, of what happened earlier today in football, City losing, Manchester City to Tottenham 1-0. Ali bowling to Blackwood. Straying on the next side. Wicketkeeper Rizwan had to move to his left to prevent 4 byes, and no run scored from that delivery. 111 for 5. Blackwood on 55.
Is that what's called a loosener? Because that was way down the leg side, and Mohammad Rizwan having to take 2 steps across. It must be hard for the bowlers as well, because they've got to get it absolutely right. The margin of error with just 57 runs left to get is very little. These batsmen have shown that if it's short, they're going to go back and drive. If it's too full, they're going to drive off the front foot.
2 slips on a gully. Ali once again bowling to Blackwood. He's edged and caught brilliantly at second slip. Brilliant by Imran Butt. Diving to second slip, catching the ball and dismissing Blackwood for 55 runs. West Indies losing their 6th wicket on 111.
That ball wide outside the off stump. Blackwood chasing it, no footwork as well, getting the edge. That ball was not going to get to first slip. Imran Butt diving from second slip and taking in front of him. Very good catch. But you have to say it's a soft dismissal for Blackwood, because there's no need to have played that shot, except for the fact that I think his eyes lit up and he thought he could go after it.
Yes, indeed. So Ali being brought on from the Michael Holding end, and to the captain's accolade, you have to applaud him, because he brought him on. He's gotten a wicket.
Absolutely, yes, a good bowling change from the Pakistan point of view. Now it's 57 runs with 4 wickets, and you'd have to say that the pendulum has swung a bit towards Pakistan. This is the last recognised pair.
Well, the latest score, 111 for 6, searching for 168 runs for victory here at Sabina Park.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch, another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
De Silva is the new batsman, replacing the man called Jermaine Blackwood, who left at 55, caught at second slip of the bowling of Ali, was brought on by the captain Azam, operating from the Michael Holding end. So the scoreline 111 for 6 as the West Indies, they're searching for 168 runs for victory on this the penultimate day.
The worrying thing about it is that the pitch is not really doing anything extraordinary. It's the bowlers that are doing everything. And on that occasion, the ball was outside the off stump, didn't have to be played, could have left it alone. Nonetheless, Blackwood deciding that there were runs in the offing, getting the outside edge. Now for Joshua De Silva, we've seen him early on in his innings being susceptible as well. Susceptible to the one outside the off stump, as well as one that comes back into him. And I'm sure the Pakistanis will be aware of that.
In the meantime, 2 slips on the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Ali bowling to the right to the new batsman, actually De Silva, playing the ball back up the track, coming forward defensively. Silva facing his first delivery of this innings, the second innings. Oh, this may be the closure in terms of the day, the penultimate day of this opening test. The test series not finished just yet. At the end of this test, there'll be a second match coming up later on in the week on Friday. So it will be interesting, though, who will take the 1-0 lead. Will it be Pakistan? Will it be the West Indies? But in the meantime, Ali continues from the Michael Holding end, bowling to De Silva. And De Silva allowing the ball to go through on the outside, or should I say the off stump, going right through to wicketkeeper Rizwan.
Once again, a time of consolidation for the West Indies. As you keep saying, it's the penultimate day. It is going to be the ultimate day, it seems. The question is who's going to take the spoils. But Joshua De Silva, just having to work himself in. Jason Holder seems well set, but the pressure, of course, mounts as the wickets go down.
Ali, 1 for 21 from 7.3 overs, 1 maiden. Abbas, none for 23, 3 maidens. In the meantime, Ali continues bowling to De Silva and get the ball past the man at gully. They go through for 1. They think of the second. The thought has become a reality. So 2 more runs to the total. De Silva is off the mark from the second ball he faced to 113 for 6. The West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory. We're still in over 35.
Not a very convincing stroke there. It looked like Joshua De Silva was trying to get his bat away from the ball and just bounced up and took the bat, went to the vacant position. We've seen him do this once or twice before as well, but not a very convincing shot.
Can we give him the benefit of the doubt to say he's angered the ball?
only if there was doubt.
Because he did not open the face of the bat at all. So we were just trying to give the benefit of the doubt as he taps away at the crease. That's the Silva. And he comes in once again from the George Henley stand, rolling to the right and driving. Oh, inner half of the bat onto the pad. A half-hearted appeal by the Pakistani fielders. End of the 35th over. The West Indies are 113 for 6. Holder is on 16. The Silva on 2. The partnership is just 2. It's warm in here, although the AC is on.
Indeed, yes. And you can imagine how warm it is outside there. The sun has been belting, the pressure has been mounting, and it looks like some of the some of the batsmen are succumbing. But it's really a problem for the West Indies when you have a total of 168 to chase, and you're still having problems with the last recognised pair there at 113. It speaks to the depth of your batting. It speaks to the lack of form of many people. And going back to that Caribbean LED lighting question, what will happen for the next test? Were the West Indies to win or lose?
And I have some messages to read there. Why want the West Indies selectors to drop Kyle Mayers, Powell and Warrington? But I think he means someone else, not Warrington. Bring in Hope, Joseph and the man of spinner batsman. Well, you know who that is. From Glenroy Watson from Barbados. Glenroy will get to you in a very short while. In the meantime, Abbas bowling to Holder on the pad. And a half-hearted appeal. I thought it was an inside edge onto the pad.
Indeed, yes. It was inside edge. It probably even hit him outside the off. But innocuous ball, really, just outside the off stump. Jason Holder had it covered, so not much excitement there. Yes, there's a lot there will be a lot of comments coming out at the end of this. You just have to look at the scorecard to get an indication of where the problems lie.
So I think he meant Warrington, not Warrington. That's what I thought he meant. Drop Kyle Mayers, Powell and Warrington. And bring in Hope, Joseph, and the man with the off-spinner batsman. You can tell me who that is. In the meantime, Abbas bowling to the right-hander, Holder going forward and playing defensively. Covering all stumps though, Holder taking a huge step forward and playing the ball back down the track. Still the scoreline stands at 113 for 6. Holder is on 16, the Silva on 2, and the West Indies are searching for 168 runs for victory. 2 slips at the gully, deep back with a point. There is a cover, mid-off and mid-on, and there's a deep square leg.
55 to go for the West Indies, is it? This is getting very, very tense right now, but Jason Holder taking 2 steps forward, and that's because that corridor that Mohamed Abbas bowls in, he wants to cut that out.
Abbas once more, bowling to Holder outside the off stump, going through to the wicket keeper Rizwan, and held the line outside the off stump. No run scored, 113 for 6 though. And I told you much about the football matches going around the world and in EPL action. West Ham and Newcastle. West Ham getting the better of Newcastle by 4 goals to 2. And Tottenham nipping Manchester City, that's my son's team, by 1 goal to 0. And whosoever wrote in yesterday said that Man City is the best team in the world by a far. Guess what? Roll them back in. This is the new season. In the meantime, Abbas starting his run up and halted somewhat. Tapping away at the crease now is Holder, who's on 16 from 28 deliveries. Abbas going by the umpire, bowling to Holder. Oh, on the pads and coming forward defensively. And we see that Holder, after playing that shot, just shaking his right hand where the glove is. I think we
reverberation of the bat, really. I think it really would have taken close to the splice where the spring is, and that would have just shaken up the hand a bit. He seems to be fine. Looks a little unsettled as Jason Holder is walking all the way about halfway to the square leg umpire. He's coming forward when Mohamed Abbas is before his delivery is taking 2 steps forward. I don't know if he's playing mind games or whether he's just trying to settle himself.
Well, it was 38 for 3 at lunch. At the present time, 113 for 6 here in the second session. Abbas bowling to Holder outside the off stump, holding, just allowing that to go through to the wicketkeeper Rizwan. And that is, I think, about 1 delivery to go to complete the 36th over of the innings. And Abbas's 9th over in this innings. Holder is on 16 and the Silva on 2 though. And your team, Dark Liverpool, went right through to win yesterday. I am not a happy man for that though. I'm not against Liverpool, but when you're an Arsenal fan and your team is losing all the time, you'd hope that another big team or so-called big team would actually lose. In the meantime, Abbas bowling to Holder into the pad, trying to tickle him fine, but it came off, ballooned off the pad, and it went on the onside, going through for 1. Let's see if it's a leg by. Yes, it is a leg by, so 1 more run to the total. 114 for 6 to close off the 36th over. Holder is on 16, and the man Cole Da Silva is on 2.
And though that was a maiden over, they did get the leg by, of course. But Jason Holder taking 2 steps forward again. And you find Mohamed Abbas tends to follow him a bit and put it on the leg stump or on his pads. The last time he did that, there was a good glance for 4. This time coming off the pad for leg by. Mohamed Abbas should just stick to the line that Jason Holder is trying to obliterate and hope that Jason Holder will fish after the ball. Anyhow, that will be seen in the next over because we have Hassan Ali, who's going to continue bowling to Jason Holder.
So I think a player like Kyle Mayers needs help because he has good talent, no doubt about that, but he needs some help. He keep going at the balls with hard hands. In the meantime, Ali bowling to Holder outside the off stump, going right through to wicket-keeper Rizwan. Let me continue with some of the comments coming in, but he needs some help. He keeps going at the balls with hard hands, and I think because he's failing, because since he made the double century, he's putting a lot of work and he's bowling instead of his batting. He needs someone to tell him to focus more on his batting because he's not picked for the bowling, but he is picked for the batting. I understand what the man is saying. He's picked for the batting, not for the bowling, so concentrate on the batting. In the meantime, Ali bowling to Holder from the Michael Holding end. String on the leg side, diving to the left is Rizwan. Oh, brilliantly done, Rizwan behind the stumps, not allowing any buys, not allowing any runs. Still 114 for 6.
Very tight match, and if you recall in the first things, there are a lot of buys and leg buys down the leg side, which Rizwan would dive full length, not get to. So this time he's ensuring that he gets to it because runs are at a premium. Yes, a lot of talk about what players can do and what they can't do. The problem is you have to do it in the middle of the field. And when there's no first-class cricket, when there's no other cricket to play, it's very difficult to correct some of these problems.
In the meantime, here comes Ali once more, bowling to Holder. Oh, that hit the pad and went right through to the wicket keeper. Rizwan, though, he was not playing a shot, and actually his back foot, and he's pointed to his thigh pad, that is Holder. He stuck his foot out, hit the pad, and went right through to Rizwan.
Well, they're having a talk about the review simply because no stroke was offered. But that looked like he was on the back foot and hit him pretty high. They're going for the review, and I think that's more just hoping that the ball was low enough to hit the stump. But Jason Holder judged it and did not offer a shot. The ball came back to him, but it was pretty high, and he's not a short man. So I guess we're going to wait on the replay to see what happens.
Yes, in the meantime, let me read another comment here. Kyle, sad to say, picks up the line against the fast bowlers with his front foot and not his back foot, so he has a tendency to go after the ball with his hands. So those are some more comments coming in. We want the comments to keep on coming in, keep on rolling in. We want the comments to keep on rolling in this afternoon. This is the penultimate day, but can be the final day as the team, the Pakistanis, look on the screen to see what will happen after that appeal. But as my good friend Dr. Man Singh stated, that they're hoping, but all Pakistan fans are hoping, all West Indian fans are on the edge of their seat. Because if Holder goes, you know it's right in the tail at that present time.
And it's showing that it's missing the wicket. So,
oh my word.
The review will not be will be penalised actually against Pakistan. But it was, I think, a review in hope rather than in much expectation.
In shy hope? I'm just joking.
Are you going into the next discussion?
114 for 6. You have to tell me though, Doc, the next time we're on, because everyone wants to hear what Doc has to say. Changes made to the West Indies team, if there are to be changes to be made for the second test. 114 for 6. Holder on 16. He's facing up to the bowling of Ali, who has bowled 8 overs so far, 8.3 to be exact. Bowling to the right-hander, moving away from the right-hander, collected low by wicket-keeper Rizwan. No run of that delivery. 114 for 6 still stands. Holder 16 from 34 deliveries, and Da Silva 2 from 4.
Reckon that's 54 still required by the West Indies. 4 wickets by Pakistan. Tea time coming up shortly. We have another 6 minutes for tea. So probably this over and the next one. And it's absolutely important that they don't lose any more wickets, West Indies, if they want to have any chance in this game.
In the meantime, Ali bowling to Holder, coming forward, stepping forward, long legs from Holder, just making sure the ball goes through to wicketkeeper Rizwan, as more comments coming through. Kyle said, sad to say, picks up on the line. No, I read that before. Let me read this now. My name is Haroon, and I'm writing from Georgia, United States. I feel that the West Indies batsmen are too excited. A whole day is left, and they have all the time they need to knock off those last runs. and lapsing concentration there from Blackwood, playing away from his body when he could have left it alone. Bowling to Holder, beaten outside the off stump, but that bounced in front of Rizwan. End of the 47th over, a main over, the 37th, pardon me. 114 for 6, the West Indies, searching for 168 runs for victory. Holder is on 16, Da Silva is on 2, the partnership is just 3.
And the Pakistanis really are wondering how that didn't take the outside edge. Holder covering outside the off stump, coming down with a definitive defensive shot, and the ball still eluded the bat and just missed the outside edge. The Pakistanis really have their tails up. And for Holder's sake, you're hoping that he doesn't get much strike in this over because he needs some time to go and refocus.
Yes, indeed. Da Silva will facing up to the bowling of Abbas, who's operating from the Courtney watch end. Will this be the last over before tea, do you think? Or maybe there's one more after?
I reckon that there are 5 minutes left before tea, so depends on what happens here. If you have another DRS review or something, well, then that's going to take up all the time.
2 slips at the gully, back with a point. There's a cover, mid off and mid on, and mid wicket. Abbas bowling to Da Silva, coming down on that delivery though. Played the ball on the onside, half after the appeal. Persons thought he may have touched the pad first and the bat, but I thought it was bat then pad.
Indeed, yes, taking the inside edge and hitting the pad. But the question was, a ball that's straight on your middle stump, why is it taking the inside edge?
He's angling the bat on the onside, not the greatest shot at all. He's having a word with Holder. We see Holder there using his left arm to say, play straight, play straight. That's what I'm assuming, though.
Sounds like that. He was gesticulating, which helped a lot in what he was saying. But indeed, yes. And that was the obvious thing, because there's no reason why he shouldn't have played that with the middle of the bat.
In the meantime, Abbas from just in front of our broadcast point, bowling to Da Silva outside the off stump. Da Silva allowing the ball to go through to the wicket keeper. Rizwan held its line outside the off stump. Still the score stands at 114 for 6. The West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory, and I don't think the weather will interrupt the day's play, and it has done in 2 previous days.
Indeed, yes. We've had rain, we've had overcast conditions, nothing of the sort right now. Perfect cricket conditions, bright, no clouds in the sky that are going to threaten in terms of rain, and a lot of time for either team to win.
Bleak conditions also. In the meantime, Abbas going by the umpire, bowling to Da Silva into his pads. The ball played back down the pitch on the onside. Different time, different coordination coming from Da Silva, playing straight this time around than what we saw earlier on.
Indeed, yes, that was correctly played. I don't know if Jason Holder's advice had anything to do with it, or just feeling a bit better having faced 2 more balls, but it was the way you should be playing this ball. Now, once he can get that and you be comfortable with it, then he can start talking about pushing it or thinking about pushing it to the short mid-wicket position and going for the single. But right now, it's a matter of just getting back to ball.
In the meantime, Abbas continues. Bowling to the right-hander, Da Silva, 114 for 6. Da Silva allowing the ball to go through to the wicket keeper as a throw from Rizwan right onto the stumps, but Da Silva was in his crease though, and that line was outside the off stump, going right through to the wicket keeper Rizwan. 114 for 6. Da Silva is on 2. He has faced about 5 or 6 balls so far though, but the scoreboard has been stuck from the end of the 37th over, and Holder is at the non-strikers end on 16.
Well, a big delay here because Rizwan threw the ball and hit the stumps. I don't think he meant to do that, but because of that, we had Empire Wilson who's just gone and replaced the stumps, made sure everything is okay, and is now making his way back to the square leg umpire's position.
Why you say he never meant to do that? He threw the ball, so he obviously meant to do it. In the meantime, Abbas bowling to Da Silva, beaten outside the off stump and dropping before reaching wicket keeper Rizwan. So dropping awkward for Rizwan. He took off his glasses a short while ago. Thought the ball hit him in his chest. Went down on his knees. Still 114 for 6. That's an important thing right now for the West Indies and also for Pakistan.
Indeed. In fact, he has 2 caps on, it seems. Is it, there's something that had fallen off. Maybe it was his glasses. The question is, did the ball hit the glasses? Because if that was so, it's 5 runs.
Even if it's not going anywhere, well, I'll get to that in a very short while. Abbas bowling to Da Silva. Into the pass, hitting the outer half of the bat, going to the back with a point. No run scored. 114 for 6. That signals the end of the 38th over. And Holder 16, and Da Silva is on 2. I think we're going to get one more over.
No, I think I see Holder walking off. I see the fielders
are going to their positions.
They're going to their positions. So Holder perhaps
is not walking off.
Asking for a change of gloves all of a sudden. Just one more over to go. But the umpires have now taken their position, and they're deemed that there's still enough time to get another over. It is 2:39 by my watch, but that's not the official watch. So
what in back in the day though, when it was tea time, what do they normally do?
Normally, if it was within 2 minutes, they would take the tea?
No, during tea. They would drink tea.
Oh, would they drink tea? Well, tea would be on offer. And
Really?
And now, of course, the thing's available all the time. So the tea is there, the soft drinks are there. Not soft, they're cold drinks. Usually fruit punch, coconut water, and so on, and a lot of fruit.
Ali, bowling to Holder, covering up. Holder coming across his stumps and playing the ball on the offside inadvertently, though, because you want to play on the onside, but it hit the outer half of the bat and ballooned for a short while on the offside. No run scored.
Momentum is a real factor, and when Blackwood and Holder were there together, you saw some momentum. Since Blackwood has left, Holder has just not been the same batsman. He's talking to himself. He's walked halfway between the square leg umpire and the wicket keeper. He's sort of squeezing his helmet, squeezing out the sweat. You can see that he's not as settled as he was before.
2 slips at the gully. Here's a cover, mid-off and mid-on. A deep square leg, a fine leg. Ali bowling to the right hand outside the off stump, collected by Rizwan, moving across, almost collecting in front of the first slip. And that looks to me like it is Abid Ali at the first slip. So still the score stands at 114 for 6. Just looking on the field, or 2 slips at the gully. There is a mid-off, a cover, mid-on, a deep square leg, and a long leg, we want to call him that, or a fine leg, but it's more long than fine.
Joshua De Silva has been at the crease for about 20 minutes now, 18 to be precise, only 2 runs so far in his partnership.
Ali continues bowling to the right hand Holder with a full face off the bat, playing the ball on the offside, finding the man at the cover fielder. No runs scored. Deep back with a point also, not to forget about that. Still 114 for 6. They're searching. That's the West Indies for 168 runs for victory. And Pakistan, they're searching for 4 wickets for victory. Who will reach there first? That's a big question.
Bit of a cliffhanger, which you thought shouldn't have been from the West Indies' point of view, but the bowlers have been absolutely immaculate with their lengths, their lines, and their variations.
Absolutely correct. Ali once again bowling to Holder, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Off stump, rocked back. The West Indies losing their 7th wicket, 114 for 7. Holder going back to the pavilion for 17. De Silva at the non-strikers end for 2. And I think that will be tea.
It will be tea, and it might be a serious swing in the pendulum for Pakistan as well. Not might be, it certainly is. Holder just did not look settled there, and it was very important for the West Indies to have ensured that last over was not bowled. You didn't see the sort of desire for the batsman to be there, and I figured they needed time to get into the pavilion and just refocus. They could have slowed down the last over. It used to happen very, very often in the past. But Holder just did not seem the same person since Jermaine Blackwood left. Once again, a ball on the off stump. Holder's footwork was late. He got down to the ball late and just knocked out the off stump. So we have Joshua De Silva as the only recognised batsman. 54 runs required by the West Indies, 3 wickets required by Pakistan, and certainly it'll be almost a miracle if the West Indies were to pull this off.
Who will you actually bring in? You have Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals, Jamel Warkon.
Well, I think Kemar Roach is the perfect person to stand up there. The problem is that it puts a lot of pressure on Joshua De Silva because he's not one who hits the ball with ease. And we saw that in the first innings when he was left with Jamal Work and he tried to farm it. Didn't work too well. In the end, he got out. So maybe Roach will come in. Maybe Roach has the ability to stay there for a long time. But Roach also likes to play some shots. And it might be worth allowing him to do a little bit because some runs need to be put on the board for Pakistan to feel some pressure at least.
Well, the question was posed by the Caribbean LED, well, discussion actually, and a lot of discussions will be had later today. I'll be pleasantly surprised if the West Indies were to win this match. Really, even if they were set 50 to win, they would struggle and possibly lose. It's as if these guys are not capable of batting to overhaul any score they are set. No matter how bad the opposition is, they seem to aspire to be worse. Very pathetic, a listener in Florida.
Well, you can imagine the sentiment behind that if you don't fully agree with the intensity of it. But we have to remember this is a new cycle of the World Test Championship as well. And so a victory here counts for something. It counts towards the next round, or in the current round actually. And so it's very important for both teams to put some points on the board.
Oh, let's go to another individual. Let's hear his comments.
Changes for the next test. No, I would not make any changes. I don't like the idea of switching and swapping guys so often. Give a fella a chance. If a fella fails in first innings, Give him a chance. If he fails in the first test, give him another chance. He needs some confidence, So I would not go with changing the team at all. I play basically the same team. Once the guys are all fit, I would play the same team.
To agree with that, if I was a Pakistani, I wouldn't change the team at all. But from the West Indies point of view,
oh, come on, Doc. Come on, Doc.
From the West Indies point of view, I understand what they call it, what the voice note was saying. Give the person a chance. The problem is that this is not the first test of the year. It's not the first test of our cricket season. We've been through the Sri Lanka series, been through the South Africa series. This is the third series that we're playing in succession, and there are some trends that are emerging.
Well, let me repeat the Caribbean LED lighting topic of the day. Would you make any changes to the West Indies team for the second test against the Pakistan team? Special thanks to Shelley Harding and her team doing a great job at Caribbean LED lighting in Barbados. You can WhatsApp your comments at 12462534679. That's 12462534679. We want to hear your comments, whether voice note or typing, whatever it is, or you send even a video. Let's go to more comments.
I think if you're going to make changes, then I'm sure Shea Hope. I mean, even though he's a good player of the ball, he knows exactly when to he's a good calculator of the shots that he plays. But at some point in time, not often, but he would normally play some crazy shots when especially when you need him to play some brilliant shots to calculate his shots. But I'd have him in the side, and I will also go for an Alazari Joseph. In terms of replacement, it would be Kyle Mears and Jamel Warrican.
Where do you hear that, Doc?
Well, what I will say is that there was a best versus best match here at Sabina Park before this test match. We saw Shamar Brooks score a century. We saw Shai Hope get some runs. We saw Craig Brathwaite get some runs. We saw Shamar Holder bowl with a lot of venom. We saw Veerasamy Paramal get 5 wickets. I don't think he was retained in the squad at all. But the point is that there were performances, and with no first-class season, these are the sort of matches that you have to look to. If you think about Karen Powell, for example, he got into the team because he scored in such a match, in the best versus best match at the start of the season, and a few other players who've established themselves through that route. Shai Hope has likewise performed at those matches. The problem is that he just doesn't seem to be the same batsman he was before. The question, though, is that is whatever shape he's in now better than what you've got in the 11 right now? If you look in the scorecard, as I keep saying, there's some serious concerns.
Very, very serious. More comments coming in. I think that our coaches in the region need to concentrate on trigger movements, and especially back at a cross movement from an early age. To me, a lot of our batsmen technical issues stem from this one defect. Wow. And there's the next comment coming in. I'm actually crying. A person wrote, I don't know if it's she or he, but the person is actually crying because of the results going on.
Well, I mean, a lot of people will be crying, if not overtly, then...
Are you crying now? Because you have on your shades. I don't know if your eyes are red.
I'm very worried. I'm very worried for the West Indies. I'm not worried for Pakistan at all. They seem to be on top. But what worries me, as I said, is that some performances are predictable. From a team perspective, from a personal perspective, and what that first comment spoke about, defects in technique. Now is not the time to sort them out. And so I was very happy when he said that you've got to teach certain technical aspects of the game at a young age. And that is where I think we've got to focus.
Well, absolutely correct, Doc, but I'm not leaving you out at all, Doc. I'm not leaving you out at all. What about you, though? We have heard a lot of comments. We have read a lot of comments. But what about you? Your comment?
I am not a selector, so I'm not going to go and give you names. All I'm saying is that there are people who performed at the best versus best and otherwise, and there are persons who have not performed in this team, and there are adequate replacements in the squad. You'd be worried about certain players. I mean, Karen Powell has not only failed to score, but he looked totally out of sorts. Craig Brathwaite has played very, very well in the first innings. Once again, getting 2 consistent performances within a match has not been the norm for him. Nkrumah Bonner at number 3, you may want to argue, well, he's a good batsman, but not at number 3. And there are a few other people who could come in and take over that number 3 position. But once again, there are some technical issues that would have to be looked at and addressed, because once they're exposed, then the international teams will go after you. Number 4, Ralston Chase. Once again, he's not somebody who's done well at number 4. He's done well a bit lower down in the order.
Yeah.
Number 5 is Carl Mears, and of course, with the bat, he's certainly, apart from the 2 double 100 that he made on debut, he's had 1 or 2 other scores in the 40s and 50s, but to be honest, he's not looked like the person who's going to stay there for a long time, and he's not somebody who's going to carry the meat of your batting. Jason Holder, of course, is the all-rounder he is, but he needs some support above. Joshua De Silva is young in his career. You cannot expect him to be scoring a lot if the other batsmen are not scoring. And then you go to the bowlers, and Kyle Mears is not the fast bowler that Shamar Holder is, and the pitch that we're looking at likely to be used looks like it's going to be a bit quicker than this one. There's no spin on this wicket, and I doubt there'll be any spin on the next wicket. We've seen Yasser Shah struggle from the point of view of Pakistan, and we've seen Jamal Warkan struggle from the West Indies.
So, in other words, you're not going to tell us, but he gave us an overall view of what is happening and what's not happening. Can you ask me the question, though?
I would, but I don't know if you want to just hear some more, read some more comments, but give us yours first, Sean Grant.
But let me tell you, the 3 I would leave out Warkan, Powell, and also Mears. 3, I mean, Mears looks good in terms of bowling, but he's there for his batting purpose. So for me, I would leave him out. He doesn't look the part at all. Powell does not look the part at all, especially against Afridi. And work on spin? No, not right now. I would not select those 3 for the second test.
I don't think there would be too much argument against that, but who would you bring in?
That's another... well, guess what? West Indies is the only team in the world in world cricket that can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Changes, drop the opener Powell and Mars. Good afternoon. Please, when you're sending the messages, please want to know where you are and who you are. Where you're actually sending the messages from and who you are. So please send that along with the messages. Good afternoon. I think Darren Bravo should be in the West Indies test team. I would drop Bono, Powell and Warkan, bring in Hope, Joseph and Bravo. I'm just wondering if the earthquake that shook yesterday is still being left by the West Indies while they're collapsing like this. Or still being felt.
Yes, if it was earthquakes, they come rarely. West Indian collapses don't come that rarely. But
it comes.
Darren Bravo, on his day, is one of the best batsmen that the West Indies has in contemporary cricket. The problem is that we don't know if that day is now. He has struggled badly in the last 2 years in all forms of cricket. He was a part of the one-day series that just took place, and he lost his place there. Once again, I keep re-emphasizing, with the lack of first-class cricket, with the lack of people to go there and play at a different level and for long periods of time, you have to go off of current form. And unfortunately, his current form has not been that of the past.
I was just about to say his current form is not current. My name is Linton Taylor from Jamaica, so it's a name sent in about the earthquake that shook yesterday. Is it still being felt by the West Indies team? Actually, they started lunch. It started after lunch, post-lunch at 38 for 3. And at the present time, they're 114 for 7, losing 4 wickets.
Well, we've seen wickets go down with rapidity today. I think there were 8 wickets that were lost before lunch. We had an extended session, of course, an extra half an hour, but Pakistan lost 5 wickets and the West Indies replied with 3.
Yeah.
So it was almost like a football score taking place there. Now they've lost a further 4 wickets. The wickets are falling with rapidity, but not because of the pitch. I keep saying it's because of good bowling and poor judgment in batting.
So Ronaldo Brown is here, though. They're going to take us up post tea, but I've actually asked him to join us because Doc has dodged me in terms of the persons who should be left out of the team. I'm going to the Caribbean LED lighting question, and I'm going to ask you that same question, though. Who would you drop anyone, and who would you bring in?
Well, it's a strange one. Definitely Jamel Warkan comes to mind. To drop Jamel Warkan, you can play Rakeem Cornwall. And here's why. I think you need a spinner in the lineup. Jamel Warkan, so far in what we have seen, has not delivered with the ball. Here's why I think you need a spinner in the lineup. You don't know what the next game or the pitch will be come next week. It could be a pitch that takes spin. One, what we've seen here on this bouncy track at Sabina Park, Rakeem Cornell with his height, with his strength, with his wrist, can get the ball to bounce. That could create problems for the Pakistan batsman. He can also bat. So far, we haven't seen a lot of spin, but the second test is different. As far as the batting is concerned, I'm at odds as to who to leave out. At this point, Nkrumah Bonner is someone, there's a question surrounding Nkrumah Bonner, the way how he has been dismissed in this test. Who do you bring in? Shamar Brooks scored a century in the best versus the best game as well. And of course, Kyle Mears comes into question. But who do you replace Kyle Mears with? Maybe a genuine batsman can come in. You can bring in Shea Hope, by the way, who can come in and bat at 3 to replace Nkrumah Bonner. But who do you bring in the middle order to replace Kyle Mears?
Are you happy with the opening partnership?
The opening partnership I'm not happy with, but who do you play? Who do you use to replace?
But first and foremost, who would you leave out?
That's the thing. You leave out Powell. If you're looking at the opening partnership, you leave out Powell. Shea Hope, and Doc can correct me if I'm wrong, opened in the last series against South Africa. He opened the innings in the first test. And we all see what's happening now. Shea Hope isn't even in the team. They said it's injury, but Shea Hope not in the team. No, if you are going to make a change at the top, it will be Powell coming out and Shea Hope coming in. I don't have a problem with that. But I still have a problem with the number 3 slot. Who do you bring in for the number 3? I have a question mark surrounding Nkrumah Bonner. This could be
in that slot or altogether, though. Because
slot.
He seems to be more comfortable batting number 4.
I would rather bat Nkrumah Bonner at number 4. Who do you bat at 3? Maybe Shamar Brooks. Now that probably fixes the problem. If it is that you take out Kyle Mears and you bring in someone like Shamar Brooks to bat at 3, everyone else bats 1 down, 1 space down, but you now leave out the bowling option of a Kyle Mears. Roston Chase as an off spinner, so you can leave out Jamel Warrican and you can play the extra fast bowler and you use Roston Chase as the off spinning option. That is also an option rather than playing Rakeem Cornwall. But I have questions surrounding the opening partnership, surrounding the number 3 slot, and of course surrounding Kyle Mears.
If you were going to play a fast bowler, which fast bowler would you use?
Alzari Joseph comes to mind. And we'll definitely go with Alzari Joseph.
Up to Holder.
Shamar Holder, I'm still not, he's still early in his international career. We could go into the final test being a crunch game, because if the West Indies loses this contest, they then must win that game against Pakistan next week. Do you want to bring in Shamar Holder, who is, this week, do you want to bring in Shamar Holder, who is early in his test career in a crunch game here at Sabina Park, which means that you will have Jaden Seals, who is early in his test career, and then you will have Shamar Holder, who is also early in his test career, going into a crunch game. I don't necessarily want
it. Let me pose this question to you, Doc. Although they're inexperienced, but one inexperienced bowler got 5 wickets in this innings. So I don't buy that. I don't buy that theory of you being inexperienced. So I don't want to use 2 inexperienced individuals. If you're playing a practice match and the inexperienced individuals are the best bowlers you have, why not use not all but most of them? If they show that they are the best bowlers at your disposal.
I think you have to go with the informed bowlers, and I agree with you that if somebody's showing a lot of good informed bowling, then that would take your that would have your nod. Having said that, Alzari Joseph has not disgraced himself either. So he's somebody who's on the verge, and I say that because he's in the team, he's out of the team, he seems to be the next pick, so to speak. The question, of course, is that do you replace both Myers and Warrican and bring in 2 other fast bowlers? That's a bit of an overkill. You replace a Myers with a Rakeem Cornwall so that you have that all-rounder batting ability, and then bring in a fast bowler, either Joseph or Holder, for Warrican. That's another way of looking at it. But I don't think you'll deplete your bowling, but you definitely have to strengthen your batting.
Definitely. And it's a discussion to be had. I'm pretty sure that you folks at home listening in, Sexy Millie maybe, Sean, who wants a hat. She says she wouldn't make any change to the West Indies lineup, but
she's from Kitsiltown, actually.
Yes, she's in Kitsiltown. I did say it. Your good friend Gleneve Grange, the national thrower here in Jamaica, she's from Kitsiltown as well. So I know a couple of persons from Kitson Town, and Sexy Millie has been added to my list. And to your list, Sean Grant, as I welcome Jerome Foster. The players, by the way, they're out and about as we get ready for this final session of day 4. The West Indies 114 for 7. So it depends on how you look at it. It's either the West Indies we're 54 runs. Is it 54? 54 runs away from victory. Or Pakistan are 3 wickets away from victory. Jerome Foster, what's your take?
Inching ever so closer to Pakistan. Good afternoon, or good afternoon to you and the listeners from around the world. West Indies basically gave away the advantage, losing 3 wickets in that session. 3 important wickets. Jermaine Blackwood, a set batsman, it would be 4 because Kyle Mears, he didn't spend a lot of time at the crease. Ruston Chase also went, and Jason Holder, the very last ball before the break, he fell on the stroke of tea as Kemar Roach was a top scorer of 41. He made that in the 2012 test against New Zealand here, which the West Indies won, chasing 206. So he has good memories of Sabina Park. But if the West Indies are to get over the line, he will definitely have to get somewhere close to that 41. Joshua Da Silva is 2 from 10. I thought that Jason Holder got into a shell. He kind of changed his narrative and his approach.
Yeah, Hassan Ali hasn't changed his approach. Bowls this delivered to Kemar Roach on the line of the leg stump. Gets inside the line and plays it into the onside, and there is no run. I agree with you. Since the dismissal of Jermaine Blackwood, Jason Holder, before that dismissal, was advancing down the track to trying to get to the pitch of the delivery from Mohamed Abbas. Played a couple of shots, but since the dismissal of Jermaine Blackwood, went into a shell, was more about almost surviving and probably playing until the tea time interval than anything else. Here's Hassan Ali once again over the wicket to bowl to Kemar Roach, and this delivery outside the line of the off-stump approach allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and then there is no run. So a wicket made there from Hassan Ali, and the West Indies 114 for the loss of 7. Now, big questions for me surrounding the next test, and who do we go with in the next test. There's also a question here from me about the approach now from someone like Joshua Da Silva.
Yeah, he has to balance the act. He can't be too reckless because he's the mainstay. He's the pick batsman in this situation. With the remaining 3 players to come, 2 to come, he's the only one who is capable of scoring quickly and consistently and has a wide variety of strokes. But what they don't want him to do is to play the situation and get caught up in needing 54 runs because there's still a lot of time to go in the test match. But also, he cannot soak up a lot of deliveries and force himself to be tied down and cause more problems at the other end with people like Roach and Warwickon. And knowing that Shaheen Shah Afridi has a very good record against the tail, he normally mops up the tail pretty quickly. West Indies are in a big fight here to even stay in control or stay anywhere close to getting 168 runs, which everybody would have thought is gettable, especially with 2 days to go.
So here is Mohamed Abbas now from the Courtney Walsh end. This one guided into that gully region. There is no run from Joshua Da Silva. Is there on 2 from 11. And again, we encourage you to chime in on the discussion. This one says, good afternoon, all driver from St. Best, Jamaica. But big up to those in St. Best. That's the parish of Jerome Foster, St. Elizabeth. Trucking through Iowa and enjoying your excellent old school style ball-by-ball commentary. That's the first time someone has called me old school, by the way, regarding the way things are situated presently. Here is Mohamed Abbas over the wicket to bowl to Joshua Da Silva. Defenses into the offside. So he says, regarding the way things are situated presently, I pray that this being Sunday, or Windies can pull off a miracle and win this first test. P.S. Cornwall would be an asset with his spin and ability with the bat. I'm not sure. Well, that was from, I'm not sure. It says driver from St. Best. So driver, if you're known by driver, if you know any driver in St. Best.
There are a lot of drivers in St. Best.
Maybe Jerome Foster says a lot of drivers in St. Best. But big up to those persons in St. Best here in Jamaica. Here's Abbas over the wicket. And this one beats Joshua Da Silva outside the line of the off-stump. Squared him up a bit. Was really just fishing for that delivery outside the line of the off-stump. But good length delivery, was staying on the back foot and playing from his crease through to the wicketkeeper. No run. 114 for the loss of 7. Alzari Joseph for Warwickon and Powell doesn't look good. Shamar Brooksfish or Shea Hope or two possibilities to replace him. And this is Carl Ashby again from Barbados. Thank you so much, Carl, and everyone there in Barbados. Shelley-Ann Harding. Big up to Shelley-Ann Harding and her team there at Caribbean LED Lighting in Barbados. Here is Abbas over the wicket again to bowl to Joshua De Silva. Similar delivery, and it was picture perfect and a similar result. Squared up the man there, Joshua De Silva, and through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. A number of high fives going around for Pakistan because they're sensing that something could come in the next couple of deliveries.
Indeed, and you can basically feel it coming as well if you're a Pakistani fan, because the bowlers have been impeccable in their lines and lengths for long periods in this innings. Notwithstanding the fact that Jermaine Blackwood got a half century, but he had to work hard for that half century. He had to be different from every other batsman. He had to be counter-attacking. He had to be aggressive right through.
Abbas once more over the wicket to bowl to Joshua De Silva. It's an opportunity. The ball is in the air. They're appealing for leg before wicket. And the umpire says not out. The ball ballooned off the pads of Joshua De Silva into the square leg region. Wait to see the signal from the umpire. Umpire Gregor Brathwaite has not moved, which means that it's runs for Joshua De Silva. So the ball ballooning, maybe inside edge onto the pads and into a vacant backward square position.
It was in the air for a long while. Mohammed Rizwan thought about a catch. He was scrambling to his left to see if there was an attempt for a catch. Looking at the replay, seemingly the ball hit the flop off the pad. Didn't seem to touch the bat from what I just saw on the replay. But runs given to Joshua De Silva. Kemar Roach has a delivery to survive from Mohammed Abbas. Not so sure about this field. A man at deep square, a man at fine leg, and you have a deep point. Two slips of gully, cover mid-off. Well, no, Babar Azam is going into a third slip region, which is a better option. I would still take the man from the point boundary into the circle. Catching position, but there.
Three slips, gully deep, backward point, and a man at mid-off as Abbas runs away from us. The ball to Kemar Roach. Full delivery, beats him outside the line of the off-stump. Was perilously close to the outside edge and bounced just before reaching wicketkeeper Rizwan. But the over comes to an end. 1 run from the over, 8 extras, 40 overs completed, 115 for the loss of 7, the latest here at Sabina Park.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
Alright, so there's a hold up in play, and the Pakistanis, Hassan Ali with the sledgehammer in hand, is hammering away at the crease down there at the George Headley end, the Michael Holding end. Not pleased with where he's landing. By the way, a couple more of your responses. This one is from, it says, I'm James, listening from Springfield Gardens, Queens in New York. Think of my good friend Diego, New York, a city so nice they named it twice. I agree with Powell, Bonner, Mears, and Warkan dropped for Hope, Cornwall, Joseph, and Holder. Remember, Cornwall is no rabbit with a bat. Thank you so much, James, who is texting us from Springfield Gardens in Queens, New York. Bring in Hetmeyer and Puran, our bowlers can hold their own. Ian from Trinidad. Thank you so much, Ian. I think the West Indies selectors are making some blunders. They are picking the team based on sentiments and not on reality. They are picking the team giving favor for some players who visited Bangladesh and not on merit. Ooh, big comments there. And that's from Linton Taylor from Jamaica as Hassan Ali gets ready to start this. His 11th over, 10 over, 3 maidens, 2 for 23, coming from the Michael Holding end. To bowl to Joshua De Silva, beats him outside the line of the off stump. A little shake of the head there from Joshua De Silva. That's maybe the 3rd or 4th time in the last 5 deliveries that he's been beaten outside the line of the off stump.
And Hassan Ali has consistently hit that hard length area for the duration of this afternoon. Previously in the session that he got the wickets of Jermaine Blackwood. Loose drive from Blackwood. A good delivery to get rid of Holder on the stroke of tea. And he has continued after the tea interval with that same hard length. Just back of a driving length with a lot of energy and pace in his action.
Hassan Ali once again to bowl to Joshua De Silva. This time it's too wide for him to play. as a back of a length delivery allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper, no run. 115 for the loss of 7. The West Indies 168 runs to win. This one says wouldn't drop Mears nor Bonner. That's a response coming in. Bonner has done well. Can't drop him after 2 tests. Let's not do what the English did to their demise, chopping and changing. And this is another one saying the players just need time playing more games together. We don't have many options. As Hassan Ali comes in once more over the wicket to bowl to Joshua Da Silva. Joshua Da Silva pulls this one. It's down to the man at fine leg. He's put it down. It's Mohamed Abbas coming from a long leg position, diving away to his right. He got there. It just didn't stick. And Joshua Da Silva has a life. It's now 116 for the loss of 7. Could have easily been 116 or 115 for the loss of 8.
Surprised that Mohamed Abbas got there. He took some time to pick up the flight of the delivery. A full-blooded pull shot from Joshua Da Silva did not get in line with the delivery at all. Basically got the top edge. Abbas moving around to his right. Did move quickly. Got there in the end. Good chance. He got his hands underneath the ball, but popped out after hitting the elbow on the ground. Big chance there for Pakistan.
Hassan Ali once more. This time he's bowling to Kemar Roach on the line of the leg stump. Gets this one behind square on the onside. Goes through for a single. So the West Indies continuing to chip away at this score. Leg by signal by umpire Joel Wilson. The score now goes up to 117 for the loss of 7. And the West Indies another 51 runs to get. So they're chipping away at the score. And they have to continue these two. You reckon another wicket here for Pakistan would surely swing the game further in their favour, because I think the advantage is with the visitors at the moment. Hassan Ali once again from the Michael Holding end over the wicket to bowl to Da Silva, who is driving this one nicely but can't beat Babar Azam diving away to his right in that cover region.
Yeah, and for the West Indies' sake, I think it's much better for Joshua Da Silva to face Mohamed Abbas, because he's going to be threatening the stumps a lot more than Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali has been bowling well, don't get me wrong, but I think it's much better for Kemar Roach to get behind the line of his length than what is in store for Mohamed Abbas, who dropped the chance shortly, a short while ago at fine leg. It was not an easy chance. He had to move to his left, about 10-15 meters to his left, but
Here's
dropped.
Hassan Ali, this one played down towards mid-on, and there is no run as the over comes to an end. It's 41 overs completed, 117 for the loss of 7. The latest here at Sabina Park. And
the players of this team have the ability, but the coaches put too much pressure on the players when they are going on the field. When West Indies was batting off of their natural ability without any coach programming them how to bat or bowl, we ruled for 15 years, nobody could beat we. So just let the same thing go back now the dressing room and then go look back over the tape and see their mistake where they make and work on it. I wouldn't change it because there's no certainty you're going to make any better. Raskaba from out of Maypen, which is not a...
All right, Abbas to continue to bowl to Kemar Roach. This one down the left leg side. There is no run. That's what Raskaba from out of Maypen. And Maypen is in Clarendon here in Jamaica. We're getting a lot of comments from the person towards the western end of the island, going towards the western end of the island. Of course, Clarendon is a central parish, very close to St. Catherine and very close to Kidston Town. Not so close to St. Elizabeth. If you know, you know, Sean Grant. As the bowler Mohamed Abbas at the top of his mark. 11.1 overs, 5 baiters, none for 24. As this one gets outside it from Kemar Roach, squares him up, goes in between the man at gully and backward point. They were able to come through for a single. Score goes up by 1. He gets off the mark as well, Kemar Roach. He's 1 now from 5 deliveries. And the West Indies 118 for the loss of 7.
And I actually like the fact that Joshua Da Silva along with Roach are looking to get the runs. Whether there's no need for somebody to be shielded or high or hidden based on what is going on, because the West Indies are chasing a target. When you get to the 9th wicket pair or the 10th wicket pair, that's when you need to start modifying your approach and how you go about getting the target.
So over the wicket again, Abbas this time Joshua Da Silva was looking to get outside the line of the off stump, maybe looking to whip it into a vacant mid-wicket region. Has to be careful as that one came off the outer portion of the bat. There is no run. Score remains 118 for the loss of 7. By the way, my good friend Wayne Thompson from out east, from St. Thomas, is football president of the St. Thomas FA Football Association, my very good friend Wayne Thomas. I'm pretty sure if I didn't get that right, Thompson, if I didn't get that right, he would call my phone a little bit later on, Sean, and tell me that I didn't get it right. So he said the players just need time and playing more games together. We don't have many options, as this one is over the wicket again, getting outside the line of the off stump was, and Joshua Da Silva plays it down towards mid-on, and there is no run. Now, Bonner has done well, can't drop him after 2 tests. Let's not do what the English did to their demise, chopping and changing. Need to play more games in the territories. Thanks so much to Wayne Thompson out there in St. Thomas. So we've been heard from the western end of the island and also from the eastern end of the island. And we got Central. One from Central, which is Clarendon, which is pretty close to Kitsatown. My very good friend Sexy Millie, a good friend of Sean Grant, who has commented each and every day. So keep the comments coming. We will read them on air. So 2 slips, gully, backward point. There's a cover, mid-on, mid-off. There's a deep backward square. It's 3/4 ways or maybe halfway to the boundary. There's a fine leg as Abbas comes in to bowl to Da Silva. Again, outside the line of the awesome, pushes it into the onside. The throw comes to the wicket-keeper's end. And the run completed. It's now 119 for the loss of 7. The partnership now worth 5. Kemar Roach on 1 and Joshua Da Silva on 5.
And Joshua Da Silva basically carbon copy image of what Jason Holder did prior to the dismissal of Jermaine Blackwood. Was trying to get outside the line of Mohamed Abbas to take him off the length that he's concentrating on, the back of a driving length, which is asking a lot of questions of the West Indian batsmen to come forward, threatening their defences and the stumps. So good ploy there from Joshua Da Silva.
Abbas again over the wicket to Kemar Roach, and Kemar Roach clips this one down towards fine leg. They will only get 1. Hassan Ali is down there, does the fielding and throws it back to his wicket keeper, and the single completed. 120 now for the loss of 7, which means that the West Indies are 48 runs away from victory here, or Pakistan are 3 wickets away from victory here, the latest at Sabina Park. Now, another one coming in here. Yes, the changes I'd like to see for the next game is Alzari Joseph to replace Warrican and replace Powell with a more formidable opener. Maybe Shea Hope comes to mind. Didn't say who. Die-hard West Indies supporter based in London, and that is Vincent P. Big up to Vincent P. and those persons and listening from London, England. Here is Hassan Ali to bowl to Kemar Roach. Works this one down towards the mid-on region. There is no run. Was looking to whip it into the mid-wicket region, Kemar Roach, and ended up just not closing the face on the ball quick enough. Got it down to mid-on.
Yeah, he must be careful that he's not playing around this front pad. Would be rather him playing the ball down the ground rather than playing through mid-wicket. That's a little bit of a scary sight if you're a West Indian fan. Setting up himself for an LBW candidate.
And here's another delivery from Hassan Ali. And this one beats Kemar Roach outside the line of the off stump. A back of a length delivery. Kemar Roach pulling the bat away in time. Allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. Squared him up again. Kemar Roach, as he walks away to refocus before facing the next delivery. Walks away towards square leg and will slowly make his way back. Another comment coming in. I think they need to continue to chip away at the runs. We have until tomorrow. And that's from Anthony Harding from Jamaica. And guess where? Westmoreland this time. That's way west of the western end of the island. The tip of the island, as Hassan Ali comes in once more. Kemar Roach gets inside the line, plays it into the onside, and immediately say, wait! And Kemar Roach right now, not seeing the sun, by the way, as it sets in the west. The persons in Westmoreland will tell me that they're seeing the sun because they're the last person who will see it. Before the sun goes down here in Jamaica. I have a comment here. This West Indies team got cricket look like Labour Day bowlers just bowling the ball on 4 or 5 stumps. And these batsmen don't have a clue. And I think that one is coming from Big Man from Antigua. Here is Hassan Ali. Bowls this one outside the line of the off stump. And Kemar Roach again playing and missing that one. As my good friend Big Man from Antigua said, was about 5th stump.
Yeah, that's a good delivery from Hassan Ali. That's the length you need to bowl to people like Kemar Roach, batting at 9, 10 and 11. You ask them to come forward. You're forcing them to use the bat rather than have them leaving alone outside the off stump. They have to play. Ball is on the stumps, moving away late. Good questions being asked here by Hassan Ali. Good find for Pakistan. Energetic bowler. He has been going all session. Continues. Has a unique celebration as well.
Hassan Ali once more comes in and beats Kemar Roach. A short delivery and Roach just hanging the bat outside. It was really a nothing shot from Kemar Roach. The only thing you could do there is get an outside edge. That time, he lucky enough, he didn't get an outside edge. Scores remain at 120 for the loss of 7. Just to go through the West Indies scorecard again, Pakistan, they were bowled out for 203 in their second innings. And 5 for 55 for Jaden Seals, his maiden 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. And the West Indies, they are 120 for the loss of 7. We'll give you the West Indies batsmen. Brathwaite made 2, Powell 4, and Nkrumah Bonner 5, Roston Chase 22. Jermaine Blackwood top scoring so far with 55. Mears another duck, second in this game, and Jason Holder 16. As Hassan Ali bowls to Kemar Roach, driving on the up into the cover region. There is no run. Picks up Babar Azam. Overcomes to an end. 43 completed. 120 for the loss of 7. Latest here at Sabina Park with Joshua Da Silva 5 and Kemar Roach on 2.
And as we see Shine Shah Afridi getting ready to start another spell, I was just about to ask how much longer will he wait to get into the attack. Remember, he dismissed Joshua Da Silva in the first innings, and he has a very good record at bowling to lower order batsmen. Has a very whippy action, a very good Yorker. And that is smelling some danger now. Our Pakistan looking to up the tempo, looking to close out this encounter. We're highly unlikely for the West Indies from here to get the 48 runs. It shouldn't have come down to this in the wider scheme of things, but I think at this point Pakistan are well and truly in charge here at Sabina Park.
Shine Shah Afridi will be operating over the wicket from the Courtney Walsh and the left arm seamer to bowl to the right-handed Da Silva. Full delivery, Yorker length delivery, similar to the one that got Joshua Da Silva out in the first innings. This time it was on roundabout the off stump or fourth stump, and Joshua Da Silva was able to get the bat down in time to defend this one. There is no run. 120 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, and Joshua Da Silva doesn't look fazed by the occasion. It's a mammoth task at the moment. He's batting with Kemar Roach. Then after that, he has to worry about batting with Jamil Warrican and Jaden Seals if he survives. So he has to weigh the options here of getting the 48 runs. How is he going to get those 48 runs? He has to get majority of those 48 runs.
And once again, Shine Shah Afridi starts his runner, passes the umpire, and this one driven lovely down the ground. A full delivery on the line of the off stump, and that was banged down the ground by Joshua Da Silva. And clearly the dismissal in the first innings by Shine Shah Afridi is out of his mind as he hits this one straight past the Pakistani bowler.
Beautiful shot there from Joshua Da Silva. Some amount of power exhibited there. Overpitched delivery from Shine Shah Afridi. And rather than trying to push it through the covers like he did in the first innings, overpitched and he smashed it past the umpire's left, past the man at mid-off his right. Didn't have a chance. Wonderful shot.
Once again, Shine Shah Afridi runs into bowl, and this time Joshua Da Silva is onto the front foot, bat and pad closer together, and defends it into the offside. There is no run. So 124 now for the loss of 7. 44 more runs to get for the West Indies. 3 wickets for Pakistan to take a 1-0 lead in this 2-game series.
And from Thursday to today, Sunday, 4 days, enthralling cricket. It has swung both ways. The pendulum has moved from one side to the other in no time because both teams are so unpredictable, whether with the ball or with the bat in hand. And this is exciting Test cricket here at Sabina Park.
2 slips in place. A man at gully and a deep backward point as this is driven to the lone man in the cover region at Babar Azam. And there is no run. Rather, that's Azhar Ali. Babar Azam now with ball in hand at mid-off, and gives it a good rub on the inner portion of his left leg, and then he rubs it on his left sleeve, the Pakistan captain.
And I think Joshua Da Silva must be mindful of the short ball that is coming. The man at deep backward square is not just there as a mannequin. He's waiting for something. And he didn't play the short ball in the previous over from Hassan Ali so well because he gave up a chance at fine leg. So he has to be mindful. And Shine Shah Afridi is way quicker than the other 2 bowlers. So has to be wary. And with 2 deliveries to go in the over, there must be a time now where he's thinking about getting a single to get back on strike for the start of the other over. Shine Shah Afridi pointing out to his captain, Babar Azam, who has now taking the man from deep backward square into straightish mid wicket, and the man from deep point into a regulation
Maybe
point.
a double bluff. Here is the ball to Joshua Da Silva. Full delivery that driven off the inner portion of the bat. Comes down to the man at mid-on, and there is no run. Joshua Da Silva there has discussed it with himself. I'm not pleased with how he played that shot. Was looking to play to the cover region. Came off the inner portion of the bat and back to the man at mid-on, and there is no run. I think Shaheen Shah Afridi has sensed that with 2 deliveries to go in the over that Joshua Da Silva was looking for a single and has brought in the men closer to the bat. Here he is over the wicket once more to bowl to Da Silva, and Da Silva allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper. No run, which means that Kemar Roach will be on strike for the next over. Another over there completed by Shaheen Shah Afridi. Has bowled 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 34. Abbas 12 overs, 5 maidens, none for 27. Hassan Ali 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 24. Ashra 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17. And Yashir Shah 3 overs, 13 runs, and the latest here at Sabina Park.
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Caribbean LED lighting. Look on the brighter side.
So Hassan Ali to continue. Here's a delivery to Kemar Roach. That's back of a length and again beats the outside edge of Kemar Roach and goes through to wicket keeper Mohamed Rizwan. So another good delivery to start. This is 13th over Hassan Ali.
And Roach should not mind being beaten outside the off stump. It happens with the territory.
Here he is once more. Second delivery. Kemar Roach onto the front foot this time. Defends it into the offside, and there is no run. 2 slips still in place. There's a gully backward point. A cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a man at fine leg as well. So Pakistan here wanting to minimize the scoring opportunities of these West Indies batsmen. And of course to pick up the remaining 3 wickets of this West Indies innings and to take a 1-0 lead in this 2-game series.
44 runs to get.
Ali again over the wicket to bowl to Kemar Roach. Whips this one into the mid-wicket region. There's a misfield. Azhar Ali was diving away to his left. Went down in installments there, Azhar Ali, and could not prevent the single in the end. Kemar Roach takes his score up now to 3. Joshua Da Silva on 9, and the West Indies 125 for 7.
Yeah, second bluff so far in the field after T here for Pakistan. A drop chance at fine leg to Mohamed Abbas off Joshua Da Silva. Then Azhar Ali showing his age in the field. Ball played to his left at mid-wicket. Tried to get around. Could hardly get down in time to stop the West Indies from getting another single. And they've progressed to 125 for 7. Still needing another 43 runs. Lot of time to go. Time is not the issue. Overs are not the issue either. It's just the 3 wickets that are remaining.
The deep backward square. There's also a deep backward point as this delivery is defended by Joshua Da Silva into the offside. No run. So deep backward square, deep point, and a man at fine leg. Those are the men patrolling the boundary. And for the plan of Pakistan, the man at fine leg is almost a catching position. Now 4 deliveries bowled, and immediately they've called in the deep backward square now to a forward square position, regulatory position, and the man at deep point is coming to a normal backward point position. Still 2 slips, gully, cover, mid-on, mid-off, and fine leg in place. As Hassan Ali runs into bowl to Da Silva, gets this one on the line of the body, defends it into the offside, and again there is no run. The sun has left us for the moment. Nice cool conditions at Sabina Park.
I think it has gone for the day, to be quite honest. Getting a little bit darker. Not seeing the clouds behind the north stand where we are, where the rain naturally comes from, or generally comes from. But Joshua Da Silva, 1 delivery to go in the over. Shaheen Shah Afridi getting ready to bowl the next over, and he'll be licking his lips to bowl to Kemar Roach, who is the lesser of the 2 batsmen.
And here is Joshua Da Silva coming into, well, this one as it got the outside edge. They're appealing to the umpire, and umpire Wilson says not out. They don't have a review left, Pakistan. And the umpire Joel Wilson says not out. He was begging. He was on his knees, Hassan Ali. And the only thing left for him to do was to go down to Joel Wilson and says, please, sir, please. But in the end, not out, says the umpire. The over comes to an end. 45 completed. It's 125 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, Mohamed Rizwan, the wicket keeper, wasn't convinced there was an edge initially. He was stifled initially in terms of the appeal. Then there was the loud appeal from the man at Gully, Yasir Shah. Then the 2 slips. And then after that, it was the Hassan Ali show. He was begging, he was pleading, he was crying. He was shouting to umpire Joel Wilson, give him out, give him out. But obviously there was no edge in the estimation of the umpire. Not yet seeing the replay. So the West Indies remain on 125 for 7. Shine Shah Afridi to bowl to Kemar Roach.
This could be an interesting over. He's over the wicket to bowl to Kemar Roach, who defends this one. Comes off the outer portion of the bat, in between a gully and backward point. Runs close to the boundary in front of the right wing of the George Headley stand. They were able to come through for 2. So 2 more runs to Kemar Roach. 2 more runs to the total and 2 runs deducted from the target. So the West Indies again inching ever so closer to that 168 target, but still a long way to go.
And I think his length has to be a lot fuller than that Shine Shah Afridi, giving him time to be on the back foot with that shortish delivery. Roach would like that because he scores well square of the wicket. Now he's coming around the wicket, which is a danger angle for him. Does this so well with the white ball at the back end of 50 over cricket. Tails the ball into the stumps and into the pads of the lower order batsmen.
Around the wicket this time, and Kemar Roach onto the front foot, defends a delivery on the line of the off stump and confidently defends this one. The ball trickles to the man at backward point, Fawad Alam, and there is no run. Just a few more of your responses. Again, the Caribbean LED lighting topic of the day is what change or changes would you make to the West Indies team, if any, for the second test against Pakistan that comes up later this week. Shine Shah Afridi with ball in hand, 2 slips in place, gully backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Kemar Roach gets this one. They're appealing again for caught behind, and again the umpire, this time Gregory Brathwaite, says not out. Kemar Roach was probably looking to pull a delivery that wasn't that short.
Yeah, that's not his role. That should not be his status at the moment. His status is to ensure that he survives as many deliveries as possible and ensure that Joshua De Silva can get as much strike as possible to help the West Indies get closer to the target. Him playing a forceful shot off the back foot is not in the plan, I'm sure. Definitely not in the plan of Coach Phil Simmons or the batting coach Monty Desai, who was shaking his head vigorously there after that shot from Kemar Roach. Just a rush of blood.
And Shine Shah Afridi again, top of his mark, comes in now to bowl to Kemar Roach again. Full delivery, Yorker length delivery. Kemar Roach keeps it out and confidently says no. Good batting here from Kemar Roach. Shine Shah Afridi is still searching for that perfect delivery. A couple more of your responses. Our batting consultant needs to be asked why the batsmen are not showing any improvements in their approach. That question can be put to Monty Desai, who has spent most of the time
all 45.4 overs.
Yes, just below us and going through his routine as Shine Shah Afridi comes into bowl once again to Kemar Roach. And this one gets an inside edge this time, passes the off stump. And Mohamed Rizwan was diving towards his left. Shine Shah Afridi was off celebrating. But in the end, it's only a single to Kemar Roach. And this time, the edge was taken, but the catch wasn't.
Indeed, that's a massive chance. Another chance for Pakistan. A second one muffed since tea. But a difficult one. Inside edge taken. The bowler coming around the wicket through bat and pad of Kemar Roach. He had little or no time to move Mohamed Rizwan. The ball flew off the inside edge. He flung himself to his left. He did well to get there, actually. Did extremely well to get both hands to it, but just could not hold on. And the West Indies survive. Kemar Roach survives. And they live to fight another day. 128 for 7.
Final delivery in this, the 12th over of Shine Shah Afridi. That's driven on the up, but can't beat a diving Azhar Ali in the cover region. And Joshua De Silva stays on 9. Kemar Roach on 6. The West Indies 128 now for the loss of 7. 40 runs needed for a victory for the Caribbean team. 3 wickets needed for a victory for Pakistan. And that's the latest here at Sabina Park.
C-A-O-C-A-O.
What you doing?
Practicing how to say hello in Italian so I can go impress the folks at Caribbean LED.
You mean because they have the new Fumagalli range of lighting fixtures, ideal for outdoor use, especially for homes like ours in the tropics, affected by constant sunlight and sea spray?
Fumagalli.
Aren't you? Head to the store at Wildy. I will go to the Laura Estate location on my way home. Oh, and it's not Ciao, it's pronounced Chow.
Wait, it's Chow?
Ali will be continuing from the Michael holding end, bowling to the right-hander, Sina Kima Roach with 2 slips and a gully, backward a point, cover, mid-off and mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. Ali bowling to the right-hander. Oh, slashing outside the off-stump was Kima Roach. It went right through to the wicket-keeper Rizwan. Oh, that was pitched outside the off-stump, continued on that line. What was Roach thinking about?
I think he was thinking about Hassan Ali, because that's what he did when he was batting. Giving a bit back of his, dishing back a bit of his own treatment. Not advised at this point. Yes, there are 40 runs to get. Only 3 wickets left, and it's important for Kima Roach to stay there as long as possible. I don't think he's the one who's expected to make the runs, but that was almost a reaction to what was meted out to him by Hassan Ali.
To hear the voice of Dr. Man Singh, Sean Grant in the house. Before you heard from Renata Brown and Jerome Foster. In the meantime, Ali continuing, bowling to the right-hander Roach. Oh, that's a bouncer. Ducking underneath was Roach going right through the wicketkeeper Rizwan, about chest height, you may say. 128 for 7. We're in over 47. Bleak conditions. It was bright and sunny when we were on the last time. However, that has changed somewhat.
It's gotten bleak for the West Indies as well, but no chance of light playing a part in this game anytime soon. This seems to be a bit more personal too between Hassan Ali and Kima Roach. We saw Kima Roach try and hoist him over wherever, and then the next ball was short at Kima Roach.
Some more comments coming in. We'll read you that in a very short while as Ali continues bowling to Roach, coming forward defensively, playing the ball on the offside. All body behind the bat. There are some results. Let me read this to you. I don't know if changes to the team will help, because in my mind the whole team need changing. What we need is application at the crease. Batsmen, stay and bat like batsmen. I see that one day matches bowlers like Joseph and Walsh stayed and bat, while batsmen out cheap. We need to see more application at the wicket. Message from St. Kitts. In the meantime, Ali bowling to the right-hander Roach. Another bouncer ducking underneath again was Kima Roach, who is on 6 from 25 deliveries.
Indeed, for listeners who hadn't heard before, Hassan Ali had come when his team was struggling and scored 28 whirlwind runs where he was charging down the wicket to Kima Roach and just swiping at it and getting the ball anywhere that it would go, but hitting 2 sixes, a few fours, 28 runs, which of course is a decisive number right now when there are 40 runs left to get and 3 wickets for Pakistan to get.
Person sitting at the edge of their seat. Ali once more, mid-off, mid-on, cover, deep back on the point. There's a gully and 2 slips, bowling to the right side of Roach. Oh, he fended at that outside the outside, then pulled within the line, going through to wicket-keeper Rizwan. Ali bowling from the Michael holding end. Still the score stands at 128 for 7.
Insofar as that comment was concerned and talking about people who can stand up and bat, we had a long discussion yesterday about how the system does not allow people who can stand up and bat to progress.
Well, after this delivery, we'll hear from comments, sending your comments, voice note, or we're still taking them. We're still taking them. Even tomorrow we're taking them non-stop. In the meantime, Ali continues from the Michael holding end, bowling to Roach. Oh, driving outside the off stump, though, missing everything except the kitchen sink. Went right through the wicket-keeper Rizwan. End of another over, the 47th, and that's a maiden. 128 for 7. Let's go to what the other persons had to say.
Yeah, West Indies is going to win the game, but I will make 3 changes. Warwican out, Mays out, Chase out.
Warwican out, Mays out, and Chase out?
2 out of 3 is correct. Chase and Myers are out. Warwican yet to bat.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. But Shine Gina Freedy will be bowling, continuing from the Court de Walsh end, bowling to the right-hander. That's Da Silva, who is 9 from 33 deliveries faced. The West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory. Bowling is Afridi outside the off stump, moving away from the right-hand batsman and goes through to wicket-keeper Rizwan. More comments coming in. Jason was very positive at the start with 3 fours, but afterwards he got defensive as well as got out soft. You need to be positive on this track. We have 2 guys with level heads at the crease. There's hope for the West Indies.
Well, we had spoken about the fact that after Jermaine Blackwood went, Jason Holder's demeanour had changed completely. He was very confident and very solid initially, and somewhat attacking, as the respondent is saying. Later on, he seemed to have lost concentration.
In the meantime, Afridi goes by the umpire, bowling to the right-hander. Da Silva outside the off-stump. That's a line through to the wicket-keeper. Da Silva, still the score stands at 128 for 7. Interesting, nail-biting finish here on a Sunday at Sabina Park. And persons were asking the question in the Caribbean LED lighting topic yesterday, should I be in if I am vaccinated? And another topic on the cards, who should be dropped? Who should be dropped? If anyone should be dropped for the second test. Afridi at the top of his mark, mid-off, mid-on. There's a cover, 2 slips and a gully, deep back with a point. Bowling to the right-hander, Da Silva going forward, defensively playing on the onside, fielded by the bowler, who was played back on the track.
Indeed, in fact, there's nobody nearby on the onside. The closest person on the onside is a deep backward square leg. Now, I don't see Da Silva hooking after the ball. I don't see Da Silva even flicking the ball there. If he was, there's a fine leg anyhow, who seems to be sitting on a chair. But oh, he's squatting, is he? But the point is that deep backward square leg must be some thinking behind that, but there's nothing Da Silva has done to make you think that way.
In the meantime, Afridi going around the wicket, bowling to the right-hander. And the ball played off the outer half of the bat to deep back with a point. They go through for a single. 1 more run to the total, 129 for 7. Da Silva has gone to double figures. He's on 10 from 37 deliveries.
And the target now is 39 runs away. So if the West Indies run it in 10s, then this would be another landmark that they've achieved. They're down into the 30s. And that's how the batsmen have to think. They have to think about 10 by 10 by 10. Obviously, the Pakistani bowlers are thinking wicket by wicket by wicket.
Then they text the number, the WhatsApp number, 12462534 In the meantime, Afridi goes by the umpire, bowling to right-handed Roach. Oh, driving beautifully, but the cover fielder diving to his right, not allowing that, though, to go through, because if it had beaten him, they'd have gone to the boundary for 4.
Indeed, yes, a very good effort there by Azhar Ali, who went diving to his right, stuck out his right hand, and stopped a firm drive. That was all, well, it was 1 bounce, but I mean, never a chance of being caught, but Staves 4 runs certainly. In the context of this game, that was a huge play.
Oh, yes, it was. Tapping away at the crease, 2 slips and a gully, deep back with a point. There's a cover, mid-off and mid-on. There's a long leg and deep square leg as Afridi at the top of his mark. He is going by the umpire, bowling to the right-hander. Roach has been very aggressive. Yorker left delivery, hitting the outer edge of the bat, going into the boundary for 4. 4 valuable runs for Kemar Roach, who has gone to double figures. He has moved on to 10, Doc.
Keeping his bat angled down, but it still took the outside edge, went all along the ground, no chance of a catch, going between the gully and the slips. This is the sort of inequity of cricket, where you play a glowing drive and the fielder sticks out his hand and stops the 4, and then you get an outside edge and it trickles into the boundary for 4. Nonetheless, the 4 runs means that you've moved from 39 to 35 as the target. And as I said, for the West Indians, that's how they've got to count it down, 1 run at a time in batches of 10. The Pakistanis, as you get into the 20s and so on, perhaps will be a bit more rattled. Right now, they look very confident.
So the topic, Caribbean LED lighting topic, though. What is the topic, Doc? What changes should be made, if any, to the West Indies team for the second test? The WhatsApp number 12462534 So in the meantime, Ali will be continuing. I'll be bowling from the Michael Holding end, bowling to Da Silva, the right-hander. On the pads, whipping down to the long leg region. They go through for 1, and 1 is all they'll get to bring Roach on the strike. 2 slips and a gully. There's a cover, also mid-off and mid-on. Deep back with a point. They're bringing in a deep back with a point now. So 133 for 7.
Well, a lot of confidence being placed on Roach's shoulders, as perhaps you could. That was the first ball of the over, and Joshua De Silva took the single. We saw what Roach's approach to Hassan Ali in the last over was, and I'm hoping that they had a chat and said, listen, we don't need any extravagance, we just need run by run.
So 134 for 7, pardon me. 134 for 7. Roach is facing up. He's on 10. Da Silva on 11. In the meantime, Ashraf now bully to the right hander. Oh, he's guiding that down past the man at Gully. They go for one. They're going to come back for the second using the aerial route towards Roach. Inadvertent shot. Nevertheless, 2 more valuable runs for the West Indies. And the score has moved on to 136 for 7. Roach has gone to 12.
32 runs to go, but that wasn't a good shot by Roach at all. Hanging out the bat. It took the thick outside half of the bat. Went out to the right of a diving gully, which is Yasser Shah. Not enough power, obviously, to go to the boundary because it wasn't a deliberate shot. But anxious moment still.
136 for 7. Searching for 168 runs for victory. Roach is facing up to the bowling of Ashraf from the Michael Holding end. Mid-off and mid-on. There is a mid-wicket. There is no long leg, so there's 2 slips and a gully back with a point. In the meantime, Ashraf bowling to the right and on the path down the ground. And mid-on coming around to his left and saving at least 2 because the batsmen, they crossed for 1.
A good drive there by Kemar Roach. That ball on his body, just keeping it on the ground, playing it straight. That's the sort of approach you'd rather. The target now 31, so it's whittling down quickly. The 30s have gone pretty quickly. One hopes that from the West Indian point of view, that they can get down to the 20s pretty easily. But right now the approach is correct, which is just hit the ball that you can hit along the ground.
So 137 for 7. Did not see the fine leg a while ago. It was actually blocked by the Jamaica flag. So 137 for 7. There is a fine leg. Bowling to the right hand and a Silva and playing the ball on the onside, giving the mid on some work, moving to the right. They go through for another single. So it should be 138 for 7. The scoreboard has ticked over. Da Silva has moved on to 12. Roach, who will be facing up? He's on 13.
Indeed, yeah, but that ball was short, and I think inviting Da Silva to pull. As we said, there is a deep backward square leg. There is a long leg. Da Silva doing the right thing, and instead of putting power, just turning it onto the onside, which is vacant, and getting the single as mid-on had to come around and pick up the ball.
It's the same field for Roach. So respect being shown now to Roach. 2 slips of the gully. Deep back with a point. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on. In the meantime, bowling to the right to the beaten outside the off stop, though kept a bit low, and they go through for buys. So Da Silva was halfway down the pitch when that ball hit Rizwan, wicket-keeper, and now the signal comes from the umpire, a bye. Valuable run, more extras on the cards. Now extras moved on to 10, and the total is 139 for 7.
29 needed, 28 made by Hassan Ali, but 29 needed right now. That ball beat Roach all ends up, and I'm sure Hassan Ali would have relished a chance of bowling to him again, but the ball bouncing awkwardly from Mohamed Rizwan, bouncing in front and then behind second slip and allowing the batsman to take a bye.
In the meantime, square leg has been brought up to the mid-wicket region. In the meantime, Bowling's Ashraf trying to whip it off the path of the field for leg before. No, says the umpire. So end of the over, end of the 49th over, and West Indies are 139 for 7, searching for 168 runs for victory on the penultimate day of the opening test with Pakistan. And Silva is on 12, Roach is on 13, and Pakistan searching for 3 wickets for victory.
And just to remind listeners that Pakistan has no reviews left either, having been very busy early on with all the DRS reviews. They've exhausted their 3. Of course, the next time they get it is when the new ball comes, and I think the next new ball will be in the next test.
Yeah. Strong possibility. Can I just say that? Strong possibility. Afridi will be continuing from just in front of our broadcast point. 2 slips and a gully. Deep back with a point. There's a cover. Mid-off and a mid-on. And the mid-on is deep, so too the mid-off. And deep square leg. Also a long leg. He's off the field having a drink of water, though. As Afridi will be continuing from just in front of our broadcast point, and the score stands at 139 for 7. West Indies needing 168 runs for victory. Da Silva is at the non-strikers end. Kemar Roach, who's on 13 from 32 deliveries, will be facing up. He looks around.
Long conversation between Mohammed Abbas and Shaheen Shah Afridi, hence the delay.
So Afridi looks a bit nervous though. Afridi, and Roach taps away at the crease, left arm pacer, and pulls it well in front of the Kingston Cricket Club. They go through for 1, and 1 is all they get. A bit short with that delivery for Afridi, so 1 more run to the total, 140 for 7. Roach is on 14.
And certainly the aggressor amongst the two is Kemar Roach. We've seen him play innings like that. I think the West Indies also recognize that they have to get runs, but to see Kemar Roach pulling Shaheen Shah Afridi, I don't know if that's a matter of comfort. Nonetheless, he executed it well. The only pity was that deep backward square leg that we said would not be employed for Joshua Da Silva was very much employed for Kemar Roach.
Yes, indeed. So, Joshua Da Silva, 2 slips and a gully. Well, deep backward square is still there. Hasn't moved at all. So, same field setting for both batsmen. Mid-off and mid-on. Afridi bowling to Da Silva in a half of the bat, going to the square leg region. The man comes off the boundary. One more run to the total. Should be 141 for 7, but the scoreboard has stuck at 139.
What we do know is that if it's 141, then we're looking at slow trickling towards that 168. But we're looking at 27 runs now, which is doable, but the drop of a wicket and everything changes.
Well, 13-14. Da Silva is on 13 at the non-striker's end, and I don't want to talk about changes on this present time. And Roach is on 14. He'll be facing up to Afridi, who looks a little bit tired, though. Looks a little bit weary. And he has so far bowled 13 overs, 13.2 to be exact. This is his 14th, 3 for 44. In the meantime, bowling to Roach. Oh, driving is Roach, hitting the inner half of the bat, going down to the long leg region. And that's an innocuous single. So nevertheless, one more run to the total. 142 for 7. Roach has gone to 15.
26 it is, that's required right now. But that wasn't a stroke of confidence either. Taking the inside edge, as you mentioned. But when you get the balls taking edges like that, you want them to go for 4s because, at some stage you're going to take the edge and go to the keeper.
I'm agreeing with you, though, Doc. I'm agreeing with you. Tense moment here. We saw the staff at Sabina Park. They were very vocal earlier on, and they've died down with what they were saying because it's getting tense on the field, getting tense in the stands with the staff members watching on. Tapping away at the crease is Da Silva. 142 for 7, searching for 168 runs for victory. Afridi bowling to the right-hander once again. Oh, beaten outside the off-stump. Oh, he's caught. He's gone. He's gone. West Indies losing their 8th wicket in the 50th over. 142 for 8. Da Silva goes back to the pavilion on 13, being caught behind off the bowling of Afridi. It should be his 4th of the innings.
And how often have we seen this in this test match? A ball outside the off-stump, just carrying on outside, taking the outside edge. Both teams guilty of it. Da Silva in this case out for 13, caught Rizwan Bowl Afridi, and with that perhaps the hopes of the West Indies. Now it'll be interesting to see the approach of these batsmen because I don't think that both Jayden Seales or Warwick are going to stick around for too long, and that means that Kemar Roach is going to have a go. But I would have to say that the pendulum is firmly swung towards the Pakistan team with the dismissal of Joshua Da Silva, walking off dejectedly, but he has only himself to blame. That was an unnecessary soft dismissal.
It was indeed. Oh my word, I normally use that term. 142 for 8. It's getting oh, let me read some comments here. Please keep the same team. I believe that they are doing well. Earl from St. Lucia. Must drop Poyle, replace him with Trini, Mohammed or Lewis. Drop Mears, replace him with Russell. Replace Warkon with Azari Joseph. The rest is on probation. The rest of the players are on probation. We need more educated, street smart players. And this is Mike from Florida enjoying the commentary. The West Indies are missing an anchor in the middle, or like Larry Gomes, a guy who can stay and bat. Making runs is 1 and 2s. Everyone today wants to make the big splash. Gomes was the staple of the middle order and supported the likes of Richards, Lloyd and company.
I echo that fully. I thought that the unsung hero of that West Indian champion team for decades was Larry Gomes, who was able to just hold one end, contribute with the bat, but not with the flamboyance that the others did, and therefore didn't get the recognition. But fully agree with that, and fully could use a Larry Gomes right now in whatever state to come in and bat. But it's not Larry Gomes, it's actually Jomel Warrican who's coming to the crease to face Shansha Afridi, who has 2 more balls to go. He's on 4 for 45, and the Pakistanis will be looking for another wicket in this over. Now, we did mention that Afridi is looking very tired. Yeah. I suspect that a new burst of energy will come into him after this over.
Well, 2 slips and a gully, back with a point. There's a mid-off and a mid-on, and there is a fine leg and a forward short leg brought in for Warrican. In the meantime, it's going to be a free hit from the court in the Walsh end, bowling to the right-hander into his pads, ball played on the onside. I've seen like Warrican was feeling for that delivery more so than anything else, and it should be the one delivery left to close out the 50th over. 142 for 8. West Indies are searching for 168 runs for victory.
And even in the first innings, we'd seen Warrican not getting behind the ball confidently. Doesn't look like he's an accomplished batsman at all, but bringing back into perspective that innings by Hassan Ali, 28. That is the difference between the teams right now. And the way that he'd approached it at that point, just coming down the wicket and swinging the bat, that may be the decisive moment of this match.
Well, tapping away at the creases, Warwick, 2 slips at the gully. Deep back with a point. Again, Freedy bowling to Warwick into his path. A P for leg before. And hands to of the umpire. Brathwaite does not go up. So West Indies live to fight another day. 142 for 8. Woo!
Well, that ball was short. It was going down leg side work, and as I said, doesn't look very accomplished with the bat at all. I wasn't anywhere close to that ball. Of course, Pakistan don't have any appeals and didn't need one for that one because it was quite clear. You going to some more comments?
Yes, actually, this one's for you, Doc. A driver here again, trucking across the United States, just crossed into Illinois. Per my referring your excellent commentary as old school, it's the passion and color that you gentlemen are delivering with that I am talking about. It's like I'm there at Sabina Park. Turn up, West Indies. That's what he said at the end.
Well, the color is maroon, but it's faded.
In the meantime, I'm not looking at you, Doc. In the meantime, it's going to be Roach to continue. 2 slips, no gully though. There is a cover. There is a deep mid off, a deep mid on. There is a deep square leg looking for the final. Guess more so long leg. Ashraf bowling to the right-hander Rhodes. Ball played on the onside. No run scored. Defeated by the bowler though, as he comes around just to make sure. Fahim Ashraf, he has so far bowled 7 overs, 2 for 22.
And he, of course, is the bowler that tends to get a bit more bounces, a bit quicker than he looks. But for Kemar Roach, I think he has to have a swing now. He has to go after this bowling because 1s and 2s are not going to work. It doesn't look like he's got a very firm partner at the other end. He's got to take the attack to the bowlers now.
1, 2s, 3s, if you want to call it that. So 2 slips and first slip and a gully. So 1 slip and a gully. So I've taken out second slip, putting him at gully. And there is a cover fielder. Deep back with a point. Deep mid off, deep mid on. And also a deep square leg and a fine leg. Ashraf continuing bowling to Roach, trying to swipe at that and pull that, but that was over the bat of Roach. That was an intention to swing it to the square leg region, but it did not even reach 3 inches close to the ball.
But you can see the intention there again in Kemar Roach. Now he realizes that he's got to get the ball to connect at some stage, using that same swatting technique that we saw from Hassan Ali, but not with the same effect. He was far away from the ball.
I'm curious, why wasn't Joseph Hetmeyer at Hope in this 11? Instead we have Kyle Mayers, Jamal Warkan and Paul. It looked like we need to get rid of the selection panel. Really, Shimron Etbear is the future of the West Indies and he is being left out of the side. David from Kingston, Jamaica. In the meantime, Ashraf bowling to Rose, edge and dropping Dross in front of wicket keeper Rizwan, and the edge of the bat of Roach, as we see Rizwan being hugged by his teammate. But nevertheless, West Indies fighting 142 for 8. And I like the fight by the West Indies. I like the fight by Pakistan.
It's been a fantastic test match, irrespective of who wins. Finishing within 4 days, we've not had scintillating batting, but we had a close contest. Right now, the Pakistanis definitely ahead. It seems almost like a matter of time before the edge is taken. The question is, does the ball go for 4 or is it caught? They've got a third man now for that edge, so they're trying to protect the boundary as well.
Ashraf continues for the Michael holding end, bowling to Roach. Roach turns it on the onside. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. So 143 for 8. Roach has moved on to now 16 runs. Warkan yet to get off the mark. He has faced 2 deliveries so far. He will face some deliveries in this over if he actually survives.
25 runs to go, 2 wickets to get. Warkan getting perhaps the slowest of the 4 bowlers. That might be a relief for him. But his job right now is not to look for runs, it's just to stay there and let Kemar Roach accumulate the runs. Obviously, a lot of space in front. So if he gets the bat to ball in front of him, there's a chance for a quick single. The nearest person is a conventional extra cover, mid-wicket and a point, all in conventional positions which don't stop the singles.
Imagine that. Bring in Shai Hope to replace Paul. These West Indies cricketers don't have a clue where their off stump are. In the meantime, Ashraf bowling to Warkan, trying to guide it. He does just that in front of back with the point. They go for 1. They think of the second. The thought has become a reality. They throw at the non-strikers end. Does not get close to the stumps. The 2 more runs to the total. 145 for 8. Warkan is off the mark after his 3rd delivery.
23 required now. Warkan playing that very well actually. It was a short ball. It wasn't very quick. It was wide and Warkan is guiding it in front of point to the left of cover. So a good shot by Warkan.
Tapping away at the crease. 2 slips and a gully. At the back of the point. Now going deep. There is cover. Mid off and mid on. Square leg also going deep. Bowling to the right hand once more. Yorker length off the edge, going into the boundary for 4. Oh, in between second slip and the gully fielder. And certainly, West Indies loving that 4 because Dr. Mansingh is smiling from ear to ear. I don't know why. I don't know if he heard something, but I can tell you this much. The score has moved on to now 149 for 8, and Warwick has moved on to 6 from 4 deliveries.
And so 19 more to go for the West Indies. That ball was an outside edge, a rank outside edge. What was interesting is we'd mentioned the third man that they'd put there to protect the boundary. They then moved him into second slip, and the ball went straight past him for 4. So 19 runs now. That puts a lot more pressure onto Pakistan, and the overs ended as well, which means that Kemar Roach will take strike to Shahanshah Afridi.
In the meantime, looking on the field, 2 slips. There's a third man. No, 1 slip and a third man. And then gully. There's also back with a point, a deep back with a point. Oh, everyone almost. How many persons on the boundary are coaching? At least 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 persons on the boundary. Deep mid off, deep mid on. Afridi bowling to Roach. Oh, he pulls it. And is it going to be caught? It's in the air and it's dropped. It's dropped. The opportunity has been dropped. Oh my word, the fielder got under it. It's in front of the Kingston Cricket Club, and he dropped it, went right through his hands.
In fact, he had a lot of time to come to it. It was about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. He came running in, looked like he'd settled under it, looked like he had his fingers cupped there, and he just went straight through. Stayed on the ground an awfully long time. Don't know if Pakistan will mind that too much, because it means that Jamal Warrikan is now going to face the rest of the over to Shahanshah Afridi.
Hassan Ali is a guilty party there. He has removed his hat. As West Indies 150 runs or 307 deliveries in 240 minutes. And how much do they need to actually win this game? 100 and how much, Doc?
It is 168, which is another 18 to go.
Oh, you're counting along. So a different field now set. There were 2 slips now for Warwick. No, they've actually gone back, reverted to what it was before. 1 slip a gully. There's a third man. There's a back with a point. He's not deep. Cover. And there's a mid-on, mid-wicket and a forward short leg. Afridi bowling to work on Yorker length delivery. Dug it out, playing the ball in the cover region. No run scored from that delivery. 150 for 8. Warwick, who's facing up to the bowling of the man they call Afridi, who has so far taken 4 wickets in this innings. Oh my word, 4 for 46 from 14.2 overs. Well, Warwick is on 6 from 5. Roach is on 17. Roach is at the non-striker's end.
And a very good Yorker there by Shahanshah Afridi. Well played by Warwick as well. Dug it out. No chance of run, as you said, but he survives to face another ball.
So tapping away at the crease is Warwick. Afridi does rubbing his hands in the grass. A beautiful grass here at Savannah Park. Can I say that?
I think it's a delightful sight.
Oh, yes, it is. In the meantime, delightful sight. Afridi bowling to Warwick, a bumper. And he turned it on the onside forward short leg, diving to his right. Not reaching that delivery, though. Congratulated by his wicket keeper, who has a lot to say. Walking you past the batsman has a lot to say to his teammates.
Indeed. Well, that was a lot of luck for Workin, because that was short into the body. Workin didn't know very much about that at all. Hung out his bat. It did hit the bat. There is a forward short leg, but it fell to the right of forward short leg. So a matter of survival so far. We did see Workin get the edge a few times for 4, or once for 4, and an edge for a few other runs as well. But this is not looking very good.
Well, the game is driving me to drink. Not me, though. The comments coming in. And that's one of the comments coming in. So in the meantime, it is Afridi bowling to the right hand. Warwick jumping on that, play the ball down defensively on the offside. No run scored, though. He was behind that shot, though. Warwick, who is on 6, he's getting a little bit more confident.
Well, credit to him, because the ball before that he didn't know much about. It was bounced into the body, and he kind of just hung with the bat. This time, once you've received something like that, you may be a bit apprehensive, but not at all. He was behind it very well.
In the meantime, some persons are giving you accolades, Doc. Good job, guys. I'm absolutely enjoying your commentary. I'm James, listening from Springfield Gardens, Queens, New York. Gree, Powell, Bono, Mears, and Warwick dropped for Hope, Cornwall, Joseph, and Holder. Remember, Cornwall is no rabbit with the bat. In the meantime, Afridi bowling to the right hand. Warwick outside the off stump, going right through to the wicket keeper, Mr. Rizwan, and no run scored, though. But you were saying something, Doc, with a score of 150 for 8?
Well, apart from the fact that we need 18 runs to win for West Indies, the likely outcome still is probably Pakistan with the 2 wickets. I was saying that Shanshah Afridi is bowling over the around the wicket, as a left-handed bowler to a right-handed batsman. I think he'd actually be better off going over the wicket and angling it across the body. We've seen that Warrican is not too comfortable when the ball is on his body.
So tapping away at the crease once again. Warrican 2 slips. And the third man, deep back on the point, ball into the path. Oh, tickling it fine is Warrican down to the fine leg region. 1 more run to the total. So 151 for 8. That's a score for the West Indies at the end. That's actually a leg by. At the end of the 52nd over, 151 for 8. Warrican on 6 and Kemar Roach on 17, Doc. Are you happy?
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
So 2 slips, no gully. Now the gully has been brought in because the gully was put back to third man. So there's a gully back with a point. Also a mid-off, wide mid-off who's uppish, and a mid-on who is deep, and there's a mid-wicket and also a fine leg. Tapping away at the crease is Warrican, will be facing the bowling of Ali from the Michael Holding end, going by the umpire, bowling to the right-hander, and it's just leaving the bat out to dry as it went past the bat, went right through to the wicket keeper. Rizwan, though, we can't cuss him for that, can we?
Not at all. In fact, that was well judged by him. He went, got behind the line.
That was well judged.
The off stump. I think it was well judged. I think he didn't play at the ball at all. One thing we've seen is that when they do put the ball on the body of Warrican, if it's not short coming after his throat, he's actually able to just flick it out for 1. And he's done that with regularity. Last time it was a leg by, but he was in good position to play that anyhow, and no chance on LBW.
So someone else rides. Congrats to the commentary team. Doc, you're special man today. In the meantime, it is Ali from the Michael Holding end, bowling to the right-hander. Warrican playing the ball back down the track, going behind that delivery was Warrican. 2 slips on the gully, third batter backward point, mid-off and mid-on. You have a mid-wicket and a fine leg. That's the field for Warrican at the present time. West Indies searching for 168 runs for victory.
17 more to go, and they are under a lot of pressure, a lot of verbal pressure, a lot of pressure from the ball. Thank you for all the comments about the commentary team. It is a team, and it's a team of all of us, and I think it's been fantastic working in this test match.
In the meantime, Ali continues. I'm getting off my seat. Bowling to the right-hander, Warrican leaving the ball outside the off-stump, going through to wicket-keeper Rizwan. Again, the score stands at 151 for 8. Tension is here. Do you have a knife, Doc? Do you have a surgery knife? We need to cut the tension.
The tension is just mounting so much. It's funny how at the end of 4 days you feel as tense as you did in the first session. Fantastic test match here. There's another one to come on Friday. The question is, will the same teams be playing? Obviously, West Indies and Pakistan will be playing. Will the same 11 be playing on either side?
That's the big question there. And the next team will be on the next over. But in the meantime, it is Ali and pulling top edge. Will he be caught? There's 3 fielders surrounding, and he's caught. He's caught by the wicket-keeper Rizwan, pulling at that delivery. And top edge. And Rizwan running back about 35 yards. And a great catch. And the West Indies losing their 9th wicket in over 53.
Warrican not there to be playing shots like that. That was a pull that he attempted, took the top edge. Rizwan sprinted from behind the stumps to just about 6 meters in front of where Fine Leg would be standing. It was in the air for that long. There were 3 people in pursuit of it. Rizwan diving full length, taking it and ensuring it stayed in his gloves. That was a match-winning catch, and I must say Pakistan now has it firmly in the bag. 17 runs to go. Kemar Roach coming on strike, but it's Joamel Warrican caught Rizwan, bowl Ali for 6.
Yeah, not in the bag just yet. Not in the bag just yet. I did not see a fat lady out there, but when I do see the fat lady, I will tell you though, because when the fat lady sings, that's the end of the match. In the meantime, they're going to be joined now by Renata Brown and Jerome Foster. Foster actually looks a little bit worried.
He is more than a little bit worried, Sean, as the West Indies know, and they probably more worried than Jerome Foster. The West Indies now 17 runs away. Pakistan a wicket away from victory here in the first test. It's very close. It's very tense. You can feel it. Jamel Warrican played a couple of shots, but then got out. And a wonderful catch by Mohamed Rizwan. He took it maybe about 4 or 5 meters away from the fine leg boundary or the third man boundary. So he was running for a very long time, judged it perfectly and took it. So it's Kemar Roach on strike. Hassan Ali the bowler. One of these persons could be a hero. Kemar Roach could go on and score another 17 runs and give the West Indies a victory. Hassan Ali just needs a wicket to give Pakistan a 1-day lead in the series.
And despite Pakistan losing their focus a bit, dropping a few chances, they're still on top of the West Indies at the moment. 17 runs to get the West Indies, 1 wicket for Pakistan, Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals.
Hassan Ali to bowl to Kemar Roach. And this one is defended back. They're looking for a single off the first ball of the over. Persons looking around, just asking why. Well, that's the 5th ball of the over. So Jaden Seals to take strike now. So the single to Kemar Roach. It means that Jaden Seals only has 1 delivery to negotiate in this over. And Kemar Roach will be on strike.
And I must give credit to Babar Azam and the way he has led the Pakistani team. He hasn't looked as flustered as the fast bowlers when a chance goes a begging. He has been a calm figurehead around the team. He has moved around the team. He has moved around the field placings accordingly to the respective batsmen. He took a chance just now with Jamel Warrican, who I thought was getting a little bit too rushed. Ball was not there to be pulled. He went for a big pull over mid-wicket. Ball took the top edge. Flew over the top of wicketkeeper Rizwan, who took a wonderful catch running away from the stumps.
So the field here to Jaden Seals. 2 slip, third man, backward point. There's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off. There's a deep backward square. This delivery is outside the line of the off stump, and Jaden Seals allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run. 152 for the loss of 9, but in everything, 152 runs were so important, but the next 16 you get the feeling that it's even more important for the West Indies.
Massively important, and it's the way how they're going to go about it now. As you see Mohamed Abbas going, well, he's walking to mid-on. Shaheen Shah Afridi will continue. He has 4 for 46 from 15 overs. He has been fantastic for Pakistan today. Fantastic for his captain Babar Azam, who is stringing the field wide enough for Kemar Roach, who has been the aggressor since coming out to bat with Joshua Da Silva. He lost Joshua Da Silva, lost Jamel Warrican, but he's still there. West Indies are 4 hits away, maximum, from winning this game.
And Shaheen Shah Afridi has been wayward to start. This test match has been magnificent since. Here is the ball to Kemar Roach. This one clipped down to fine leg. They go through for a single. From the first delivery has exposed Jaden Seals to 5 deliveries potentially from Shaheen Shah Afridi, who has taken 4 wickets for 47 runs in 15.1 overs. Has been magnificent for Pakistan. And when he got the wicket of Joshua Da Silva, you felt that was it for the West Indies.
Definitely. You felt as if that was the way that the West Indies were going to lose the game. Either Roach or Da Silva going to either of the bowlers. Once they departed, you felt as though Pakistan had a strong hold on the game. But now anything can happen, as they always say. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. But with Shaheen Shah Afridi firing and to bowl to the number 11 Jaden Seals with 5 deliveries minimum at him, you expect something dramatic in this over. It will be wonderful for Jaden Seals to cap off his 5 for 55 with having a hand and a helping hand in carrying the West Indies over the line at 168.
2 slips, gully, third man, fine leg. There's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. There's also a forward point as Shaheen Shah Afridi runs into ball to Jaden Seals, and this delivery, Jaden Seals onto the back foot, defends it, and the ball bounced up, was looking around for it. Jaden Seals didn't want it to run on onto the stumps. It ended up in front of him, and there is no run. 153 for the loss of 9 wickets. The West Indies need 168 runs to win. Well, no ball called here by the umpire, so another run to the West Indies total. And this is not a limited overs. Would have been interesting to see a free hit here. But 154 for 9, 14 runs to get now for the West Indies. Mohamed Abbas saying to Shaheen Shah Afridi, just calm down, just relax. We only need a wicket, 2 slips in place. There's a gully, but he's very wide. There's point in place. Runs in, and JDC is onto the front foot. Defends this one. Bat and pad close together. Might have gotten an inside edge onto the pad. And Shine Shafridi holds his head as he walks back to his mark.
Yeah, Seals was very, very late on that. Almost took the front pad before the bat came down. Luckily for him, he got it down in time. Hearts in mouth as at the moment for the West Indies and the West Indian fans all around the world. West Indies need another 14 runs to get over the line. Pakistan only a wicket. Either way, it has been a fantastic test match. Wonderful exhibition for test match cricket.
Wherever you are in the world, I'm pretty sure that you're not sitting if you're hearing our voices, because this is intense. Shine Shafridi once more to bowl to Jaden Seals. Full delivery down the line of the leg stump. It's gone through. The wicketkeeper takes it. And Jaden Seals didn't get anything on it. Didn't beat the wicketkeeper. If it had, it could have cannoned into the rows. So for in the end, it's a dot delivery.
And Shine Shafridi looking for his trademark in-swinging Yorker to the lower order batsman. Hasn't gotten any wicket so far in this innings with it. He dismissed Jamil Warkan in the first innings. Tried a couple to Kemar Roach. He negotiated them very, very well. And now Jaden Seals doesn't look like a rabbit, as they say. He's trying to get in line with the deliveries and trying to ensure that he can stave off Shine Shafridi for another 3 deliveries.
Maybe we'll go short here. Shine Shafridi comes in and bowls another good length delivery, but wide outside the line of the off stump. And every delivery is being cheered by the staff here, the ground staff here at Sabina Park. And they're here. There's no threat of rain, which means that they can watch the remainder of the game. And they're cheering on every delivery that Jaden Seals survives. They cheered on every single run made by Jamel Warkan. And you get the feeling they will cheer until the final ball is bowled. Either way, it's a victory for the West Indies. It will be sweet in this Sunday evening. If it's not, Pakistan will be celebrating because they know they can't lose the series. Here's Shaina Shafridi once again over the wicket to bowl to Seals. This one gets the outside edge but bounces in front of second slip and a misfield. Jaden Seals there thinking about a single. Kemar Road says no as he walks down to probably have a word with Jaden Seals. Decides against it. Doesn't want to bombard the youngster with too much information with a delivery to come in this 54th over.
I understand that Jaden Seals probably has a good cricketing brain as well, based on the way he carries himself around on the field, the way how he handled himself while bowling as well. You understand where he's coming from. He's probably thinking the game. He knows that there's no need for him to try anything fancy, nothing out of the ordinary. Leave it all on the senior man, whether it's bowling or batting. Kemar Roach in this instance.
4 days of cricket comes down to 14 runs and 1 wicket. Shine Shah Afridi, he's a wicket away from a fifer. Here is the ball to Jaden Seals, who has a fifer, defends this one into the offside, and there is no run. The score remains the West Indies 154 for the loss of 9 wickets. They will take drinks here. We reckon it will be the final drinks break of the first test. There's no way at this point we're coming back here tomorrow. Jerome Foster, you can be on the beach somewhere on the north coast, or you might want to go to Kitsatown or St. Elizabeth or Westmoreland, but you won't be here at Sabina Park come tomorrow. I'm pretty sure of that. The over ends 154 for 9. The West Indies needing 168 runs to win, which means that the Caribbean side, they're 14 runs away from victory.
And well done to Jaden Seals. He continues to have a good test match, showing his capabilities with the bat, showing that he's no mug with the bat. He was able to negotiate 5 deliveries, actually 6 deliveries from Shine Shafridi, because one was a no ball. So he was able to block out an entire over from the left-arm pacer, and now gives the opportunity for Kemar Roach to find a way to get West Indies closer in reducing that 14 runs to something more manageable as the game progresses. West Indies 154 for 9, chasing 168 to win the first test here at Sabina Park. We have witnessed so many good things here, with the latest in that a wonderful catch, a phenomenal catch in my estimation by Mohamed Rizwan. Let's tell you how the West Indies innings has operated so far. Craig Brathwaite, he was caught. Mohamed Rizwan bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi for 2. Kyron Powell, LBW bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi for 4. And Nkrumah Bonner bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi for 5. Roston Chase caught Imran Butt, bowled Fahim Ashraf for 22. Jermaine Blackwood caught Imran Butt, bowled Hassan Ali for 55. Kyle Mears caught Imran Butt, also at second slip, bowled Fahim Ashraf for duck. Jason Holder on the stroke of tee was bowled by Hassan Ali for 16. Joshua Da Silva caught Mohamed Rizwan, bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi for 13. And Jamil Warwick on the last man out caught Mohamed Rizwan, bowled Hassan Ali for 6. Kemar Roach is on 19 not out. And so far, Mohamed Rizwan has taken 3 catches. So too has Imran Butt, who is fielding at second slip. Mohamed Abbas, 12 overs, 5 maidens, none for 27. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 48. Hassan Ali, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 26. Fahim Ashraf, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. And Yasir Shah, only 3 overs, none for 13. And the latest score here at Sabina Park, the West Indies, 154 for 9, chasing 168 for victory.
Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
So how poetic would this be? Hassan Ali, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 26. And the difference in the target for the West Indies could very much be his 28. Scored 28, Hassan Ali just swinging his bat, clearing the boundary on a couple of occasions. And how poetic would it be if he gets the final wicket to lead Pakistan to victory here?
Wonderful figures so far, actually. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 26.
Here he is, the ball to Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach whips this one into the onside. They look for 1. Will they learn for the second? They turn for the second. Throw comes into the bowler's end and they make it for 2. It was very close. Fawad Alam coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Picked up the ball, took a long time to release it, and the throw to the bowler's end wasn't accurate. So the West Indies now just need a dozen runs for victory here.
2 big hits for Kemar Roach as well. If he chooses that route, wayward throw from Fawad Alam was under some pressure. Good running from Roach and Seals.
Here's Ali again to bowl to Kemar Roach. Was looking to get it into the onside again. And it comes off the outer portion of the bat into the cover region. There is no run. Kemar Roach has to be careful. There's a vacant mid-wicket position. The person's on the onside. There's a long on, there's a long leg, and there's a deep mid-wicket. So there's a lot of space on the onside. But there is a solitary slip. There's third man. There's gully. Cover is all the way back, almost halfway to the boundary. Deep point, and the man at long off. So has to be careful about playing across the line, Kemar Roach. As Hassan Ali comes in, Roach hits this one firmly down to the man at long off and tracks through for a single. And the score now, the West Indies, they need another 11 runs for victory. It's 157 for the loss of 9.
And a bigger picture here now for the West Indies and Jaden Seals is just to ensure that he blocks 3 deliveries from Hassan Ali. No need for him to score. The West Indies has already taken 3 runs from the over. The better batsman in my vision and my estimation is Kemar Roach. So just ensure that he survives 3 deliveries. Hassan Ali has been bowling very, very well. He comes around the wicket now. He has a very good Yorker, similarly to Shaheen Shah Afridi. So Jaden Seals must be mindful and be very, very wary of that.
Joshua Da Silva still has his pads on under the tent just below us. As Hassan Ali comes in, Jaden Seals whips this one into the mid-wicket region. They go through for 1. Kemar Roach says that is all we will take. The score comes down at 10 runs now needed for the West Indies. 1 wicket needed for Pakistan. This has been an entertaining contest from the first delivery on Thursday morning, the 12th day of August in 2021 until today, which is day number 4.
And JDC is clearly not listening to me, and rightly so. He went for a big booming drive there. Luckily, he got the inner half of the bat. It was safe in the end. He got a single, trickling down the target now.
Hassan Ali to bowl to Kemar Roach. A short delivery. Roach looking to pull it. Bounces just in front of the man at gully. We'll wait to see the signal from the umpire if it is indeed runs. And it is runs. So an opportunity again for Pakistan, just dying in front of the man at gully. It's ever so close. And the game is all about inches. This game of cricket, and the score now, the total 159 for 9. So the required runs for the West Indies into single digits now.
Only 9 for the West Indies. 1 delivery left in this over. nail-biting stuff here. I don't have a lot of nails. I probably lost all of them already based on what has been happening here today at Sabina Park. Enthralling action here.
One delivery in this over. Jaden Seals just needs to keep this out. Delivery wide outside the line of the Ostom. Seals offers no shot. Overcomes to an end. 9 runs needed for the West Indies to have victory. 1 wicket for Pakistan. 55 overs completed. The West Indies 159 for the loss of 9 wickets. Kemar Roach on 23. Jaden Seals on 1. And Pakistan searching for that final wicket. The West Indies searching for another 9 runs. That's the situation here at Sabina Park.
And the West Indies understands the situation based on what both Roach and Seals is doing at the moment. Nobody's really deferring any form of responsibility to extra irresponsibility or extra problems on anybody's shoulder. No extra burden. Roach clearly backs Jaden Seals' ability, and he is taking the mantle. He's taking all the pressure on his shoulder of trying to score all the big hits. He's trying to clear the boundary. Two boundaries now would definitely get the West Indies closer and closer. There are 9 runs, and he's going to be facing Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is the main trump card so far for Pakistan.
So today is Sunday, but there was a congregation just below us. The Pakistanis coming together, thinking how they are going to get this wicket. Shaheen Shah Afridi to be operating around the wicket from the Courtney Walsh end to bowl to Kemar Roach. Here he is now. This one down the leg side. Roach was looking to whip it down to mid-wicket. Probably came off the inner portion of the bat and onto the pads. Well, leg by signal by umpire Gregory Brathwaite, and they came through for the single. So 8 runs now needed. 1 wicket for Pakistan to win. It is Jaden Seals who is on strike now to face the next delivery from Shaheen Shah Afridi, who has 4 wickets for 48 runs.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but this is not my favorite part of it. Not my favorite part. I don't want to see I don't want Jaden Seals to face 5 deliveries from Shaheen Shah Afridi, but he did well in the previous over, and you just hope and pray as a West Indian fan that he can deliver again. 8 more runs needed for victory, and it's getting ever so close.
2 slips in place. Gully, third man, fine leg. There's a backward pointer. Shaheen Shah Afridi runs in, and they're appealing. The umpire says not out. He got back to it. No more reviews left for Pakistan. The umpire says not out. Jaden Seals survives. Another 4 delivery to come in this over.
Everybody's been told to keep calm by the Pakistani bench. Naeem Shah leading that charge. But clearly there was bat involved from Jaden Seals. That was just a hopeful appeal from Pakistan, a desperation appeal from Shaheen Shah Afridi. So close to a 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. And the West Indies live to fight another day. Good decision by Gregory Brathwaite.
Shaheen Shah Afridi back at the top of his mark, taking his time before delivering this, the third delivery of his 17th over to Jaden Seals, who is tapping away at the crease. He's 1 from 10, a full delivery, gets back onto it, gets it down to fine leg. And they go through for another single here. Brings Kemar Roach on strike. And again, the ground staff here at Sabina Park applauding every single run, every single delivery that Jaden Seals survives. And the West Indies 161 now for the loss of 9.
Indeed. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 21 years old, carrying the weight of Pakistan's on the weight of Pakistan on his shoulder at the moment. The entire nation, millions of people waiting for him to give them some joy. He has bowled fantastically well today and throughout this test match, to be honest. Kemar Roach, the most experienced West Indies player in the team in terms of age.
Shaheen Shah Afridi runs in now to bowl to Kemar Roach. A full delivery, gets the outside edge, but falls in front of the man at first. The slip, who was diving away to his right, deflected it down to third man, and they were able to come through for a single. So it comes down now to 6 runs needed for the West Indies to have victory. 1 wicket for Pakistan.
1 hit away. 1 hit away from the West Indies. 1 hit away. 1 wicket away for Pakistan. And Jaden Seals again ready to negotiate another delivery from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Exciting stuff here at Sabina Park. You can hear the Pakistanis downstairs chirping and calling and screaming encouragement, word of encouragement for their players. Shaheen Shah Afridi would definitely like that.
We've seen this before. It was Yasir Shah who picked up the wicket. Here's Afridi, full delivery, and Jaden Seals allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper. There is no run. That was well judged by Jaden Seals.
He looks way above 19 years old. Way more mature than a 19-year-old. He has a good cricketing brain. He's understanding the situation. He's playing accordingly. He's not trying to reach. He's not trying to force the initiative. He's waiting for the balls to come within an area where he can score. And so far, he has done extremely well. 2 from 12 deliveries. Roach is 24 from 48. And the West Indies only need 6 more runs to go 1-0 up. Pakistan a wicket.
2 slips in place. There's a gully that's very wide. There's third man, fine leg. There's a forward point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. 1 delivery for JDC to negotiate in this Shine Shafridi over. Short delivery, a lifting delivery that Mohammad Rizwan takes above his head. And had he not taken that, it could have crashed into the boundary of a 4 byes. But in the end, a dot ball to end the over. It means that Kemar Roach will be on strike for the next over. The West Indies 162 for the loss of 9. They are 6 runs away from victory here over Pakistan in this first test.
Clearest indication that that is Jaden Seals' day as we go to a break.
Old time bakers in Bim bake from home. Remember the Dutch oven made of stone? Then came the bread cart. Oh, you could smell that bread a mile away. And then there was the bread van. Many have made a living selling from them. Now, your bread is as close to your home as you can get it, because there's sure to be a Crumbs bakery near you.
So Hassan Ali to bowl to Kemar Roach. This one played into the onside. Hassan Ali scampering, doesn't want to concede a single. And Kemar Roach decides not to risk it and to take the run. 6 runs away. Wonder what is going through the mind of Kemar Roach now. Do I try to go for broke? Trying to get 4 runs. There are gaps in the field. There's a solitary slip. There's gully. There's a man at third man. There's a deep point, a cover, mid-off, a mid-on, who is going back to the boundary at long on. There's deep backward square and a man at fine leg. As Hassan Ali comes in from the Michael holding end to bowl to Kemar Roach, who edges this one. It's put down. It goes to the boundary for 4. Rizwan diving away to his right. The ball went underneath his outstretched hands, in between the wicket-keeper and first slip, and into the roads for 4. The West Indies now 2 runs away from victory. Pakistan still searching for a wicket.
And it's getting ever so close for the West Indies. A genuine edge there from Kemar Roach. Good delivery from Hassan Ali. Full-blooded cover drive. And it flew past Mohammad Rizwan and the man at first slip, who is Imran Butt, who has taken 3 catches so far today. Bounced just in front of the wicketkeeper, who has been fantastic in this test. And the West Indies edging ever so closely to a famous win here at Sabina Park over Pakistan. 2 runs to get.
Only a single needed to ensure that the West Indies cannot lose this game. What will Kemar Roach do? Hassan Ali, his 28 runs has been the difference. It's the reason why we're still here at Sabina Park. He has ball in hand. He's turning in circles down at the Michael holding end. 1 slip in place. Third man. There's a fine leg. Gully. Backward point. Cover. Mid-on. Mid-off. There's a mid-wicket in place. He charges in now. Passes umpire Wilson. The ball. Kemar Roach, who defends this one and says no.
Compact. Easy. Casual. No heartbeat. He's just cool as a cucumber right now. Is Kemar Roach. Yasir Shah is getting warmed. The leg spinner. But in all honesty, I'm sure Kemar Roach wants to finish this before the end of this over. Everybody's in field now except the man at third man and fine leg.
Yasir Shah warming up. He might not be needed. Either way, it could be a Pakistan win. It could be a West Indies victory. Hassan Ali comes into bowl to Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach pushes this and again he says no. It was in front of point. There was no single there. And immediately, Kemar Roach, the senior man that he is, has been here for a very long time. I've seen a couple of close finishes for the West Indies before. And victory for the Caribbean side now rests firmly in his hands.
And he takes a couple of steps to square leg to clear his mind and resume a battle that he has won for himself and for the Caribbean team so far, taking them ever so closely to a famous win. West Indies need only 2 more runs. A run will ensure that they can't lose the game.
Here's Hassan Ali over the wicket to bowl to Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach pushes it in the cover region and it goes through there. Will complete the 2-run. It's victory for the Caribbean side. Victory for the West Indies by the barest of margins. And Jada Seals with 5 wickets is there at the end But Kemar Road stands tall on the Sabina Park pitch to lead the Caribbean side home, and they can't lose this series now. Fantastic cricket. 4 days of cricket comes down to this. The West Indies, they win by only a wicket.
Fantastic performance by the West Indies. Fantastic from Kemar Roach and the lower order batsmen to ensure that they took the West Indies from 114 for 7 to 168 for 9. They added 54 runs for 2 wickets. Fantastic stuff. It has been an enthralling test match, a wonderful test match, a wonderful advert for the game. Probably want some more quality, obviously, because both teams in the bat as well as you think they could. But the West Indies got over the line. A low-scoring contest, a good contest for cricket, an exciting contest. Only thing would have topped it off was to have a full Sabina Park.
Tell you what, you couldn't have written this script. From the first ball on Thursday, you could not have written the script. Maybe some thought the game would have ended in 4 days. Maybe some would have thought that the game would have taken 5 days. Some saw victory for the West Indies. Some saw victory for Pakistan. When the West Indies bowled out Pakistan, 30 runs in his career.
Indeed. Fantastic achievement. It looked like they were down and out, especially when Jason Holder was dismissed on the stroke of tea. All heads dropped, except that of Kemar Roach, who stepped after the tea interval. He showed some maturity, he showed some class, he showed some purpose, and showed some intent. He was not scared, he was not fearful of anything that the Pakistani bowlers threw at him. He was able to negotiate Shaheen Shah Afridi, who was fantastic for Pakistan. Hassan Ali was fantastic for Pakistan. But in the end, the heart and the will of Kemar Roach, along with Jaden Seals, who batted for, 15 minutes? 2 from 13 balls, incredibly negotiated 13 deliveries against a good bowling attack and carried the West Indies over the line for a 1-wicket win, a famous 1-wicket win. And for the first time since 1977, Pakistan will not beat the West Indies at Sabina Park in a 2-test series.
Who said Test cricket was dead? This has been entertaining from the first ball until the very last ball that Kemar Roach confidently drove through the extra cover region to complete 2 runs to give the Caribbean side victory. It has been entertaining from the first day until the last. The West Indies, they won the toss. They asked Pakistan to bat first. Pakistan, they were bowled out for 217. Fawad Alam made 56. Fahim Ashraf 44. Captain Babar Azam 30. The West Indies, Jason Holder 3 for 26. Jaden Seals 3 for 70. Kemar Roach 2 for 47. Kyle Mears 1 for 28. The West Indies, they went in at the end of day 1 at 2 for 2, losing the wickets of Karen Powell for naught and then Kruma Bonner for a first ball duck. They eventually made 253 on the back of 97 runs from their captain and opener Craig Brathwaite. Roston Chase made 21, Jermaine Blackwood 22, Jason Holder 58 important runs. And the bowling for Pakistan, Shaheen Shah Afridi 4 for 59, Mohamed Abbas 3 for 43. The first 3 wickets in the West Indies innings. Fahim Ashraf 1 for 37. Hassan Ali 1 for 54. Then it was the turn of Pakistan. They had a 36-run deficit. And they went on to score 200 and Babar Azam getting 55. There was 34 for Abid Ali, 23 for Azhar Ali, 30 for Mohamed Rizwan, 28 from Hassan Ali, 28 big runs in the end. And for the West Indies, Jaden Seals, who was there at the end, 2 important runs at the end. He took 5 for 55. Kemar Roach, 3 for 30. 1 for 33 for Kyle Mears. 1 for 36 for Jason Holder. And with just 168 runs to get, the Caribbean side got home by a wicket. The top scorers, Jermaine Blackwood, 55 he made. It was 30 not out from Kemar Roach, an important and vital 30. 22 from Roston-Chase, Brathwaite 2, Powell 4, and Kumabona 5. A duck again for Carl Mears. 16 from Jason Holder, 13 from Joshua Da Silva. 6 big runs from Jamel Warrican when Jaden Seals not out on 2. The wickets for Pakistan. Shaheen Shah Afridi threatened to take the game away from the West Indies. 4 for 50. Hassan Ali 3 for 37. 2 for 29 for Fahim Ashraf. Was most importantly the West Indies 168 for the loss of 9 in fading sunshine here at Sabina Park, with the shadows of the North Stand and the Kingston Cricket Club being cast over the beautiful lush green field here. It is a West Indies victory in the first test. The second test is in a couple of days' time. It won't matter at least for another 2 days for the West Indians, who will celebrate a famous victory here over Pakistan at Sabina Park.
Indeed, fantastic advert for the game. As we said earlier, the West Indies pulled out all the stops to ensure that they crossed the line. It wasn't pretty. It was difficult. It asked for a lot of questions. It questioned their mentality. It asked for them to dig in and fight and grasp and find some alternatives route of scoring and finding wickets. But in the end, the West Indies pulled off a fantastic victory. A victory that they have not seen since beating Bangladesh in January this year. They drew the 2-test series against Sri Lanka, and then they came back to the Caribbean and lost both test matches against South Africa recently. They were hammered against South Africa. People started to question the procedure and the process and all of that. But now the players have shown that they are willing to fight and fight for the colours of the Windies people and the Caribbean people, as we see Jaden Seals, who looks to be the man of the match, heading to the post-match press conference with Craig Brathwaite after the West Indies got over the line by the barest of margin.
I tell you what, some more of your comments coming in. Exciting commentaries. I have an award for you. Baby Sean Grant, Jerome Foster, and Dr. Akshay Mansingh, along with my very good friend Victor McFarlane, the technical operator. It has been great. Fire the upper batting team. Congrats to the bowlers and the last batters. I was right. I told you that they should chip away. That's from Anthony Harding from Jamaica. He's from Westmoreland. I really, really enjoy the energy of you commentators. Thank you so much. And then my heart monitor is going berserk. And that is from James in Queens. I'm glad that you're still with us, James. I'm really glad that you're still with us. And you witness a famous victory here for the West Indies. It is now getting down. The ground staff starting to wrap up. The presentation ceremony starting to wrap up. The light now fading here at Sabina Park. As it gets darker, it gets oh so brighter for the West Indies and the fans right around the region. And I tell you that come again on Friday, we start here at Sabina Park for the second test. And of course, we hope that it will be as entertaining as this one. Jerome, your final thoughts?
Wonderful, wonderful win for the West Indies. Magnificent win for the West Indies. Bowled out Pakistan on the very first day after winning the toss and sending them into bat. A lot of questions were raised, by the way, about the team selection and why Jamil Warrican was selected ahead of Azari Joseph or Rakeem Cornwall. Well, the West Indies didn't need him to win. Well, he only contributed a crucial 6 in the end. But with the ball, there wasn't much of a difference because Jason Holder, Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach and Kyle Mears did the bulk of the bowling and dismissed Pakistan twice, so under 220. 217 in the first innings, 203 in the second innings. The West Indies batting first made 253. Thanks large in part to the captain who dug in. He fought very, very hard. Did everything that you wanted from a leader of a team and got 97 in 253. And then, after bowling out Pakistan for 203 in their second innings, only 168. But hard fought 168 got by the West Indies, thanks large in part to Jermaine Blackwood, and 30 at the end from Kemar Roach.
And as we wrap up here, just want to thank the folks at Crumbs Bakery in Barbados, specifically Michael Arthur and his team over there. Also to Shelley Harding from Caribbean LED Lighting. They're the sponsors of our topic of the day, or discussion of the day. And of course, Crumbs Bakery is the question of the day. Would also like to give a shout out to CBC in Barbados, or networks carrying the cricket NCN in Guyana, ABS in Antigua, Vibes Radio Dominica, 105 FM Trinidad and Tobago, Rail FM Grenada, The Wave in St. Lucia, NBC in St. Vincent, KLS FM 89 in Jamaica, and of course the West Indies YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us over the 4 days. So the 4 days of cricket that we had here at Sabina Park, and we do hope you enjoyed our coverage here until the second test, which bowls off in the next couple of days right here at Sabina Park, Friday to be exact. Thank you so much to Jerome Foster, Sean Grant, Dr. Akshay Man Singh, and our very good friend, technical operator Victor McFarlane. I am Renardo Brown. Good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining us. Until Friday, goodbye.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies Pakistan series, a production of Vibes Radio, the champion station. Join us again for more on Middle Stop.